to try and make some sort of argument as to if the ADP number comes out in one direction, the rest will too, but it doesn't typically work out that way. Anyway, market back to the upside here a little bit this morning, trying to bounce. We have the 10-year, its lowest level since May this morning, so pretty good downtick here for yields right across the board, mainly on the long end of the curve, the 10-year and the 30-year. Nice little downtick, so maybe a little bit of relief here for stocks in the short term.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of bond market, a lot of,
I don't know what's going on.
That was noisy there. It's Randy. A lot of money leaving the bond market, Brendo, heading into gold, apparently, and we've seen gold make all-time highs, so not really surprised by that. Lots to talk about today, guys. A whole bunch of earnings names. Yesterday, CRM markedly down here after reporting a worse-than-expected report. AEO up big. NVIDIA also a lot of China demand, despite the fact that the regulator in China doesn't want their tech companies buying these China chips. They don't care. They like them anyway, Brendo. Figma also reported, as well as C3AI. Still don't know what this company does, Brendo, but they're not doing well.
Apparently they don't either. I do know what just happened. We just got a big delivery of monitors. That's what that was. That you might have heard that in the background. So computer monitors have arrived.
Hey.
New desk is in the process of being set up. Yeah, a lot of job cuts at CRM as well. They're leaning really, really heavily towards the AI to replace humans, which, I mean, the forecast was bad.
They're pounding the table on this agent force agentic AI, but they're also using it internally, Brendo, and they're seeing a lot of efficiency. So as you mentioned, if you're seeing efficiencies, why hire?
Yeah, I mean, 4,000, I think it was. Crazy. It's not even that big of a company. On a relative basis. Like, it's not even that big of a company. Anyway, yeah, CRM down better part of 7% here. We'll keep an eye on that. A couple other things moving around. I mean, Tesla, we'll talk about. AEO, the huge one to the upside here this morning. Big pop. Sean, you were all over that late in the day yesterday.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, what's up, Neil? It's a rainy day around here today, and
indoors and outdoors.
I saw when those monitors were rolling in, I think the guys thought it was thunder or something like that.
I know.
But yeah, we're getting ready. So the plan is basically just to sort of shift this desk down there and use new equipment so that we can build multiple desks. And
looks like they're the same monitors though.
Yeah,
because they're Asus.
I don't know. Are they? They're going to be?
I don't know if they're bigger.
They're going to be the same thing. But yeah, American Eagle. I mean, Neil and I, we both talked about this yesterday when we were looking at potential winners versus losers. Hey, what's up, Randy?
Hey.
Those were the monitors that just came in. We heard about. Yeah. All right.
Here's to George Springer.
Nice American.
Springer dingers.
Yes, we were losing 5-0 yesterday.
Yeah. What a comeback.
And we wound up winning 13-9 or something like that. Our bullpen's still.
Not that good.
I know, which is crazy. They're still scoring 9 runs on us, which is a problem. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed what jeans Randy was wearing, but they're probably American Eagle Outfitters or whatever those are there. But yeah, we saw Sidney Sweeney. We saw Travis Kelce.
Get rid of Kelce. Get Randy
involved now as well. But yeah, much better EPS, much better sales. Like it is. I don't know.
Fundamentally good too. Like they were expecting declines in same-store sales, and
then we also had the short float idea behind it as well. Remember, we looked up names like Gap and A&F, and we looked at Walmart and some of the retail spaces, and everything was going good, and we picked American Eagle Outfitters yesterday, and there it goes right there to the upside, and obviously a lot more than I think anybody would have thought. The implied move was 12% or so, but again, once you make these kind of moves, you're all the way back to where you were at the beginning of the year. So this year to date was actually crushed, right? I mean, it was down $10. We opened the year right here around $17, $18. We make it all the way back and finally looking to turn green on the year. So I think there's more room to run on this, especially if we do not hold the 1770, 1750 area. Like if we get up there and break it, I think we can even continue this move. MongoDB, a much, bigger, different kind of name. They went up 32% or so. American Eagle Outfitters doesn't have, I do not believe, a overall huge market cap, right? AEO. Oops. Oh man, it always gives the wrong one. AEO. There we go. I have to selected it wrong again. AEO. All right, here it is right here. Let me see what the market cap on this bad boy is. Right now at $2 billion. So you have quite a ways to go on here as well. 26% short float. So American Eagle Outfitters right there trading higher. The company reported better than expected Q2 financial results, and there we go to the upside for AEO. But obviously a story of I don't own any AEO, but I own CRM. So
the CRM.
That's a little less of a stock today.
The problem with all the earnings last night is you had to begin with the letter A, and you had to have a Sydney Sweeney campaign, because literally everything. Actually, Asana was up, so Asana was
started with A.
Asana was the only one. But then, you had to you start with letter A, keep your CEO.
Oh.
Because then Asana didn't. C3 AI is the one that bucked that trend. Because C3 AI, new CEO, 52-week lows. You've got Figma's first report. It'd be hard-pressed to find exactly what's terrible about that Figma first report, but I guess some people are concerned what AI is going to do with this company, and they can pick a good game, but that's another. It's easy to say an all-time low because it's a recent IPO there, but like quarter of the employees are now able to sell shares, and maybe they're doing some of that, down 15%. So it's an American Eagle story.
Yep.
And speaking of the letter A, do not forget, the biggest earnings name comes after the bell tonight, and that is going to be Broadcom. I think there's a lot riding on this one for the market going into next week's Fed, obviously tomorrow's job numbers. So we got a lot to get to today. Certainly, if you own some AEO shares, you're going to be happy about it. If you're a CRM shareholder, then you are not. I'm considering break even out, which could hit today because it could break that 230 today.
Look, Broadcom, the 8th largest company in the world. All right, so they're coming tonight. The 8th largest company in the world, maybe more important than NVIDIA for some reasons. We'll talk about why. U.S. jobless claims right there, 237 versus 230. So that coming out as expected. I mean, 7,000 on 230 is not going to move the needle one way or the other, but it's a little more jobless claims than expected, so that's not great. But all right, maybe better for cutting, right? So, it looks like that rate's probably now up to 93, 94%. And this is interesting. USA non-farm productivity up. So that's nice. A little more productive there while we seek for some more jobs. So couple interesting numbers there. Not really moving the market at all. What's some news stories here? I don't really see anything too much going on. Trade balance prior revised -60 versus -59. So nothing going on there. And then if you look at the market, that sort of last little move here on the triple Qs, not much. Here's the NASDAQ right here. No action this morning, down, up right now, looking like it wants to go a little lower. Underneath VWAP, I think the market, here's a little bit of a bigger look on the NASDAQ. It looks like we're going this way, right? So I'm not sure which feeling I have today anyways in the market early. I'm thinking short, but that can always change. So yeah, it should be a fun day. I'm really excited for Broadcom tonight. Really excited to trade some of these earnings. Crypto back down after a nice little run yesterday. We got to 112 or so.
Still holding 10.
Still holding, yeah, it's still holding. It's a good, and I was reading something that Kevin O'Leary was writing, and I think it's similar to, or tweeting or something, it's similar to what I think as well. And it's just like, if Bitcoin goes down, I actually don't mind, here's Cardano, but I don't mind waking up one day and seeing the market crashed 10% or something. Because that's gonna, if you believe in the space and you want to buy some crypto, down into here isn't that bad. Stocks do test 200 period moving averages. You don't want to lose them and have a huge problem. But remember, this was April when we lost it, and the market lost everything back then. I don't think we're in danger right now of any sort of tariff move in the market. We are in danger of a slow grind down, I think, when we start talking again about valuation, about lack of catalyst, about September being a bad month. But if that brings Bitcoin down into 100, then I really do like that. Yesterday we had Ethereum as well. Absolutely was up 5% or something yesterday on a nice little move there, giving a little bit back today. But the same might be true for Ethereum. If you can get this, now it's had basically an epic rise, right? So it's 200 period. You're not going to get anywhere close to that right now. But that would be obviously
super extended.
Super extended. I sold in here.
It's a healthy pull.
And then it ripped. So yeah. And then just to check another one, the one that's been moving the most has been Solana. What's it at today? 207. So it's having a problem breaking out as well. But crypto down isn't the end of the world. I feel like that's something that I was telling you. I think it's about 3 to 5%. I wouldn't mind getting a little more.
We're due for one of those.
Account there.
We're due for one of those weekend, dips that you see where there's just some liquidation,
right?
Sunday morning or whatever.
I
just feel like that usually happens every now and then when you've made a little bit of a top. Another name that begins with letter A that is going, there's a couple of positive stories for Amazon, but Amazon's leading the way. Like the market, I mean, after what was, I think, not bad numbers.
Need to find a long.
The NQ's basically flat, up like 0.1%, but Amazon's up 2.4%. There's a story this morning about their AWS resurgence, among other things, expansion in India, in buy now, pay later. So this looks pretty good.
What happened to Meta, by the way?
And just the only thing is it's at a resistance spot. So I'm looking for a dip buy here in Amazon. But there's a few names this morning.
740, it's not that.
AMD was one that...
160.
AMD was one that, with NVIDIA kind of up, AMD took a little bit of a dive early pre-market. The only thing I could find was like a single downgrade. So yeah, like it's a very mixed morning where you've got some strength. Go over and look at Amazon. Still think Google looks pretty good after yesterday, but AMD curiously weak. Losing the 50 period on the daily for AMD here.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like it's
not good for that one.
Yeah, this is kind of like at the precipice of, okay, well, you've pulled back and you've consolidated, but if you take another leg down from here, you know, some of that AMD rally that everyone's been so excited about could come under pressure here. Down 1.5% into a flat market, not a good start for them. But yeah, a lot to cover for sure. I've seen some people putting some names in the chat.
Yeah,
what I like
Oscar.
about it,
Wow,
what I like about it is everyone's putting in the dollar sign.
Yeah.
Dollar sign.
Have we loaded that thing?
The funny thing is I just went over to do the fresh start and it did not fresh start.
I did, because there's only 4 votes. Must have.
Okay, here we go. AMD, Amazon, Neon. I don't even know what that is.
Neither do
AEO, I expect to be up there for sure. Neon.
Yeah, get your push in here for Oscar right now. What's up to everybody? Bang, 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 as mankind likes to say. You guys know we talked about this again. The day of we were talking about Oscar up here, Oscar Health. And then it came back in, and then they reported, and we took a shot on this name, and we've not gotten anything out. So we're gonna, I think today, these are the levels, right? I mean, when you make a call down here, we're long at, I hope some of you are long this name as well. 1350 or so on Oscar, up to 1850 right now. This is like a 35% move or so to the upside on OSCR. Maybe worth getting something out today on Oscar, but again, congratulations to everybody that was able to run that one as well. But Google on a pullback today off a day 2-ish. Move. I mean, obviously the move happened 3 days ago in the aftermarket, 2 days ago in the aftermarket. Then yesterday we traded, and now today we get another move for Google. It was down 0.5% or so. Has something changed here in the last couple seconds? Yeah, down 0.8 right now for Google. So that's starting to head a little bit lower, but all-time highs yesterday made for Google. So we talked about trying to find relative strength. Today might be relative weakness for some strange reason. I'm not going to short it.
Not in that Neon stock, there isn't.
Do you find the story for that?
Well, I just looked it up. It looks like, so NEON, it's a Stockholm-based company apparently, and it's weird because they got a settlement from Samsung. Like, it's not very big, like $15 to $20 million would seem to be the story. That they got a settlement.
Maybe it wasn't that colorful.
Maybe they were expecting much bigger of a settlement because they're down 75%. It was 80% a minute ago. Not good at all, but it's doing good volume, so maybe that's the reason why everyone's interested. It's done 10 million already in pre-market and starting to bounce. Yeah, that should be on the small cappers' radars. But the only story I could find was that they got a $20 million windfall from Samsung in a settlement. Yeah,
my guess is that they were thinking that was going to be a heck of a lot
hundreds of
bigger
millions or billions
than that.
or something.
I mean, I would think 20 million.
20 million doesn't seem like
that barely pays Joseph over here.
But how big is this? The company's not very big. So.
No, I'd imagine it's not very big. All right, it's 8:45. I like that call on Amazon. We're going to look into some reasons why that one's popping off. Yeah. I got Tesla written down already as my long idea. We're going to look for some short ideas. We're going to figure this all out and get some trading going. Open door still above 5. Many names moving around here today. Yeah, exactly. We'll try to hang around there. Rivian yesterday was up. Tesla moving around. Apple news. The story doesn't stop. Meta's up to 750 again. It's going to be a good day, I feel like, today, with a lot of names sort of hovering and making decisions. So, all right, go back to the desk and figure out what they're talking about. Gold all-time highs.
We're just talking about this skinny iPhone that's coming. allegedly. iPhone 17. I don't know.
It's going to be interesting, Brendo.
Samsung did the same thing. It's kind of, I mean, it's a phone, but it's skinnier. At this point, they're just
there's a lot of
reaching
trade-offs too. Like you're going to have a smaller camera, you're going to have a smaller battery, and when you throw on a case, and most people will, well, you want to protect it. It's going to become big again. So if you're expecting this thing to be like super slim all the time and maintain the form factor, it's not going to be like that.
If you go back in time, we went through this phase, I remember, of everything was getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. And then it kind of went the other way again.
Exactly.
It was a focus on the battery. It was a focus on the camera. And we gave back some of that skinniness. But it just seems like they're reaching at this point.
And they're still behind on the foldables. I know there's mixed feelings about the foldables, about how the hinge influences the screen and stuff like that. But Huawei, again today, dropping another foldable phone. We'll get to that on the news during the midday show. No real thing to cover here, obviously, because Huawei is not tradable in North America. But yeah, just like the entire segment here seems to go in a direction. Apple, true to form, takes their time, likes to perfect the technology before releasing it.
Yeah, here's Apple right now. Moffett-Nathanson with an upgrade on Apple today to neutral from sell. So not exactly overly positive, but an upgrade's an upgrade.
Sorry, just want to mention one quick thing. We're expecting the first price increases, Brendo, on the iPhone since 2017. So that should be margin expanding. So we'll see.
Maybe not 3,000.
$50 they're saying. US dollars though, we'll see.
So 3,000 in Canadian dollars. In Canada.
Yeah.
Apple guys not doing a heck of a lot here, but 238 up to 240-ish. Bit of a problem spot here the past couple of days.
Well,
I got 99 problems in Apple.
I'd say yesterday was the only time that high was a problem.
Yeah.
Because the aftermarket, the thing about the aftermarket,
been 6 straight up days.
Yeah, the aftermarket move doesn't really count as much for a top because there's no big money that's really getting in and holding it up. It's just going to slow down at some point. When you got that when the Google antitrust, it was really just yesterday that you couldn't get through that 239. But higher low, and technically today, until proven otherwise, you're trying to put in another higher low as well. So it held on 235. It didn't really fill in the entirety of the gap. The trend is still holding going into the event. See, I'd be more concerned about next week. Like I think the point at which you're looking for the sell on Apple would be sell the news next week on the 9th, but I still kind of believe you're trending higher going into it. So I don't know, Amazon looks stronger today and Google was stronger yesterday, so I don't know if this one's going to be on the list for the longs. I kind of prefer the other two names, but I wouldn't be terribly concerned yet till we get to next week when I think typically you look for a sell the news event on an iPhone release. You know, it's not overwhelmingly that it always happens, but it's at least better than 50%.
You know, the funniest part about all this is we sit here and the only thing we can really say too bad about Apple is they're so far behind on AI, but they're actually, in my opinion, the smartest guys in the room on AI. Because now they're going to get someone to pay them to put AI on their machines. It's actually the opposite of Apple just saved hundreds of billions of dollars, and someone's going to pay them now with that court decision yesterday or 2 days ago. Someone's going to pay Apple now for them to use their AI. They don't need to do anything. It's just like Chrome. You know, all of a sudden Google, they can't deal without having Apple. So now Google's going to say, okay, why don't we just install Gemini on your phones, keep it in there, we'll make it work with Siri, and we'll pay you $20 to $50 billion.
I don't know if they'll have to pay, though.
They will have to. Apple will make them, or if they don't pay, you know who will pay, Neil? Perplexity, Anthropic,
I don't know
anything Amazon is doing. Google is paying Apple for Chrome. So I don't see the difference here.
Well, only because the reason because I think it'll just get that one in particular gets baked into Chrome because it's gonna Gemini will get baked in. So I think that stays. I think it would be more likely somebody.
Yeah, just else. The app. Like it's they'll pay. What I'm saying is now Apple will make.
No,
money.
I think that decision was huge for Apple yesterday. And I actually thought in some ways it would be undercover how good it was for Apple relative to Google. That ended up not being true in terms of the way the market saw it, but I still kind of believe that to be true. But I don't know. Today, I still like Amazon and Google more than I like
I mean,
Apple
today. Today. Well, yeah. I mean, they're down today.
I thought Apple had a chance to break out yesterday, and it didn't. But I still think it does before the 9th. That's usually
that's part of the problem.
I'll be surprised if we don't break out before the 9th.
I mean, look. You tell me what the market thought about this decision. Apple is a $2.4 trillion company. On that decision, they added 6%, 7%, something like that. So that rate there is $300 billion, something like that, just on that decision, which Apple was just waiting for it. You know, part of the reason why Apple was beat up so much was that a lot of traders and a lot of analysts thought that decision was going the other way, and that Apple would lose 20 billion revenue from Chrome. Apple would then have to rethink, you know, this AI strategy, would have to rethink the way the App Store works and all of that. Right now, Apple is sitting there literally probably taking phone calls right now. How much can we pay you to install AI on your base? You know, like, for example, my house is littered with, and we talked to this with Randy, littered with Apple products. You know, we now have 5 iPhones in the house. I have 5 members. You know, we now have only 2 MacBooks, but we have 5 Apple Watches. You know, it's just, this is the way. We have Apple TV. We have, like, everything is installed, and it's a huge base. We don't have to tell everybody that. Everybody already understands that. The foldable phone, anyways, I'm not excited about that. And if it comes through, great. I mean, I think it's possible. I think the skinny version of the phone is huge. I think a lot of people want to put that phone in their pocket and make it a little bit easier. I'm not too worried about the battery. I think that was a good point that Brendan brought up. If it's a skinnier phone, does the battery have a lesser life? I feel like with where technology is,
at this point
they'll
now,
probably release a battery that you can't even see, that for somehow is 10 times stronger than the current one, but I don't know anything about that stuff. So anyways, obviously I'm bullish about Apple. It's one of the more recent purchases, but I've been buying Apple literally. When I actually purchased the very first iPhone, and when I purchased that iPhone, I went and bought Apple stock that day as well. So we're talking about basically generational buys down there, and I feel like
the hilarious thing is I've owned Apple forever because of my family, but I'm the only one in my family that doesn't use Apple, and it's just a preference thing. But at the end of the day, it's like when you invest, you can't worry about what you prefer. Because what you're trying, it's what the market.
Have you tried
what the market prefers. Of course I have. Literally everybody in my family has.
But have you
used it?
Oh, you've used it. Okay.
I just don't love. Like, to be perfectly honest, and I'm being straight up about this. I still can't stand the fact that I don't have my BlackBerry. It bugs me to all hell that someone didn't just, like, it would have been great if one of the major carriers had just, like, bought them and they could still have the keyboard out there. And one thing, just for in the chat, there was a question about TXN, and I'm not sure what's going on here with TXN. They're down 5 points. I was kind of looking for the store while we were talking and going back and forth, but this is a pretty decent drop for Texas Instruments. I want to see if we can't figure out what's going on with them, because I haven't seen a particular story. There's a city conference that they have execs speaking at, but I can't figure out what they said specifically, which is why causing this drop. Obviously, something that's getting said at the city conference is causing this to fall. Maybe they got a downgrade or something, which we could find out.
I wanted to, but before we go over to Joe, though, I want to ask Brendan, because he just switched over a week ago. So I just wanted to ask him, like, any major differences, anything like that, because, like, I've now been with Apple for probably like 4 or 5 years, so I can't even remember my experience back in switching. But any comments so far, Brendo?
The biggest thing I think is the AI, or lack thereof, with Android and Google specifically. The voice activation was so seamless and so easy to get to Gemini. But I mean, it's built right in. Like, if you just open a Chrome tab. So I mean, the crossover is not that hard. It's really not that big a deal, no.
Okay. Yeah. All right, good. So happy so far, or just kind of middle of the road?
Very similar. It's very, very similar. Yeah.
All right, cool. Okay, good. Thanks, Brendo, for the similarity aspect there between the two. I think that's right. I mean, I remember when I went over, it was like it's all the same, of course. So, all right, what's going on over there with Joe and the upgrades and downgrades?
Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. Yes, a lot of individuals bullish on Apple this morning. MoffettNathanson at the top of the list. And then Telsey Advisory Group giving the double nod to some of these retail names here. So American Eagle getting that price target raised to $18, and then Macy's also to $17. Now, Northland Capital raising the price target on Webull to $18. Now, on the downside, we have Seaport Research downgrading AMD, and then D.A. Davidson also downgrading Duolingo with a price target of $300. And then Figma by Morgan Stanley reporting earnings, price target lowered to $80. And then Salesforce as well. Guys, with that earnings report, BMO Capital Markets lowering that price target to $335.
Were you able to find out why that AMD was downgraded at all, or?
Yeah, it's like,
No. Okay, yeah. Because I was just thinking to myself too, like,
what are the comments?
yeah, Neil and I were like, this is down today, and it's down pretty decently there, trying to break through that 160 mark. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to find out about why. I didn't know if Joe had sort of come across that, but yeah, nice move there, and did not hold yesterday's levels. So I'm actually thinking of a short in this name for AMD. That's why I wanted to figure out what was going on, because NVIDIA still 5 straight down days or so, I think, for NVIDIA, maybe 4 or 5 straight down days now for NVIDIA, but they're up today. So yeah, that looks about right here for NVDA off earnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so today looking like it wants to be the 6th day of downness. You're up though today. So yeah, for me the most interesting name on here is going to be AMD. Just got to figure out what's up with that basically, and once we figure out that, then we'll put it on the sticky note. But 162, I like it short for AMD. If we get anywhere near yesterday's areas close, let's go short on AMD. I'm not really feeling the market right now either. So,
but the market's kind of blah. I mean, like we kind of mentioned, that losing that 50 period on AMD already is not that great. I just tried a quick little search to see if I could find some notes that this Seaport might have cited for AMD. But the other name on that list that's of at least some interest, because I think we're heading right back down in here for it to catch an upgrade, is Webull. Since their report, that's lost to 50. That's trending back down. It hasn't really found a bottom yet, at least, knock on wood. But we do have a double bottom for the last 2 days here on Webull at 1280. So double bottom. If it can hold on to that today, then I think you've got yourself a little bit of a post-earnings bounce level for Webull. The upgrade doesn't really matter to me. It's not doing enough volume that this ends up being a day trade. But certainly, we talk about just letting things settle down after they report. And obviously, this is one that you would like to have gone the other way. It head-faked everybody. Despite not that bad numbers, finally finding a little bit of a bottom here. So yeah, this will be on the list, I think, for a potential trade or swing tomorrow, because I'm looking to get back into it. And WCM, good tunes in the chat. GameStop, thank you for the super chat, first of all, $9.99.
GameStop.
And I love that you did the $9.99, because GameStop has earnings on September 9th. They are literally printing money with their power packs, that area in beta testing right now, plus PS2 sales, $9 billion cash in Bitcoin. You're thinking earnings to the upside. What's crazy about GameStop, excuse me, not that I'm sneezing, no, but what's crazy about GameStop is how incredibly sideways this stock has been going for so long. I can't remember, this is GameStop since June. $22, holding like a charm, and it hasn't even touched 25. So for this for the whole summer, effectively, most of the summer, this has been in a $2.50 range doing absolutely nothing. So I think if you break out of here, why wouldn't you want it? Forget about which direction it breaks. Usually, any stock that consolidates this long, I think part of it might need, if you get another Bitcoin rally, that could be another positive sign. If you get that, plus maybe some good earnings, I think you could throw that out there that it could go. But it's been crazy sideways, at least for now. I think you just, until the earnings, if you can get it at 22 or anything back into that 22, it's been holding. Why not? You just take a quick little shot in there on GME. So thank you for the super chat. But it's wild that this stock has not been moving for so long. Pure sideways action on GME for a while. it is not the squeeze play anymore, but that doesn't mean it can't come back into favor after earnings. Let's get on into it. It's already 9 o'clock. I know we've got our free watch list locked and loaded with a lot of earnings names to get to, and maybe check in on the markets.
64.58, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract, which is slowly catching up to that expiry date. All right, so the overnight low, guys, 64.54. So we're using that 50-point area as our support level for now. The overnight high is 73. So we're not going to say a 25-point range. We're going to say 6,500 if we really get going as resistance, Brendo.
All right. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take advantage of a free, absolutely fantastic resource. Jump down to the description of this video. Top link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Absolutely free. Again, every single day. Comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email. I was just counting up. There's probably 6 or 7 or 8 even analyst moves here, all positive and very positive on, there's a couple of price targets lowered, but for the most part, either maintaining overweight or maintaining buy, positive language behind all of them when it comes to Salesforce, even with this forecast, a bit of a mess, to say the least. We're seeing a nice bounce back here right now.
Well, it's getting cheap, Brendo. It's down 23% year to date, so maybe time to buy, depending on your look. So let's talk about EPS. Let's talk about how they did on their earnings. EPS came in at 291, beating the 278 expected by the street on revenue of 10.24 billion, beating the 10.14 and a 10% year-over-year increase on that top line number. With their net income a little bit shy of $2 billion, $1.89 billion in take-home money. Not a bad look there, but it was the disappointing forward guidance that sent this one about 5% or more after down after hours. Q3 EPS came in at 284 to 286. The midpoint there, 285 on revenue of 10.24 to 10.29 billion. That was a slightly light number. The full year guidance they maintain that same revenue outlook of 41.1 to 41.3 billion, but they did raise their EPS forecast to above estimates $11.33 to $11.37. Guidance was viewed as conservative by the street. Market reaction is shares are down 23% year to date, with the lagging basically all the other Dow components. They announced, though, a $20 billion share buyback expansion, bringing the total program now, Brendo, to about $50 billion. And yes, that Agentforce AI, they claim to have about 6,000 paid deals. Benioff emphasized it's not just about repackaging ChatGPT. These are unique products. The company's actually using their AI agents internally, and they announced an $8 billion acquisition of a company called Informatica, strengthening their data management push.
Just got one more to add to the list from Cantor Fitzgerald, reiterating overweight on Salesforce. Their price target up at 325 on CRM, guys.
That's dropped. What's interesting about that is, I don't know, the Informatica, like that buyout, like it's dropping for no reason that I can find out. CRM's still doing the deal, so it seems like it would be fine. But before we get to that, where would the super chat go? Well, there it is. The other one disappeared. Before we get to this, bada bing, bada ding, sorry, not bada bing, bada ding in the chat. SOLT, the 2X Solana, and no comment, just I guess you're bullish on Solana today. That's what I'm gonna get. That's what I'm gonna take from that. So shout out to you and appreciate the super chat. Look, don't like that guide from CRM. This is one that had been running into earnings. The spot that I think is important, if you look at it, it's like a triple bottom here at around 230. I think if it loses 230, I think this is in trouble. That said, we're already bouncing. So the opportunity to maybe catch it off of that 230 level is now, I'd say, near zero because we're at $242. So the bounce has kind of already happened in here. I think you got to let this one settle down for a couple of days. But if it loses 230 this week, I think they're going to be in trouble here. So it looks like we just got news on Lucid. Lucid announced it's closed a $300 million investment into the company by Uber. So Uber and Lucid, oh, wow, look at that. Massive spike in Lucid shares on that news. Already then. Yeah, back to CRM and AEO. Oh my goodness. You can't even, there's 100,000 shares of volume and it popped like 5 cents. Okay, fine. 10 cents maybe. 15 if we're being nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, well, Lucid's...
Well, it's not down. It's up 1%.
Yeah, Lucid's been done for a minute there. Look, I like all of the upgrades, obviously, here for Salesforce. I mean, down 5% doesn't seem that bad. I mean, the expected move was actually higher than this. The expected move was 7 or 8% there on Salesforce. I like Mark Benioff. It's taken them a while to get this all figured out. The Informatica deal is an old one, just closing now. So, yeah, it's bouncing basically off of support again. So I really like that play there off 230, 233, 234. So, yeah, I like that there. Oh, Buffalo Bills and SoFi. Okay, Josh Allen there. So
Bye.
everyone taking handouts these days. But there it is right there. 230. At least he's not Kawhi Leonard. 230 to 235. I mean, I hope that's not a Kawhi Leonard situation down there. SoFi, a much bigger company. But I like this. 230 to 235. Great support. That's obviously where it's been. So I think it's a long now. If you're not in Salesforce, I would take a shot. Normally it's a 3-day rule. I'd take a shot down here right now, pick something up around 240 and see what winds up happening. So yeah, I really, I like that play moving to the upside. I didn't see Benioff last night. Someone there in the chat says he wasn't that great on Mad Money, but I know Jim Cramer loves him, so I'm not sure what exactly was going on there or anything like that. But Neil's looking up that SoFi news.
No, I'm looking up what's going on.
I just wanted to see if anything was happening with it. I don't know, man. Hopefully they get their money out of Josh Allen here and they can get a nice upside bump. But no movement. If you look at SoFi, it's not moving at all right now. So we can poke fun at Lucid with that Uber deal and poke fun at SoFi here with Josh Allen. But the thing starts tonight, so NFL should be a lot of fun starting there tonight. I'm either at the ballpark till 10:30 or at hockey till 8:30. It's just a matter of whatever the rain hits. Tonight. So I'll be able to see the second half.
I thought the rain was gonna stop.
It's supposed to stop, but it was raining really bad. So I'm hoping that it stops at some point.
Come on, rain. I got no one going tonight. Although I'm just gonna remind you, we probably need to make our suicide picks because tonight's game is one of the better odds. I kind of like Arizona versus
we have to
Saints, but
Arizona versus
Philly is one of the bigger favorites. One of the bigger favorite teams. Before we go back to the desk here, the gap is halted news pending. So there it is. I mean, I could show you the level 2, but like it's essentially halted.
They're also signing Sydney Sweeney. That
would be hilarious if. No, they're probably not, but it's somewhat related to our next company, which is going to be AEO. But gap halted news pending. We'll see if we don't have that news matriculate on in. But we know what the news is with American Eagle.
Yep.
It's flying.
AEO, I was just looking at this one as well. SoundHound downside right now, partnering with Primary Health, rolling out Dennis, the name of it, an AI-powered patient engagement platform. So it didn't really move on that, but SOUN with a headline there as well. Let's talk about AEO, biggest one to the upside by far this morning on a beat. Trying to get back to highs right now. Again, right across the board, wasn't much negative about this.
Oh, baby, Brendo. That's all I got to say. Oh, baby. So this was one of my swing trades. American Eagle, big move aftermarket, surging nearly 24% into pre-market trading, fueled by excitement over the high-profile celebrity campaigns. More on that in a second. Still has a dated short float here of about 16.6%, with the shares still down about 18%. That's prior to the move. So we'll have to see where it closes out on the day. It could be break even. So as we know, they launched campaigns with Sydney Sweeney and NFL star Travis Kelce, but they also have a lot more. They got Coco Gauff, Jenna Ortega, and Kelsey's True Colors brand. The fall denim line, their Great Jeans campaign, brought in what the company's calling an unprecedented new customer acquisition, according to the CEO. So I'll have to see how that sales outlook does. Speaking of the sales outlook, comparable sales, Brendo, expected to rise in the low single digits for the quarter, and their annual sales outlook, they're calling actually for a 1.1%, better. They're actually, their comparable sales are supposed to be flat. Analysts were calling for a 1.1% drop.
She has good genes.
I would agree.
Apparently.
Yeah. Stock has good.
I'm disagreeing with that. There's still chocolate left?
Last one.
I didn't even eat this.
We had extra ones.
Tiny little.
You have another one, right?
Henry, nah. Look, AEO, I think it's got a chance to go even more than this. You can't discount the short float, right? And I mean, ultimately, I'll be kind of curious to see what the gap news is in a second, but I'm assuming it's not going to be anything too much more exciting than 27% up good same-store sales surprise. Ultimately, you've also got all this free advertising that they're getting out of this as well, which is absolutely humongous. Right? Like, just you can say whatever you want about country. There's no such thing as bad advertising. So either way, more eyeballs and then more people buying the jeans, and that's all that really matters. And then short sellers get scared, which I think they are. And if it breaks about 1770, that's another local high. But until that happens, you're still inside range. I liked all the way back into 16.3. 16 and a third is kind of where I was willing to be a dip buyer off the open, because I do suspect that you'll get some profit taking close enough to that resistance level. So if we get down into that 16.3 to 16.5 area, that's where I'm looking for the dip buy on AEO, and to keep our ears to the ground on that gap halt.
Look, I have it right here on the stick. You know, you can go find it. I'll put this. It's also on Instagram. I'll put that up in a second as well. Right here, I think the short is right here, actually. So 1750 to 18. I mean, I don't know. That it's where it is right now. Strong quarter, short float 25%. The reason why I put but, I think the quarter was great. There's no doubt about that. But the fact that it's up more than double what its expected move was obviously has something, because it's being fueled there. And I just looking right here at this level, like we said, AEO just finally now starting. And look, it was a pick that I made yesterday as well, right? So, but again, I'm not in it. We just talked about a big potential runner. So it ran right into this level again, going back all the way, trying to put this stock green for the year. That's a great accomplishment, obviously, on a big, huge move. But like, so this was a little bit of a follow through there. Then it came back in. Then this was a nice move. Then it came back in. That was a huge move, came back in and went lower. So this is now a nice move. So let's wait to see what that next play is here for AEO. If they like it, they'll hold it green on the year. If they don't, this will bring it right back down. So I'm going to use 18, because I wrote down 1750 to 18, right? So the fact that we're here right now, like I said yesterday with Tesla, I'm not trying to make a trade within the first minute or so on American Eagle Outfitters, not when it's ripping around like that. So we'll wait. I'll put an offer. Wait a minute, I'm going to try 100 shares. Do I have to pay for shorts? This is something that you should always do first. No. So right there. So at least 100 shares is free. So we'll sit up there at 1780 or so, take a short, see if it holds 18. If not, then we'll fly out of this one. American Eagle Outfitters, again, a huge name, huge number today. Small cap name. It's $2 billion market cap. Has a chance to go even higher than this, 28%. Double the expected move. I like the stock. I think it goes higher.
Oh, man. 3 funny videos. Figma just broke day lows here, staying pretty red on the day, to say the least here. Bit of a mess as far as the earnings are concerned here for Figma. There is a portion, you were mentioning before we came on here, there's a portion of the lockup that's expiring today as well.
Yeah, so I'll just get to that right away, because I was typically at the end. So the lockup expiration today, 25% though of employees, guys, are freed on September 4th. So with another tranche locked up until August of 26. In fact, large investors holding over half of the Class A shares of the company agreed to that extended lockup, adding to the price stability of the company. So only 25% unlocks today. So keep that in mind. Let's talk about how they did, Brendo. Their first earnings report since the July IPO, down sharply from the IPO debut high of 115, though still well above that $33 initial IPO price, despite the results beating expectations, partly due to concerns about the future growth of and moderation is why we're selling off. Q2 results, let's talk about that break-even EPS with no estimate on revenue of $249.6 million. That beat the $248.8 expected by the street, and revenue continues to grow nicely, about 41% year over year, up from that $177 million they printed last year when they were a private company, by the way. Net income turned positive, Brendo, taking a little bit less than $1 million, $846,000, compared with a loss of $827,000 last year. Adjusted operating income comes in at $11.5 million, with that's in line with guidance, and their Q3 revenue guiding $263 to $265 million, implying about a 33% upside from the current levels.
Just checking the float size here. Total outstanding is 487 million, but 163.3 million shares are available. So 40-ish. Potentially, if it's 25% of that, could be available to sell today. So pretty weak here, guys, for FIG today.
Yeah, and with that limited lockup, And considering that that's still a very healthy gain for anyone that got the issue price, obviously, it's all the reason in the world to see some potential profit taking. It's already broken out the lows, so you can throw out, I can essentially throw out like 61.5, maybe not yet the pre-market high. If we get some kind of a pullback into the upside, it'll be SSR, so it's over 10% down, so you'll have the uptick rule in effect right away at the open. Sometimes you catch a bit of a bid there, but I'm only really looking short here. This is a situation where it's their first report, so price action is going to be king, and it's confirming the continuation of a downtrend. So I don't see any reason to look in any other direction than to look to short some pops, right? Like this stock had essentially one good day, and since then, maybe there's like a second bounce in here off of like $80 or so, but it's had only a couple of good moments in what has been a slide, and it's still trying to find a home. And with that lockup, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be looking for some kind of a sell to come in. I'm open to the idea that it's going to bounce, but that's just to look for an opportunity to be short, right? Because it's not as if I expect shares to just dump in at 930. That could happen. But if the stock starts going up, I expect there to be selling going into any of these upward moves, especially that volume weighted average price. If I see VWAP holding, and I know there's a bunch of shares that just got released, yeah, I can see all the reason in the world to join that party.
Yeah, Figma, Adobe tried to buy them. They came to market. They were hyped up. Now they're getting back in. I think that Adobe value is something like around $20 or $30 on this stock. So with lockup happening, it's not going to be a good idea here. Figma short for sure. And I think you can just go short all day. There hasn't really been, in its lifetime, look, it was a great IPO, believe me when I tell you that. But, there hasn't really been very much to celebrate. And it's going to continue today. So breaking lower, I don't know. I'm not hearing anybody talk too positively about the space right now. You could just look at Adobe, like one of their competitors. Like if you just sort of try to think about what this stock is also doing, it's down. And right now, software as a service just isn't popping. And we're going to have to wait to see if Figma and Adobe can hold some of these lows. I don't like the space. I would much rather put some money to work on CRM today than Figma or any of these artsy software as service programs. So, anyways, that's it for Adobe and Figma. AI tanks. So it'd be kind of cool when they put AI into tanks. That, of course, would be Palantir. So shout out to Palantir. But
probably already.
I think we're actually talking about C3 AI, not AI in tanks.
I'm guessing we are.
I was listening to a podcast, Jay Leno's Garage. Jay Leno owns 2 tanks.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Because of course he
would be nice to be in his family once, that car collection, getting that passed down.
Can't you drive a tank I think we've had this discussion before. Can't you go to Vegas and drive tanks?
Yeah, there's probably an area or maybe, not just Nevada, but I think, there's
they probably don't let you. You could probably.
I don't think you can fire it. Well, no, I think if you got a permit, probably could.
Do you get to just, you guys, everyone in the chat, is there somewhere in the U.S. that you can actually not only drive a tank, but you could go around and blow some stuff up?
Yeah.
Can you blow stuff up?
Yeah, I think if you have a permit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I know there's a lot of stuff you can do. I just have no idea.
Yeah. I think if you have a permit and it's in a registered zone or safety, but
I'd probably enjoy driving over stuff more, anyways.
Once I had my second kid, I had to give my tank back.
Well, that's a shame.
So I don't know. Anyways, back over the desk.
Yeah. Just quickly, T. Rowe Price, new highs here. Goldman taking a $1 billion stake in TROW. Huge pop here for this stock. Doesn't typically move that much, but they're going to team up on retirement investment planning funds. So TROW for anyone who might have that. Decent move here this morning as well. Let's go to C3AI. Not much good to say about this one. This is what, 2 or 3 different executives that have been swapped in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and the previous CEO, Brendo, was sadly he was losing his vision, and so they had to replace him. Now it's Stephen Eichan. appointed CEO effective September 1st. So let's talk about how they did. Weak fiscal Q1 earnings, guys, and a CEO transition, as Brendo mentioned. The company's really faced a lot of volatility in recent months due to the leadership uncertainty. But their revenue is not promising here, Brendo. Less than $100 million in revenue on the quarter, $70.3 million versus the $87.2 that they printed last year. So it's declining revenue, significant year-over-year decline, with their GAAP net loss also widening, about 86 cents loss per share versus the 50 they lost last year. So more bottom line losses as well. And the new CEO, that one that came in September 1st, he's built and sold, Brendo, 2 tech companies to Salesforce, bringing, that scaling experience back to the company. Former CEO, as I mentioned, revealed earlier this year that he was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease and he's losing his vision. So wish him all the best.
Yeah, if you zoom out on this thing, you got to go all the way back to 2023 to find really any kind of levels here. 1450 down to 14 possibly. I mean, we're right back to recent lows once again here, guys, for C3 AI.
Yeah, and I don't know, I kind of prefer, like, the continuation on Figma seems like the better way to go out of the two, but only because C3 AI, at least for now, it's back above the prior 52-week low, and if you look at it in the aftermarket, it bounced off 14, and then this morning we bounced off 14. So you've got like a double barrel bounce at the 14 level and then holding 14.5 going into the open. So I'm going to, this is not the one that I think I want to fade on C3AI. I'm open to it if it tries some ridiculous gap fill. I think there might be a sell that comes in there, but I'm just kind of feeling Figma a little bit more for the short, and I mean, some other, we talked about some other names as well, like AMD. I haven't mentioned Palantir, so this is my opportunity to mention Palantir because Palantir broke that streak of consecutive, we're going to break the 50 on the daily, but we're going to close above it. Well, yesterday it closed underneath for the first time since April, under the 50-period moving average. It's been underneath, it just had never closed underneath that price, and 156, just essentially looking at 156. It's been a key level, it was in the afternoon, and the prior day is support, and the prior day is support, and the day before that is support, because that's that 50-period on the daily. So I'm looking short under that price today. Much more likely to be trading that than C3 AI, which did tank, but at least it's bouncing off 14.
Look, obviously it's a problem. We don't want to, pass light on anything medical because, I'd hate to see someone suffer from anything, and he's having some hearing issues. But not only did the CEO lose his hearing, but he lost shareholder wealth. I mean, this name has been absolutely. This was $170. Now, I know that this was during the hype of everything, and there's lots of stocks that look like this, right? But then we also made our way back up to 150 again. And then all of a sudden, it's just, this is a weekly chart for C3 AI. So I don't know, there's no way that I'd be involved in this. You want to talk about AI bubbles and things like that? I mean, here's a perfect example of one. So I'm not excited about it. I didn't look it up. C3 AI, definitely not floating my boat right there. The monthly chart, I mean, looks the same right here. It's getting crushed. 52-week highs of $45, now $14. I mean, the demise of this stock has obviously much more to do with the CEO. So yeah, I'm staying clear away from this. I have really no interest in trading it. I think it could move around due to, I'm expecting a really high short float, like in the 20s, I would think. Let's just, oops, I got to go to details. Let's just see what it is here on that stock. And it's, yes, sure, it is 26%. So nailed that one. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not loving C3 AI today. I'm going to stay away from there. Just better stock ideas. I mean, I would fade Eddie Pops, but with that short float, we've seen this turn around. So in order to sit here and try to predict what AI is going to do, I have no idea. The turnaround is going to have to be sparked by this new CEO, and I don't know. For me, it's a nothing burger there today, unless we pop. If we can pop a little bit and give us a top, then we'll look to fade it. But yeah, Figma, AI, the weak names today, I think continue to get weaker. I think this Nasdaq turns red pretty soon too. So. Yeah, I'm little red on the day overall, I think now. I like Amazon long, I like Tesla long, AMD fade, AEO fade. So those are my trades so far. Let's go back over the desk and talk about, Tesla.
All right, let's go to Tesla here first. Model Y L, 10,000 daily orders in China. That's the Extendo version of the Model Y with the extra seating. Sharif and I were just talking about this chart. This is a daily chart of Tesla getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter in this consolidation. Going to resolve one way or the other here pretty soon.
Multi-month, Brendo, feels like that tight range. Yeah, so as you mentioned, 10,000 daily orders so far, 120,000 total for the new Model YL, they're calling it. It's a 3-row SUV out in China. They like that kind of car there. The Model YL, as I mentioned, 6-seater version, very popular in China, priced at about $47,150. Conversion featuring an 84-kilowatt battery and a driving range of a little bit less than 400 miles, 391 miles on that bad boy there. They announced a price model cut as well in their Model 3 a few days ago. That's a long-range model. They dropped the price by about 3.7%. They continue to face sales weakness, though, in China, Brendo, despite with registration, down 27% year over year during that August 14th to 24th window. But Deutsche Bank data shows that Tesla sold about 54,000 units in August in China, which is up 29% versus July. But year over year, we're looking at a 17% decline.
Just confirming here, but lots of people are reporting it now. Italian designer Giorgio Armani, 91-year-old Giorgio Armani has died. So some sad news, guys.
It's a good life.
Yeah,
91.
It'll be all right.
Celebrate that. Celebrate that. Because at the end of the day, live a good life.
91
But
is huge.
obviously, not great for your family. But at the end of the day, I think you want to celebrate a good life. Going just before we get into Tesla, there were a few small imbalances here. Baba is a 460,000 sell. NIO is 330 to the sell side. American Eagle is 330 to the buy side. Nothing crazy. Open Doors 270,000. So Baba looks like it's the biggest to the sell side. Is that Chinese stock is not doing a heck of a lot after that crazy run a couple of days ago. It's weird. But the Tesla, the 200 period is kind of the only place that I'm really that interested in for today. It's just shown you the bounce yesterday at 330. So it's a, I don't want to say it's a slim chance. It's not as good of a chance that it gets all the way down there. It's certainly possible, but that's the only level that's interesting to me. It's kind of diddling in the middle as we speak, and just a few other names that we've gone over that I like a little bit better straight away at the open. And someone asked me what the tap was on Gap. It has not moved. There is no news that I have seen on Gap for that halt news pending. We'll bring it to you as soon as we have it.
Look, Tesla's expecting its highest deliveries in a quarter ever. So whatever happened to like Tesla not selling cars? Highest deliveries ever in a quarter expected for Tesla. Here it is on Kalshi. They're looking for 500,000. The highest ever is 485. So yeah, that's where we are on Kalshi. So I don't, there's over 1.5 million bet or whatever on that website. But I like Tesla. It's written here today on the note. And it's one of the top names, 335 long. Yesterday we had a huge dip. So I was going to say wait for that level to develop. Yesterday we had a $14 winner top to bottom on Tesla, which was nice. But this is what happened first. So we lost our way here trying to support 330. Then it came into 328 and then boomed. And we had this long only for it to give it up near the end of the day. So for me, looking for 335 right into here, some of that last minute support that we had yesterday before that move higher and then into the close lower. So I'm looking for 335 there on Tesla, as we expect highest deliveries per quarter ever on Tesla. So it's not even like I'm bullish on the stock. I surprised on that number that's what people are expecting, because all we hear about is the demise of this car business. Okay, so Rivian downside there today. I just wanted to see what they were doing. I mean, the whole market kind of pulled back there, definitely in the space yesterday. I did want to check on some bank names here quickly, because JP Morgan, okay, good, still over 300. I wanted to see what was trying to hold this market up, because energy, not great there yesterday. But energy's been okay. We had a nice move here to the downside. Whoops, yesterday in XLE. So we don't even think we mentioned energy once yesterday, but that was a nice downside play there as you watch out for energy and gold. So my trades today, Tesla that 335 long. We'll wait to see if AMD can get going to the short side. I wrote down 161 to 162, 161.50, so we'll wait for that. Amazon, we like to dip by opportunities as well. We only have 40 seconds now until we go, but this name is almost over. right here. It's up 2.5%. So you gotta. This really needs a pullback for me to get excited about Amazon. I'm not feeling the long at these levels. And then AEO is already at our $18 short level. So this one risky. I completely understand that that's a risky play there, but we're using the daily chart to find some levels on American Eagle Outfitters. So with 31% right now and 10 seconds left, it should be a good one.
Yeah, and this bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex on a Thursday. Obviously a lot of earnings to get to, but let's ring that opening bell. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
Already started. Alphabet,
Whoa, what just
day
happened
2
there?
after that, obviously
I already
positive
got
ruling.
Tesla?
That
Okay.
bad boy is moving. It was trying to move to the upside. Now it's heading back a little bit here. Is going to be Google, Amazon, not really doing anything off of the open. Palantir, I like 156. That's not coming in. Actually, Amazon broke the high and starting to pull back in a little bit there. And then Salesforce right back into the lows. So CRM, the big earnings name. I don't want to say dumping. Dumping's the wrong word, but selling off a little bit here at the open.
So I just took like basically 25% of a unit, so a quarter of a unit here. Tesla just came in immediately. It dropped $3 right off the open. It was $357.50. It came right into $335. It's a level that we had talked about. Right into there, $330 and change will be the kill zone for me on Tesla. So yeah, it's coming in real quick right now. We said that we wouldn't get involved until we saw a bottom, and of course it's 9:30 and 0 seconds, and we're in. So a little more patience required here for Tesla, but it is falling back. Look, I mean, we're out of the money 70 cents. I'm not worried about it, but it is this level right here yesterday that we are worried about. That little down tick is to 332. I don't want to hold that far. If this breaks 333, then I think we can safely get out. But right now we are into Tesla. Okay, the market's trying to go. Let's go find over what Apple's doing. Of course, it's trying to get back to green, but I'm waiting for 340, 240 to break 340
Amazon
eventually.
just broke the high again.
Yeah, that's.
There was no dip buy in this stock.
Exactly, and that's what I was
didn't even
saying.
break VWAP.
It's like you have these trades, and it's like sometimes you just got to try to make them, and if they're available, even though you like the long, sometimes you don't get those dip buy opportunities at all. So
well, Google could be coming back in. If you like a dip buy in Google, I like 227 a little bit more than the $1.50 it is away from that right now. So I might stick the order in, see if we can't get 227 high or something like that here on Alphabet. Like some continuation there, but it was Amazon. Let's be real, that's the one that we want. I'm trying to pick it up in front of that volume weighted average price. That's an if we're able to get it at this point. I can cancel my order $2 down there and see if we can't get something going. Amazon, there was a positive note about AWS, and then there was AMD's tanking too?
Yeah, it's breaking 159. We've got a good winner there in Tesla. I mean, Tesla's up 50 cents, so we're okay with Tesla right now. We took the shot on AEO.
Money, 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 money.
Okay. So there goes American Eagle Outfitter. Bang, 25 cents in the money right now. It does get as high as 1830. I still think it can get back to there. So although I don't know, we're short American Eagle Outfitters right now at 1780. So it's going to be hopefully a good trade, but really early. I'm going to get another piece out here at 62. So out in some 50s, out in some 60s. Let's see if it fades back out, but that was that first initial push. We maybe should have just covered it all at VWAP. So here we go. I already have a stop breaking through that high, so I think it's well worth it, man. We were short at 82s. Our best out is 30 cents. We also got 60s as well. So we have some good trades going on there. And by the way, we're doing it again. I mean, this is just, I don't know, like yesterday, Neil, we picked up Tesla. Here it is right now. I don't know if you're in any positions, not yet. It's a $2 winner right there for Tesla to start the day. So here we go, man. So far, 2 for 2, AEO and Tesla. But there it goes. So this was another play that we had made on our note here. The number one trade today, Tesla long at 335. Now you can see where this is, 337 and change. There's the fill at 335. That's what it is. So hopefully some of you guys have that. And I'm just going to sit down and chill out right now and see how far this thing can go up.
Yeah, great look over there. And just Amazon is completely gone. I know we're going to have an opportunity to go over the news again, but Amazon is now up 3.5% and $234 and absolutely screaming. The market's trying to break out the highs. but this one is it's just gonzo. Definitely happy with the long term here, but we wanted to grab this one on any kind
Let's
of
go
bid.
AEO.
Look, we had some kind of a chance, but there's pretty much nothing happening at this point. Going back over to Palantir did run that 156 and now dropping back in heavily. So the opening range, at least for the first couple of candles, is going to close back under that 50-period moving average. That's my over-under on the daily. If under, short. If over, do not. I only wanted to be short this today, so not going to stand in front of a falling knife. But the market at the highs, and this just rejected 156 pretty heavily. So I'm going to get my orders in, see if we can't short it back into that 156. Because the market's strong, let it come to me. The market's trying to break out here. Google going, Amazon going, Palantir trying to go, and obviously AMD, which was the other name, not doing anything.
Oh, AMD.
So AMD, yeah, I got my order in there, but we're just going to have to cancel it. It's shorted pretty much at 160. I'm not going to short this price here. With the market breaking out, allow it to come to you at this particular moment. So just going to be a little bit patient with this one. Patience can pay off here. I don't want to be fighting anything. If it's not at my entry prices, I don't have to trade it.
Yeah, look, for me, same way here, because we're just trying to be patient today. It's $2.50 or so we just took on Tesla. American Eagle Outfitters, it was a good short, and we got more coverage there. This time we got 45s. Let's see what it wants to do. It's getting the feels to me like, because we keep on bouncing off of VWAP right there, that we do, that's twice now. It's twice in 3 minutes that we bounced off of those levels. So looks like the buyers are still coming in for AEO. So a good couple outs down there, position pending whether or not we can get a W on this one or not. Obviously we've cashed some out, but we've only got out of like 15%. So need to get out of some more to make that one sing just a little bit. Looking at this name here for Tesla, look, yesterday it went $14. Do I think it's going to go today? I mean, there's a big, huge move there in the NASDAQ, and it doesn't look like Tesla wants to. It had a big move up, but it looks like we may have just exhausted a little bit up there, and here it comes right back in again. So 337.50. Let's note that and think about that as a recent high. See if we can get that again. So yeah, we're just going to wait for that. And then the other trade, of course, that we had mentioned down here on the sticky note was AMD. We like that short. We like Amazon long. So we had Tesla long, AEO short, Amazon long, AMD short. So if we can go over and just check out Amazon, I know Neil is just looking at that as well, but that's gone as well. So yeah, happy, joy, a name that we were getting longer in. But here it comes back in again. I'm going to put another bid in the 50s for AEO, and then after that, just leave it alone right now, as this relatively small cap name here, just over 2 billion, looks to, again, rip faces off.
It is a small, well, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Looking to rip faces off right now on AEO. I don't know. So far, we're protecting our upside by going short. So, 11, 110, 600 right now. If there's any news or anything popping through, we'll get a DARA on the ones and twos. And so get ready for anything there. We could take a quick look. Okay, we will go to DARA in a second. Just a quick look on Figma, just to see what that's doing. Still down that 19, 20% now. And see you later. I mean, that one name obviously was a short. And this is what I said about C3 AI. Like, always a chance, right?
It's a squeeze
that gets squozed.
Too bad CRM can't squeeze.
Yeah, is that still going down?
CRM down 7%. It just tagged a new fresh low. Before we go back over to Adara Palantir, it came back in, remember 156, we liked it, allowed it to come back into 56. It's at the volume weighted average price now. I've taken some out into VWAP, but I want to see this ideally, and again, I always hope the stocks go up, but with the pattern on the daily chart, I'm looking for it to at least retest down into 154 where there was all this chop zone. So that's going to be the target here on this name. Amazon, with the market coming in, this might be the only opportunity to get Amazon at VWAP at 233. Let's look for a bounce at that price as we go to Adara.
Amazon.
Just be aware here of AMZ. And in terms of the story on this, there are actually a couple. You can check some of them out on X at TTV Research. Sorry, not X, on our watch list in the morning. We do have some of those catalysts. They actually acquired an Indian-based fintech firm, or specifically in the lending space. But I also want to let you guys know, we had Business Insider reporting. Apparently, they now have quick suite software to help increase its AI agent game, I guess. So keep an eye here in AMZ, and there were a couple different catalysts on this one, including this AI agent related report from Business Insider. Nothing new, though, to explain the pop right at the open. Back to you.
I mean, You know, that's what we're looking for, catalysts. And the thing is that, oh, this is Neil's Twitter right there. I was looking to see what your picks were earlier. But here it is right here. AMD right there, 161.50 to 162 short. Downgrade, I wanted to fade pops, but unfortunately, there really wasn't any pop. So I always battle with these ideas, like, we're thinking long or short, but sometimes the move goes the other way against you early, and then you're like, what have I done? And then you're averaging in, and I just find like those are my biggest losers when I'm starting to average into positions that I'm just off on the price. Might be right on the direction, but wrong on the price. But today, it was right on direction, and just other than, being more confident, hitting that pre-market low right here, I don't see a trade right now in AMD. I mean, this is 156.30. So that kind of a break right there maybe, but yeah, I don't know if we have an opportunity maybe to short the sector. Remember we do, okay, so NVIDIA's up because it's Broadcom's story, right? This is what we're worried about. Exactly. 306 right now, up 1.36%. So, I mean, whether or not Broadcom leads the way here, you're up 1% today on this name and down 2% on advanced micro devices. So definitely something to worry about. But there's the market pulling back into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. We did get, no, we didn't get anything. We got a little more reloaded there. We took another short. So that's what it was. My net was moving around here. I was like, why is that? But AEO, we did get filled there at O's. We got 99s actually. So we'll take another out there at 87. We go over to Neil because I shake my head because I see the stock and it's like we talked about that this was a death note for them.
I was literally laughing at that news, not the Lucid Uber news, not moving the stock to the upside. I just didn't think it was going to tank 10% off of the open. You've got to be kidding me. It's only 7.5% now, but Lucid, this is now 3 days in a row. This is what happens on reverse splits more often than not is the best way to think about it. I'm looking over at AMD as a disappointing missed opportunity, and I'm going to double check where SMCI is because that was very weak all day yesterday, and this could be a continuation on SMCI. A bit of a flat bottom break at 40 here. Yeah, I want to join this short if I can't get any kind of reasonable price on AMD. Then joining this underneath the pre-market low in VWAP is going to make some sense to me. Palantir is now cleared out 155, so it's getting right down into those lows. I'm expecting a bounce off these lows, I think, for obvious reasons. Like, how many times did it bounce this area in the last couple of days? Bounce, 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 bounce. Yesterday, double bottom here in around 153.5 and 154. Oh, I just heard Gap.
I was going to say, did we get the Gap news, Adara? Because Gap is...
It's open.
Yeah, so
it's open, so the news has to be out.
I'm not seeing any news on it, weirdly enough, but it is open. I'm still looking into this. That's what I was going to let you guys know. Gap is open, but I literally am not seeing any news here on Benzinga. I'm not even seeing on Benzinga that it reopened, but the stock has reopened. I'm going to look into this. Again, I'm not seeing a news release here. And in 3 minutes, we do have S&P Services and Composite PMI.
All right, so good enough. Adara's going to get that. Her and Sharif are looking it up. So thanks, guys, for that here today. So, yeah, we're going to find out about gapping, just 2%, though. It's definitely not a huge move by any stretch of anybody's imagination. So there goes Gap up 2%. We can see what's going on. I mean, look, man, I don't know if anybody's following the ideas or not, but there goes AEO right now. Boom, right there. Huge move to the downside here for American Eagle Outfitters. Yeah, it's pretty huge, man. I mean, it was $18 down to 17, down to 17.20. There it is, man. Yeah, we got it right now, and we got it good right here. So far, so good on this play with American Eagle Outfitters. I was catching a little bit of flack in the chat as people were talking about it being a little bit of a dangerous short. Hey, I admitted that this was a dangerous short. So, but Danger is my middle name, potentially. It's not, but, and I'm not very dangerous as a trader. I'm pretty risk adverse. But here we go. Let's go. Was that another call for Adara or no? Yes, okay. Over to Adara.
Here's the Gap news. They just announced they're going to be strategically expanding into the beauty and accessory space, in addition to apparel, which they already do. Strategic expansion announcement here for Gap. In less than 2 minutes, we will get the S&P services and services and composite PMI. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So that doesn't seem like the the biggest news over there for Gap, but to each their own.
Yep.
I thought we were going to get something a little more exciting than that when you halted in the pre-market. But
you thought it was going to gap higher, basically.
No, I thought there was going to be, I thought there would be something bigger. That's a good pun.
It's all right.
I don't have the joke drums with me. But 154 ended up bouncing in Palantir here. So 56 to 54.5 for me. There's a pretty decent bottoming tail candle. Palantir has an affinity for bouncing pretty heavily when it does have a drop off of the open. So I want to respect that. Look for 156 again if we're able to catch it. But so far that's the only trade because Amazon doesn't want VWAP. It's nowhere close to it. It's kind of consolidating up here on Amazon. And multiple positive stories here for them and looking very solid. Google, however, is testing the low. So Google might actually get down into 227 here. So, this is an area to look for a bounce on Google. But we're going to go to Adara first and get some economic data. But double bottom here on Alphabet.
S&P Services and Composite PMI both coming in lower than expected. Services PMI 54.5 versus 55.4 expected. S&P Composite PMI 54.6 versus 55.3 expected. So again, both these S&P Services and Composite PMI below estimates. We will get at 10 a.m. ISM Services PMI and Stephen Moran's Senate nomination hearing with regards to his Fed, candidacy. So I'll certainly be watching that for you guys starting at 10 and cover all of it. Back to you.
All right, there's some decision here that's just happened that's affecting Bitcoins and everything. BMNR, their big move to the downside is what I'm hearing right now.
The NASDAQ was supposed to be cracking.
Down 5%. MSTR as well. So there's something, the NASDAQ, what did you hear what it was?
I thought something about the NASDAQ cracking down on something about crypto investment.
Okay, so she'll look into that, but there's MSTR slightly down. It doesn't look like it's affecting the actual coins themselves, as it looks like, as Neil was just mentioning, SBET.
Yeah, like SBET's the one down the most.
Yeah, well, BMR, they're both the same. They're both down 5.
BMNR, is it BN?
BMNR.
MNR.
Yeah, BMNR, as in Neil Roberts. BM Neil Roberts.
That makes it easier to remember.
But there you go. So I got you. But you know what's going on here is Tesla. We had said that we'd have to give this a little bit of room, and we did do that, of course. So here goes Tesla right there, nicely gathered back up. There's the 335 long. Someone said if we took the 335 long, you would have lost. Okay, then you didn't take 250. I can't. This is what Neil and I can't control where people get in or out. We're just talking about some ideas. My out here is a break of 333. We were really close to getting stopped out there. So that part is true. But here we go. Now it's coming back up to the upside. Hey, man, it's 80 cents in the money right now for Tesla and 35 cents in the money. Well, no, AEL just came back, actually. So we just got to fill there for 53 cents. Let's see if it pulls back just a little bit here on AEO. We're going 2 for 2 so far over here. Neil's got the SMCI position on, so that should be an exciting one as well. But Tom Lee right now, BMNR. So there it goes. Nice downside play there as Adara's got the story. It is the NASDAQ scrutiny of companies. So let's go over and figure out if Adara's got a take on this or what it is.
So this actually is not out of the blue entirely. I did look into it, and apparently this was as of last week. The CFTC and NASDAQ announced they were going to be working together to crack down on what they deem crypto market manipulation. I guess in that space, it's also worth noting, too, this came out earlier as well, the NASDAQ specifically saying they're going to be tightening their rules for Chinese stocks and thinly traded stocks. I'm not seeing anything specifically that this new report has anything to do with crypto. Apparently, the information reported something about the crypto aspect of this. I'm not seeing anything on that. I'm still going to be looking into it here. But apparently, this newest report was more focused on Chinese quote-unquote pump and dumps. Back to you.
Chinese pump and dump.
Yeah, thank you so much there, Adara. And I don't think that bodes very well for those stocks. But you know what? The market does just fine. And if you're looking for exposure, Beta Pro by Globex has launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of the end of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical and sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca. /3x daily to learn more. Scan the QR code in front of you. I think this SBET, these guys are in trouble.
Choppy.
You don't want, yeah, they were already frothy to begin with. You got to be kidding me. Frothy to begin with, and now on top of it, you got this headline hitting them. But let it calm down for a bit. As Adara said, this isn't necessarily new. It's trying to bounce a little bit here. What the heck? Palantir was just at 150.
Yeah, the market just got hit.
When I started reading that Beta Pro thing, Palantir was coming right back up to the entry price. It's right back at the low of the day. This is wild. Let's go over to Adara.
Apparently, some of the concerns here, I'm going to look into Palantir, but with regards to crypto, I'm reading more about this information report. Specifically, I guess apparently they're going to basically introduce new requirements for how these firms can operate. These would include shareholder votes. And the issue here in terms of the crypto industry, how they feel, is that this could actually delay deals and introduce some more uncertainty into this stock market boom when it comes to the crypto space specifically. So they're just employing a couple safeguards, it looks like, into this process to avoid some of these massive booms. Apparently, so far, already this year alone, 124 U.S. listed companies have announced plans to get into the crypto treasury space. So it is something that's happening a lot. And I guess the NASDAQ is reportedly looking to respond to that. Back to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We talked about like crypto and Bitcoin in general needs catalysts. Obviously, that's not going to be one that you're looking to get right now, but we do have a new trade alert, and it's on Amazon. So, yeah, buddy. Again, we're only trading the names that are on here, right? It's Tesla, AMD, Amazon, AEO. AEO is a good one. It's coming back up, though. Tesla, we just had a little look there. And there's Amazon right now, man. I mean, this is what we got to do. We got to trade when we see trades available. So this pulled back into VWAP. So there it is right there. Nice move up. Yes, sir. 70 cents, Neil, in 1 minute right there on Amazon. And as Neil,
VWAP.
Right, exactly. So we're both
Shout out
in
to
this.
Brian.
Great. Shout out, yeah, to Brian Shannon there for sure.
I got to say
as we do that, we got his book over there. He's been away the last couple of weeks. So we'll wait for him to come back on Tuesday. But yeah, there it is. So doubled it up. Boom, boom, boom. I was telling Neil, I kept putting the wrong price. So I took the trade, then got stopped out, took the trade, and then we put the right price. So my stop, of course, was breaking this 233 area. So right into here, well worth it now. Nice upside play. Now 70 cents in the money for that name. We did not, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no. Yes, we did. We did get that price. Okay. So right before that dump down, I said I didn't think we got it, but we did. So that's 335.90. We got that price right there. Then it fell back in, and now Tesla on the precipice. I heard Neil, I think, say that word earlier, of losing its bid. And we said that we would wait to see if Tesla would give us something. Yesterday Tesla did, and it was a big winner. First big losers, then big winner. Relatively flat on the name on the day, but this gave us that level, and it was around now, 950, 940, where that move started to happen. So we'll see if Tesla can rinse out again here and give us something similar down into these levels. But I don't want to be part of that break. So if we break below, then I'm not waiting for anything to happen there. You could see what happened yesterday. Once we broke, we kept on going. So there could be a dramatic candle incoming for Tesla. But we'll hold it right now. It's in the money. Actually, sorry, this is out of the money, 60 cents down here at 334 right now. So in the money on our last take, out of the money in general.
Apple,
yeah, go ahead. I was just going to go to Figma, but
Apple high of the day breaking right now.
Ooh, who said Apple long? Nobody.
Meta did break the high of the day. Now it's starting to pull back. So the market is, when I say topsy-turvy, we've just essentially, you've rinsed the top, not broken the low, and now we've rinsed this wrong word. You failed the top, the overnight highs, and now we're kind of failing VWAP to push through.
Ooh, another one.
I think that's because we have this discrepancy between what's going on in some of these mags. Meta's giving it up, and Apple's continuing, and Google's giving it up, and it's just... There's a strength in Amazon, so it's 50-50, but it seems like resolving a little bit lower here. There was a wall at the $0.50 on Amazon.
Randy with the reload.
234.5.
Oh, really?
On Amazon. There was just a wall there. I tried to sneak in front. If we get up there again, I think it's probably a sell because this market is really turning around. This might be the opportunity to get into AMD.
I only got 234.07.
Yeah, AMD just failed VWAP as well. If you can't short it on the pop,
I'm going long Apple.
Then the continuation play to me is usually taking the shot. If we close this candle under VWAP, I'll join at the volume weighted average price, and then my stop would just be like this candle high, which is 159, sorry, 42. So yeah, if we can hold under that, I'm gonna look for the entry. But we gotta hold under VWAP first.
You know, we talked about Apple being the smartest player in the room. It's up 0.35. I don't know if that's true or not, but we're going to wait to see here a break of 240. I'm going to take this break. I mean, I do understand that it seems a little bit top heavy at this point, considering what the market's doing, and Apple just made that move up. But if we break that level there, I'm going to go. So nice pullback in. We don't. Just because I like the breakout does not mean I'm going to be dip buying this name, but if Apple does come in a little bit more, I could see something happening for this name. What is this price? That's $238.50. The problem is I'm long Amazon and Tesla, so I don't want to layer into Apple right here in case the market does go whoopsies. Apple will follow it. So I'd rather punch strength right now than buy dips. So good out there. We got another. Oh, no, we didn't. I was waiting at teens there. How high did we go? Right there, 06s. So I'm in Amazon right now at, oh, no, I'm 234.20s. So my best out was 07s, I believe, whatever that was. Yeah, so quickly in, and I don't want to say quickly out because we're not out yet, but this name right here in risk of falling out, Amazon. But we'll watch it. Again, another really strong name in the space is Amazon. All right, so C3AI was a name that started to go early. We talked about this with earnings.
Open Door's breaking.
They missed. Open Door would be a good one. Look at AI. AI was down 14% or something. Straight upside right there as new CEO. I mean, maybe that's part of it, right? We don't know the insides of that story, but a vision problem that they knew about causing him to step down.
I have a lot of details on that story. I'll talk about it probably during the midday if people care, because I'm going to get really detailed.
Okay, great. So we'll have to wait for the midday for that one. Join Adara on the midday. But as Neil just mentioned, good call there. I don't know if you saw it in the chat, but there goes Open Door.
I didn't have to see it in the chat.
Boy.
Because all I had to do was pull up the stock visualizer, because everybody in the chat, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can be in the chat, everybody. Everyone's putting in $, whatever symbol. Tesla, Open Door, AEO, Palantir, Amazon, all the ones we're covering actually. Gap, Neon was that stock that's down a bajillion% today. Robinhood, Apple, AMD. The only one that we haven't looked at is Robinhood on that list. But Open Door is at yesterday's high. There's a squeeze play potential, but I don't like breakouts in this stock. It's obviously above $5. That was the rule to go long yesterday. I think that kind of holds today. Look for that yesterday's high to give you a pullback opportunity here, anywhere near VWAP. And I want to be long into this bad boy. But let's go back over to Adara. I believe we just got another call.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here. I saw this a couple of minutes ago. I did put it on our headlines. You could have seen it on where the position board is. But we do have Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently Lisa Cook is now facing an official Department of Justice subpoena as part of this probe. So keep an eye here, I guess, on the market with regards to the Fed. It's also worth noting here on the Fed side of things, I mentioned this a bit earlier, but Stephen Moran, who Trump nominated to replace outgoing Fed Governor Adriana Kugler, he's going to be doing his Senate testimony with regards to that nomination at 10 a.m. I'll be listening to that. Apparently also at 10 a.m. we will have RFK Jr. testifying before the Senate with regards to the CDC. So that could be on watch as well. I'll be watching the Stephen Moran testimony, but keep an eye maybe on some of these pharma names as well. Last but not least, we do have at 10 a.m. just to get in, guys, ISM Services PMI. Stay tuned. I will be delivering those numbers for you promptly. Back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, so those are coming out in just 3 minutes. So I'm trying to get out. I'm not trying to get out of anything, but we will take another fill right there on 234. So 234, we just took an out there on Amazon. I'm still waiting for 234.20. I don't want to get punched in. I hear Adara in my ear there, Andre, and I can't. Okay, so all right, I'll take it out. But 240 breaking maybe right there on the bid. So we'll see about that breaking for Apple, but we do have those numbers in just a couple minutes. It's Tesla that's doing absolutely nothing right now. So this is going to have to try to break, man. 235.50. I'm sitting there to get an out if it can hit the VWAP, but that would be something that we wait for. And it looks like AEO is holding 18. I'm not adding to this. We've gotten a bunch out here. We've taken that shot. Generally speaking, if a name holds out like this, I feel like it wants to run, but You know, like if the shorts want to win, they probably already have a rate there. So now we wait to see if that 25% short float or so goes for American Eagle Outfitter. All right, I'm going to put this back in, and hopefully it's fixed.
I took mine out again.
Okay, hopefully it's fixed. All right, so yeah, can you, Andre, or who's over there? Could you fix this? I hear someone in our ear, and we just can't.
There's a live mic.
It's a problem.
Just very quickly, that's the wall on Amazon. Wall is maybe not the right word, but the lower high on Amazon at 234.5 keeps on just getting rejected. So I dipped out, and I'm going to try to get back into this at VWAP. As long as it can hold VWAP, I want to be long the stock. AMD, oh, here we come back in. AMD's holding above the volume weighted average price, so I'm not getting into that. If it doesn't give me the entry off the highs, then I want it underneath the volume weighted average price on a little bit of weakness.
Yeah, I like the Google play. Try to get some strength.
Okay, so Google here is breaking trend. So that's the other thing I wanted to get to. Google just broke its little downtrend from the open, but if it breaks the low, which is the prior bar low is the actual low of the day, then I got to jump out of this. The market's coming back in. And the one stock I wanted short, we haven't gotten into that. Well, Figma we haven't gone in either, but I suspected Figma might be a little trickier to be able to get into. But Google's trying to break this trend line, and Amazon, I want it to volume weighted average price as it's starting to pull back.
The numbers
in. Market's
out.
coming back in. Let's go to Adara. Oh, shoot, I wasn't plugged in.
These numbers here, ISM Services PMI actually higher than expected. 52 versus 51 was the forecast there. So again, higher than expected ISM Services PMI. We also get ISM Services employment and prices paid. Both of those were marginally lower than expected. And the ISM Services new orders actually well above estimates, 56 versus 51.1. But again, the key number here, ISM Services PMI higher than expected, 52 versus the forecast of 51. Now, in case you missed it at 9:45 a.m., we did get lower than expected S&P Services and Composite PMI. So interesting stuff here, lower than expected S&P PMI, higher than expected ISM. We do have some Fed news on watch. Beginning right now is Stephen Moran's nomination hearing for the Fed governor position to replace Adriana Kugler. We also have Lisa Cook reportedly receiving a subpoena as the DOJ apparently officially begins its investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. Now, we also have a whole bunch of other stocks to watch, a lot of which are in the crypto space. Here's the NASDAQ, just kind of oscillating lower here on as we digest these numbers. But here is MSTR, of course, a company that does have a bit of a Bitcoin treasury strategy. The information reporting that the NASDAQ is going to be stepping up its scrutiny of these companies that are looking to adopt these strategies and accrue a lot of crypto. Apparently, some of these metrics, or I guess some of these things that they might be suggesting to address this could include requiring shareholder approval. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. This is just a report, but interesting stuff here with regards to the crypto space. Back to you.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting story there with BMNR and, you know, all of that. We had sat here a couple times and talked about the advantages of holding the coin or whatever the asset is instead of one of these ETFs or these treasury plays. It did seem a little fishy to moi. Okay, so Amazon, I see you're out of that Google trade, so we'll talk about that in a minute. But Amazon just fell in, so we got another decent price down there for Amazon. So let's take something out here in the high 30s. We just went to 38, so there you go. We'll take that fill. And now we'll wait to see if we can get it even higher. Right now, Amazon, we're long now at 23, so right here now for AMZN. And, you know, just before that number came out, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of experience, and I'm glad everybody's watching. You know, getting out right there at 34s, you know, you don't expose the risk then of that number, which came pretty much as expected. 52 versus 51 on ISM manufacturing, but it's sending the market lower here. It's not going to affect the Fed rate or anything like that. I wouldn't think that decision, but you can see the market. I'd wish it was the other way. I mean, I'm only short AEO, which isn't going to follow the market anyways. And right there, nice tank on the NASDAQ. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if it went red there today. The only short that we called early, well, we called a couple of them, but AMD was the big short that printed early, and now it's holding out. So look at the NASDAQ doing this move, and look what AMD's doing. It's stone cold chill. So this short may not be as good as your boy once thought it was, but we'll wait on it and give it another second to see what it wants to do. But right now, Amazon long, Tesla long, AEO short.
And oh, just quickly, each year, this started the NFL season, everybody.
Yeah.
Each year, you got 3.8 million concussions reported in the United States of America, and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Orgenex, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach a whopping $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code in front of you for more information. Well, you're losing the bid everywhere. Market just lost the low. Amazon lost that dip at 233. Whoever was selling up there at the 34 range was the winner, but we'll give some back on Amazon after going long the second time through. Google, the out was going to be the low of the day. It broke the trend. It broke the prior bar low. There's my out there. So we're no longer in anything because my short ideas that I liked, well,
here comes Amazon
AMD's
back.
actually, AMD's actually trying to break trend down for the first time. So I was waiting for AMD to hold underneath the volume weighted average price. This is now looking like it's going to be a little more constructive for the short. Give it to this prior high, 159.76. Hopefully we can get some kind of a little bit of a bounce play, so I'm not chasing a dollar move to the downside. There was this and like a maybe on a Figma.
The market is,
Palantir is only now right back. It's still in the same range as it was before. Like 156 top, wasn't revisited, still bouncing off 154, so not much of a change, just some lower highs. If this continues to play out with the lower highs, then we got to move target and think that we're not going to get this 156 again. It seemed that way when the market was bouncing, like we were going to catch that 156, but no longer that the case over there on Amazon. And I know you've been looking at American Eagle. That just had another false break of the high of the day. So it's just like twice in a row it's had a false break of the high of the day. And speaking of high of the day breaks, Open Door broke the you-know-what out of the high of the day, came all the way to 570, and look at this dip into VWAP. So it's not necessarily the way I was looking for the VWAP to dip to happen, but it is happening one way or another here. So Open Door just dropped like 40 pennies in a couple of minutes here, heavily into the volume weighted average price. But that's where we wanted to pick it up. So I'm going to be buying that dip back into 530, which was the breakout price for Open. No particular story here. It's just squeeze play continuation.
Yeah, we'll take advantage of that AEO dip. I don't know what that was about, but we had mentioned 1830. That didn't come in yet, but close. So there goes Tesla breaking 333. So see ya. I mean, wrong on that one, I guess. We'll go red on it. But again, not like yesterday. We were actually pretty calm and pretty good with this trade here today. Whether or not this market, wherever it wants to go right now, so we'll be flat on Amazon, but I'm actually going to buy some back right here. This is right at key levels for Amazon, falling back in right into here. So it's probably jumped out of that a little bit too early, but I do want to use some of these bottom moves as true, right? So 332.50 will get a little bit more in right now at that level if it can come in, and then we'll just give it a little bit more room. I mean, it's got to absorb this NASDAQ turning red. So yeah, the short might have been there at VWAP on NASDAQ, so anyways, let's wait to see. We're back in right now to Amazon. We should have bought let's buy something in the 80s, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Palantir Magic as well. I know you were in SMCI earlier. That's probably...
Oh, SMCI has been...
That was a long time, yeah. I just wanted to see what that was doing because it's up right now in green on the day, so it's flashing in front of my face right now.
AMD has been different because of that. I guess it was just the downgrade.
Well, that's what I was saying. but AMD is actually holding now. So that was the funny thing about advanced micro devices, that's for sure. Let's check out, see, it's going up, which is kind of wild. All right, not Oscar Wiley, but we're going to go with Oscar Health right now, and that's a nice move. Trying to hold. We get a nice move upside today. I believe it was upgraded. I think it was on Joe's sheet, or maybe not, but up 3% there, as they included a bigger total addressable market there yesterday, and they had a nice move there. But today, relatively flat. I knew it was a name that a lot of you were potentially looking at, but there goes Bitcoin. It's at 110 flat right now. So as this market looks to go downside a little bit, so does crypto. I mean, IBIT, I think it's been straight line down. Yeah, there it is. I was just going to say over the last 10 minutes or so. And there it goes. Pretty good move, down 2% today for IBIT. Like I said, I kind of have these... and I don't want to dream to turn into a nightmare, but I do kind of have these thoughts of, potentially one day crypto is down at that 101 area, 102 area, and I can buy some more. So I'm going to wait to see if and when that comes through. for me, but for right now it's not. So we'll wait on IBIT to get back down a little bit. Another reload there on Amazon. Let's try to play a strong name to the long side in case this market does bounce back. I like Amazon right here. There it is, 15 cents in, but we need it to climb. That's the 21 period moving average. I'm going to use something like that as an area to get out. 233.40. If we can get something up there and make 60 cents on it, I think that would be a good start. So we'll go to 25s first, 29 first, and then we'll see if we can climb a little bit higher on Amazon. So that's kind of what I've been doing over here right now. How much did my wife spend at Costco? Here, you guys want to do an over-under on that?
450.
How much?
Obviously not.
How much do you think? I have no idea. I mean, it's hard to say.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
How often does she go?
Yeah. I would say
that's
she
an
probably.
important
Yeah, I'd say she probably hasn't been in probably a couple weeks, probably 2 or 3 weeks. Probably.
Just 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's a good question. She's live on chat here, so I'm going to ask her, and then we'll get back to you, and I'll ask you.
$369.42.
Okay, all right, $369.42. Okay, good guess. We'll ask her. When last time at Costco besides yesterday? Okay, and how much? Okay, all right.
I was gonna guess well north of 500, but then. You said she was there a couple weeks ago. So
I'm gonna say you're probably pretty close. 300 or 400 is probably right. Buying kids. I mean, I saw we have these. She buys these little Italian. They're pre-made like antipastas, and they're expensive. And then my daughter likes these acai bowls that are in the freezer that are really great there. So I know that those are expensive. But I don't think we bought anything major. So that's the whole thing. I think it was
key.
more snack and food related. So we're gonna get that. I'm gonna tell her there's a question on chat, so she doesn't think that I'm.
Yes, that's oddly specific.
Counting my dollars.
Well, obviously, it's a specific guess. If I ever guess a price, you should already know by now on this show.
The family is just the 4 of us.
Let's be real.
All right, so people are guessing 400.
Oh, and you don't buy anything for, well, I guess, yeah.
Okay, I have the number, but besides yesterday, I want to ask when the last time it was. So, okay, we'll get that in a second. 10:10. I feel like we were going somewhere, but maybe we weren't. Okay. All right.
No,
so
I don't think we were.
We're not. We can take a quick look at Costco stock. I mean, yesterday she messaged me and said that it was pretty dead in there. So I was doing like some channel checks myself on Costco yesterday. But again, she went Wednesday, the day after school started here in Ontario, and she was there just after open. She's really smart about it. She'll go not right at 10 o'clock when it opens, because that's a mad rush. She'll go like around 10:15, 10:20, 10:30, so you're not being bombarded there. And she said it was a good experience overall. Costco down near these dip zones is a good buy. But the thing about Costco is you can also, whenever you're looking over here, there's only a couple names in retail.
Walmart,
I don't own AEO or anything like that, but Walmart today breaks above 100. So it had a nice move down, and it's like all of their past earnings plays have had moves down, and then it's been recovery. Like this was earnings here, I believe, back in February, where they had that huge move down, recovered all the way back to almost past highs. So Walmart's been dead money all year, pretty much. I mean, if you got in anywhere near February, you're just starting to get back. That was a great dip buy. Buy the best companies when they fall down. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. So she said, yeah, the last time she went was last month, and the number was, you're pretty close.
Oh, last month.
She says but I mean last month. Yeah, I know.
I mean, come on, it's the
rough.
fourth.
So
that's not an answer.
She's probably so it was probably her monthly visit. Let's put it that way. And it was 4 bills, so it wasn't too big.
Well, then I got lucky
over there.
Because if it's once a month, I would have guessed closer to $600.
Okay, the thing is, we spent $250 the night before at Loblaws buying groceries.
Again,
as well,
important information there.
All right, so Amazon right now is starting to climb. So finally, Yahoo, hallelujah. And we got a few deliveries on Amazon. Oh, I got my ON shoes, my On shoes yesterday. They fit quite nicely. They said to size down, so I got 12.5, and they fit pretty good. But I didn't want to wear them today because it's pouring rain. But I feel like they're white with a little. I'll show them to you when I get them. So I didn't want to wear them today because I'm walking to the gym. So we'll figure it out. SoFi. Whoever had 420 probably close to winning there.
SoFi with the Josh Allen news. That alone should have made it a buy, but apparently it didn't. Just very quickly, Open did bounce off VWAP, but we're putting in a lower high. So it gave you the bounce off the volume weighted average price. Open Door, slight rejection at the top. But remember, just a few days ago, 585 is this local high here. So you do have some overhead resistance that you're trying to play into. As long as it holds in and around this volume weighted average price in the 540 yesterday's highs, good to go. Want to have something in the long and try and reload it. But 585 is going to be a bit of a problem anyways, let's just be real. Like this stock is, when you're a squeeze stock, you have to break through resistance levels. You go from one to the next, and the short sellers tend to like to step in at those types of price ranges. Taking a second shot at Alphabet here, but this might just end up being a short today. It broke trend again, closed above. I'm just underneath the prior bar, not by much, by a couple of pennies. So it kind of hit the prior bar low without breaking it. Last time we took it, prior bar was the out. Same thing here. It's a tighter stop just based on the 3-minute pattern, but this one's heading to the downside. And you don't want to give all the profit back from Palantir, as this market has yet to close with a green candle since that opening one on the 15-minute. And yeah, I do see a lot of people mentioning a few names in the chat that we have not talked about. I just want to remind everybody, because I've seen some new names in here, but it's all the same ones on the visualizer. It's still Open and Tesla and AEO and Hood, so make sure you're actually hitting the $ in there on all these different names. Someone just put in AMD and you didn't type $. So just a reminder, if you do that, it's just so much easier for us to cover some of these other names for you. But Google 0 for 2 on that one. Thankfully, Palantir was a good short because it's able to pay for it. But realistically, this market doesn't seem to want to catch a bid. And when you think about it, the only earnings name that we had, it's like weird, like the market's looking pretty weak. The only earnings name, well, not the only name, the biggest earnings name out there, CRM, seems to have found a bit of a bottom. It's not going to move the market, Salesforce, but pretty encouraging at least that it's not breaking lower here with the market.
Okay, here we go, guys. 14 years. Okay, cancel this. Okay, I wanted to say, Joe, you're off tomorrow. Where are you going? Away. Where's away at? A wedding. Whereabouts?
A lot of weddings.
Oh, Uxbridge. Okay, so you're pretty close there. You can go say what's up to Randy. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, come by for a beer. So Joe and I tomorrow, not in. I'll be in Markham. So yeah, I can see you tomorrow too. I'm going to be in Markham, Stouffville. So yeah, tomorrow we're in Stouffville tomorrow. Yeah, we're coming to your hood tomorrow, Randy. Markham, Stouffville.
Randy's got the man cave. You could go.
I'll tell you, Randy. Maybe I will. Are you off tomorrow, Randy? No, probably not, or probably yes. You off tomorrow? No. Oh, you're right here right now. Okay. Hey, what's up, Randy? How you doing? Okay. Have you ever heard of this place? Maybe I shouldn't just tell everybody where we're going tomorrow. Okay. Angus Glen Community Center. Yes, so that's where we are tomorrow. Then we're at and then later on we are at where's this one at? The Stouffville Clippers Sports Complex. I don't know if you know where that is. 120 Weldon Road. Anyways, that's what we're doing there. My backyard. That's your backyard. Well, I will see you there at some point. Maybe I'll give you a call on Saturday. Brooks Farms. He does not have his mic on, so Brooks Farms. All right, here we go, man. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. This is btcc.com, and I am actually in this name.
Nice.
Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe. Trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive right now for you. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description for that's a pretty good bonus right here, for a 15% deposit bonus. It's btcc.com where the pros trade. And now, so can you, thanks to Trader TV Live, BTC, I mean, there it is right there. Oh, changing the game, yes. BTCC.
The purpose
.com there, yeah. So I don't know if is it the same thing. BT.
Is it?
So this is I don't know.
I don't know. If
so this is the purpose ETF that I'm invested in. This is the very first Bitcoin ETF that I ever bought. This is BTCC, who has been around forever. It was one of the first listed Bitcoin ETFs because we got the approval faster here in Canada. What else is new?
That's the hedged one.
Yeah. Oh, is this one the hedged one? Okay.
The BTCC is the currency hedged one. BTCC.B is the non-hedged ETF.
Right.
But yeah, like I'm the same way. Like I think it was a host of us, because here in Canada, this you can put into like your tax-free savings account, right? So it's like, hey, you can now own Bitcoin. This was way before I bid or anything.
Yes.
And you could buy into this. Kind of wishing I'd bought the dip a little more aggressively, but I remember putting my Bitcoin mostly into this like right away. Definitely in the first month. So probably should have bought the dip a little bit more aggressively. But shout out to Purpose.
Yeah.
Good look there. But at the end of the day,
Is it purpose though? I didn't check.
is it purposeful?
No, I didn't know if it's them.
Well, Bitcoin, however, if we're actually looking at what's going on today, obviously it's performed well if you've been holding it for years. But if you bought it at the open, you're losing right now. And if you bought it last night, then you're losing. We're a little bit of a stair step into the downside here. The headline this morning that Adara brought had much more to do with specific equity in crypto investments. So you'll see SBET down 8.5%. And then BMNR, which I'll never now invert that and go BMRN, down 7% as well. So these are the names that are bleeding a heck of a lot more. And looking pretty weak. So unfortunately, these are the ones that are taking the brunt end of this little crypto pullback. It is specific to the individual equity names. The other thing it's going to try to go is, if I'm going to go, Oleg just put something in the chat that I had to check out, because someone just said what's going on with Intel. Usually nothing, but if you're asking, then something probably is. We're pulling back into VWAP on open. It hasn't come all the way back in to tag it like the previous time. So if we don't do that, I might have to get a bit of a higher low on this bad boy. But yeah, so far so good. And apparently we're going to Adara for the small cap recap, which apparently Open Door is no longer one.
Apparently Purpose has...
Yeah, just so you guys know, this hearing here, or this testimony for Stephen Moran and a couple other nominees in the financial space is still happening there at the Senate. He has not begun speaking yet. They're just still doing intros, but to let you guys know that is occurring, I'll let you know if anything said is of note with regards to the Fed. Let's take a look here at the IWM, which certainly running into a little bit of resistance here around that 234.70 level. Some weakness here for the Russell 2000, but we are still well above yesterday's lows. Let's take a look at some of these small cappers here, starting with, not all of these are super small caps, fair warning, but names of note here pushing higher. Open Door on watch, OPEN. Apparently, the former CEO, Kerry Wheeler, who was widely criticized by the retail base who follows Open Door, actually cashed out more shares. Interesting note here for OPEN, not necessarily explaining the push up, but we know Open Door has received quite a lot of retail attention. That trend does not seem to have ended here. OSCR also on watch again, not a super small market cap here, just under $5 billion. Just under $5 billion market cap. Yesterday morning, they did actually reiterate their guidance range, which is above estimates for their fiscal 2025 sales guide. And last but not least, we'll take a look at CIGL, Concord. This one is certainly a smaller cap name. We've got a pretty small float here, around 1 million shares. Already giving back some of this move, but on watch. No news here for CIGL, and back to you.
All right, we are absolutely printing like crazy. This will be my number one stock today, and that is thankful to Amazon, as it is now huge. It is now another club member. So we've got a couple club members today. Unfortunately, Tesla did not hold the dollar club, but there goes Amazon after a couple shots, at this, and just basing out again. I never want to leave a stock if I like it. So that's going to be something there for Amazon. Like, I had to leave Tesla because I've seen such a dramatic move in this play, and we didn't really base out on this, but Amazon right here did have a base out. We should have even gotten longer there. I was waiting for a little lower in the name, but there it goes, man. Nice trading there today. We're green on the day. We did lose on Tesla. We got AEO has been a good one, and then Amazon has really helped, obviously, with that. So, yeah, there it goes, man. 2 for 3 today on the trading. And then the missed opportunity for me, I would say, was AMD short early, but it's not like it's printing short now. I think it's based short. So we could have picked on this one, but we went long with Amazon instead of short with Advanced Micro Devices. I like the story with Amazon. I mean, solidifying there with Axio, solidifying their fintech hold in the space there, and that's what we tweeted out earlier, that we liked this Amazon long. It didn't get into the area. There was basically no dip buying opportunities at all, but there it goes right now. Dollar in the money now on Amazon, and so far so good. Let's see if we can get a little bit better. I'm hoping for longer here. Taking out the day's high, 234.50 is where we're looking now for Amazon.
Yeah, and I see in the chat people are mentioning PayPal here.
Yeah, I just heard something. What was that?
I heard it but didn't catch it completely. I'm just kind of looking on the X machine here, or the Twitter machine, to see what's going on. PayPal down 4.5%. I do not see it on our news source. No. But yeah, PayPal and this is recent, like this was not dropping this way at the open and the market's bouncing here, and PayPal is getting absolutely smoked. Yeah, relatively weak. I'm not seeing anything as far as news goes. So my guess is, I saw in the chat that Darwin just said they're presenting somewhere. That I was about to say, like there's a bunch of conferences going on, so a lot of times something can get said at a conference and it takes a while to matriculate. But either way, PayPal bucking the trend of the market because the market's bouncing back pretty heavily.
Let's go,
here.
dog.
And yeah, I don't like them. PayPal. We do like channel checks. It's like, I don't know. I don't use them
That's funny.
anymore.
I just bought.
Oh, you do use them? Okay,
I use PayPal all the time.
Oh, you do?
I just spent.
I just don't.
I paid for my shoes with PayPal. That was a couple $100, and then we bought. Well, my kid's at school, so I can say I bought a MacBook for her last night. Used PayPal, so yeah. It's to your point though. I think you're right.
I don't.
Now with Google Pay, no, and that was the whole thing. And I remember we actually did something about this. I don't know if it was on the show or just my opinion or what it was, but I remember talking about it, and we were like. Now the best part about PayPal is when you log into websites and you just select now buy PayPal, you're not giving any more information out. You're just giving your PayPal information. PayPal's handling it, so all of your data is in one spot. But now it's like, now that Marissa, she got the iPhone 16 Pro, she hooked up her Apple Pay, and now it's like everywhere she goes, she's just tapping her phone. Maybe that's the problem, but just tapping her phone so easily now, and I think that's something that for us, PayPal, man, you can't do that with PayPal actually.
And Google as well. I mean, whether you have Google Wallet, it's just all the same thing. But I do believe, are we going to Adara? Okay, let's go to Adara. I think.
Yeah, I looked into PayPal. I'm not seeing anything on this. The one thing is apparently this was one with Google. We know had that. I guess they were ordered to pay multiple millions of dollars. Apparently allowing access when it wasn't even when. Users of the app did not want Google to access their information. PayPal was apparently one of the app's access, but that's pretty tenuous. That's all I'm seeing on PYPL. Not a ton of social media interest either for this name. Back to you. Oh, and we have to thank our friends here at Trade the Pool. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just small skin in the game, and you're trading real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That is your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Back to you.
Get it there. Thank you very much.
The early yawns.
I love the discussion about PayPal. They have a nice discount on many items on the app. So I guess there's, you know what?
They do, okay.
And again, I was just sort of talking about my personal experience where I essentially don't use them any. Like I don't find myself using PayPal like I used to.
I don't think I use
a few years ago.
Anymore.
So, congratulations. Congratulations is not the right word. Everyone sort of has their own preferences, but what really matters, I think, when we're talking about the markets and trading, is PayPal has basically sat out this rally. I get it; it's up from those April lows, but everything's up from the April lows. It's just never really caught wind. Unfortunately, it's relatively weak. Somebody's been dumping this at $70 for a while now. Man, that's been like, why aren't we just shorting this thing at $70 every single day? And then the more I look at it, somebody else is. So why wouldn't you join that kind of a party? Yeah, unfortunately for PayPal, it doesn't look very good there. And I see a lot of people putting in, Webull has put in the chat there, and then Walmart, which we talked about a little bit more. Walmart is back above that $100 level, and it's had a pretty good week. Let's just say we're talking a little bit about Costco, but Walmart's almost filled in this little rounded bottom gap in the last couple of days, and this is on a churn. I think this is headed back into its highs. It's an expensive stock, so it's always tricky. Always want to get a better dip buy price, but it's been holding a very clean trend over the 200 period moving average, and even the dip after earnings wasn't enough for it to get there. When these quality companies dip on earnings, once they catch a base, you're seemingly just good to go. Show a little base, and you're good to go. Amazon showed a base, and of course I hit enter without going over to NASDAQ. So there we go. Amazon caught a base after its earnings. That's an example of a good company with, I thought, good earnings, and now it's going higher and higher. So end of the day, buy quality companies, especially if you think you're getting a discount in the days after earnings when the market decides to punish them.
Yep, exactly. And look at Marvell if you need more information there. All right, so Tesla's going. Congratulations, anybody that was able to hydrate and relax and get a nice sip of water and buy that dip there, because now you're being rewarded $2. So $2 off the bottom there for Tesla. We tried it there. Good win, good L. So flat on Tesla, red on Tesla on the day, but it's because we didn't take out enough, right? Whenever we get stopped out, it's for virtually 100% of our position. So that's why sometimes it does not work out in my favor, doing that sort of part outs, but you know, it's been working so far, just not here today on Tesla. So we'll be red on that one. Amazon, again, sometimes this is what I'm talking about when you inch out of stocks. Sure, you don't have the best price, but at least you have something. And there it comes right up there into the price of $234 and change. We got that a couple times today. That's been the top there for Amazon. And the market's not really doing anything. I'm wondering, like, what is holding this market up? So let's have a quick little look at a market heat map here and just give, Joe does a great job looking at the sectors and everything, but I'm just gonna quickly look over here. I don't need these guys to keep showing me what this product is. Google right now, smack there to the downside. So if you are like me and you're trying to think about like names that you'd like to get longer in possibly, right there, Google today getting hit. Meta, I am attention to Darrow, anything on Meta. We haven't really covered too much news there, thank you. On that one, up 2% today, so that's pretty sweet. Yes, sir, JP Morgan. And just like I told Joe and Sharif yesterday, the minute you sell a good company, you'll look back and realize that you made a mistake. So we sold some at $299.50 or so yesterday. So I don't even want to look to see what JP Morgan's at today. It must be at that 303 or so level right there. Maybe not. AbbVie and healthcare. But look at finance today, really holding nothing. Crushing. Yeah, nothing down today. Schwab. I've been liking financials. Berkshire, not a huge financial play. It is, but you know, insurance space as well as they get more love there. But look at the financials today. Huge move upside there. It looks like, okay, producer manufacturing as well today, getting a nice little bump there as the NASDAQ kind of finding its ways. So generally speaking, you know, when this sector moves, they all will move. Hopefully some better global certainty, right? I don't know. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, President Xi, and again, the media just spun this because there was lots of leaders there. But China had their military parade, similar to what I guess similar.
You hear about the hot mic incident?
No, what was that?
Well, apparently there was a hot mic moment where Xi, and I forget who he was talking to.
Okay.
They got caught talking about the
demise of the US?
organ transplants and people living to 150 years and all this stuff. It was just kind of bizarre.
Good.
And a little bit weird.
I want leaders talking about that. Maybe they know something that we don't know. I mean, more life.
I want our leaders talking about that. I don't know.
Oh, well, our leaders just don't get caught on hot mics. But it was funny what Trump, I don't know if you guys saw the truth out there that Trump put out about all of it. I'll try to find it and get it to you guys, where he was saying that it's great to see everybody. I'm friends with everybody here, but it's great to see them conspiring or something against the world here. Here, hold on a second. I'm just going to find it on Instagram because I'm pretty sure. Yo, what's up, Donald? I don't even know if he's. What? This is not real Donald Trump, is it? Oh yeah, it must be. What's this? Oh my God, he tweeted something out with this guy with this face on there. Okay, I don't know. Is this where it was here? No. Okay, I'll have to find it because he doesn't post on Instagram. It has to be reposted, right? And so, anyways, I'll find that quote. But right there, is this his real account? It must be. Yeah, 36.9. What is he doing here? Isn't that Gavin Newsom or what is this? Right there.
My goodness.
Anyways, wow. Okay, this guy never fails, man. We could probably go through his Instagram and find some fun stuff there. So yeah. Anyways, my only point of doing that was to try to find his quote about China, North Korea, and Russia. So maybe
I'm willing to bet that Adara knows it off by heart.
Adara?
Oh no. Oh
no! Okay, she doesn't know it, so I'm going to find it for everybody.
So I'm telling you, I looked this morning as well because it was gapped up too. I saw nothing. The one thing you could maybe argue might be of interest is both Mark Zuckerberg and Alexander Wang, who's the new head of Meta CEO. They are invited to that Trump dinner tonight, but that's tenuous at best. I promise I am seeing nothing, and I looked thoroughly both times.
All right.
Thank you, as always. Thank
Nothing
you,
on
Adara.
Meta, huh?
But I can tell you right now, Palantir is green. and Palantir is now, it's back above 156. This swath of buying in the mid 150s has been impressive for Palantir. It's not doing a heck of a lot with it in either direction, but it's all bottoming tail wicks here with most of the body above, right? So that does seem like I understand like this morning it was a short, but that kind of signals long at these prices, and it's right at as we speak, it's at the 50 period on the daily. So if it closes this next 15-minute bar holding this high break, I got to start thinking long on Palantir. As much as it was a short this morning, somebody is accumulating this stock. And bottoming tail, again, sideways action is accumulation, but the bottoming tail candles tell me buy on it. So yeah, day trade was the short, but if it closes at 15, I got to start looking in the other direction. Open door is again tempting to break out that high of the day. It does not at any point get back to the volume weighted average price, but if it fails this high, remember there's overhead resistance from a couple of days ago. If we fail this top, then I'm going to duck out and buy the next available dip on the open door. Again, just a squeeze play. And sometimes when the market has an inside day, you get these squeeze runners that are the ones to go. Ooh, Cracker Barrel, I just heard.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel popping. Donald Trump posted something.
Oh, another post. Yeah.
Donald Trump posted something on Crackle Barrel. Oh, yeah, their logo, that's right. There was a story there. Okay, just real quick, man. I mean, this is what we're doing, and there it goes. It's AEO. So, again, short. I wrote down 1830 as a level there, and when it was up there, I was saying I didn't want to short because if I put on some more shares down there and it blows through, then I'll give back everything that we had made here. So now that we're coming back into view up, we identified view up once, twice, thrice as good areas. So we'll take it 4 times. The only time it broke, it was quick to come right back. It broke and came right back in 2 minutes. So that 2-minute candle definitely looming here on American Eagle Outfitters. I feel bad about Amazon because it's 30 cents in the money. It's a positive stock, but like the market's doing this right here on the NASDAQ, and Amazon is doing this. So it is not the strong name that I had thought it could be here heading into this rip. So unfortunately, we got out of Tesla, which is the strongest name of this rip, but not the strongest, but is a big name there. Maybe AMD. And remember, the levels that I'm writing down anyways, at that time, at early in the day, these are for like pre-market trades and things like that. So whatever we're seeing right now may not hold into the close, right, or into the rest of the day. So right now, AMD looking relatively strong, considering what I thought. But now that the market's doing this and AMD's doing that, I wonder if we can sort of engage now on that short thinking on AMD because it's pulling negative against the market. So just a thought there for AMD, maybe worth getting into. It's 1036 right now. You want to talk about open door? I know we have to.
It just wicked that high. So like I said, if it failed that high break, I would jump out of it. It just wicked it. You could still end up going higher and maybe pull into the, is this an all-time high on open door? I should double check.
Not this, man. $20 or something.
Yeah, it's this 52-week high.
This is the skim off.
Yeah, that's right. It did like a few years ago. But 585, 586, it still has a little bit of room to go, but it's tight enough to it that, take the out, look for the next available trade if we can get it. 545 is now around the volume weighted average price. It's respected it so far. We'll see if it does again. And we'll go to the desk to Adara.
For one, Netflix here is really strong. I haven't found any news on this, but I wanted to let you guys know about NFLX. Really nice move for this one. It's actually at day's high. CBRL, also I want to mention, so Trump's X account reposted this video, but it's worth noting Trump himself actually posted it last night. So that Cracker Barrel video is not news. I just wanted to clarify that as well. Sorry, it's hard to hear in here as well because I'm listening to some nomination hearings. So just to provide a little bit of context on Cracker Barrel, back to you.
All right.
CRBL. Or is it? Yeah, whatever. Probably not that tradable, but no bearish moves on bull. Webull. So much for this. Yeah, we'll slap the fail on the old. Let's eventually buy the dip. No, I just haven't bought the dip on Webull, but it has now put a double bottom. I don't know why I'm hitting the fail because technically I only said if it closed today holding this level, I would look to buy here instead of $11 or underneath $11. But Webull up 3%, going with the market. I mean, the market is incredibly strong, which is why it's weird. I know you mentioned it, but I think it's weird too. Like the first initial dip buy on Amazon was good, but since then, it's just not following the market. It's just holding the highs. And sometimes we see this passing of the baton style where something goes early, and then as the market catches up, it's consolidating and other names start to show a little bit of strength, like Tesla, some of the chip names, and then maybe it comes back to Amazon a bit later. But for now, we're bucking the trend of the overall market despite the positive news that Amazon was able to garner. In terms of earnings names, Salesforce, I mean, it's not going to go green today. Let's be real. But Salesforce is clawing back after poor guidance. You know, that seems to be the story this quarter. If your guidance is even a little bit weak, you're getting punished really heavily. This was almost double digits to the downside, not quite 10%, but it got relatively close, and it's battling back pretty heavily. So a little bit of a bottom got put in by CRM. I still think you give it the 3-day rule. This is not, like Salesforce is what? Like the worst performing large cap company on the year in the US.
No, it's second worst in the Dow. Probably UNH. It's the second worst in the Dow.
Oh, well, UNH. Yeah.
I don't know. You said on the year? Maybe.
Probably I think maybe it's tech.
After
but
today.
It was worse than CRM.
Yeah,
well,
that's what I'm saying.
UNH is, UNH is
After
UNH.
today, you might, no, but after today, you might be right. I don't know. I just heard it yesterday during when I was looking up for their report.
Either way, it's been bad. So I wouldn't be celebrating this little bounce that it has yet. You know, give it a couple of days.
6%.
But the fact that it, after the quarter, didn't make a fresh low and is holding the bid now, I think
it still is down on the day.
Decent sign. It's down 6%.
Yeah, but I think when we opened, remember, it was only down like 5% or something like that. And now I have a new position alert, so we'll just hit this and we'll go over to Adara. Apple's sleeping on itself right now. So let's just wait. If it breaks through 237, we're going to be gone out of this one. But I'm going to start a small position here in Apple and then see if we can get bigger down here near 237. So small position alert here for Apple, Amazon long, AEO short. So this has been the short that's been printing all day. Amazon long has been in trouble. We just discussed that. But a new position right now in Apple. I'm just noticing that it's doing this, man. I was almost long at 240 on that break there, right? And it was just during the sort of euphoria of the market. When we sort of spiked up right there, and then we did not get to day's high of the market, and we did not get through 240 for Apple. I like the level. It's key. It's been here a while, so we'll see if it breaks through there now. Obviously, this move now is trying to catch a bottom, similarly to what Tesla did there earlier. It's 1040. There it is right there, that Tesla sort of move right into there. So we'll see if Apple can sort of follow suit with that, and we'll wait for it, though. I got to have some patience here. It's only 1040, and we're going to go over to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here in NBIS as well. Uber just announced that it's ramping up its their partnership there. It's called, I guess, AV Ride with NBIS, again, and Uber. They're going to be ramping up their testing of these autonomous EVs in Dallas ahead of their robotaxi launch later this year. So again, Uber-related partnership being ramped up for NBIS. That's NBIS. And we're going to take a look here at this heat map. Retail trade really strong. Amazon here with a couple different catalysts, including Business Insider reporting these AI agents that they're trying to work on here. Good look. GEV, which we know was down pretty sharply one day earlier this week, actually leading the producer manufacturing sector to the upside today. Communications relatively strong. Commercial services mostly strong here with the notable exception of PayPal down. I've still not seen a catalyst on that. Finance pretty green as mentioned earlier. Electronic technology does have some strength as well. But then we have tech services, which is super, super mixed here. CRM sharply lower here on earnings. Adobe to the downside as well. Oracle and Google red. Meta green. Again, no story that I could find on this. And Netflix to the upside as well. So these tech sectors are really mixed. But in terms of strength in the market, retail, trade, finance, and producer manufacturing seem like the best places to find that strength right now. Back to you.
I was just telling Sean, GEV about 4%. It's so much easier when the market's doing a bear move to buy the dips in the companies you like than when the market's barely doing anything and like your stock pulls back, like GE Vernova for myself. Like 4% up today. It's almost back at the 600 level. Like my entire thinking was, hey, things got a little too parabolic. Let's take some profit on GE Vernova. I'm doing a voice to mock myself. But the whole idea of a company in your long term is if you take some profit on it, you're looking to get back in. And I was sort of thinking you'd get down at least into the low to mid 500s. And it's already catching a bit after earnings and back at the 50-period moving average. So, that's just kind of how it is sometimes. And in your long term, sometimes you trim with the notion of being able to get back those shares at a better price. The market doesn't always give a darn what you think. It's going to bounce wherever it wants to bounce and not just some random level that you happen to like on your chart. And in the long term, in day trading, that's great. In day trading, you stick to your levels. In the long term, sometimes you have to just grit your teeth and say, I shouldn't care about 5% or something like that, or if I'm only buying a small portion of the position, what do I care about a few percentage points or a few dollars here or there? You just want to get back in. I've seen a few people mention this Neon stock. Just be careful here. I know it's running, and it's probably a popular small cap runner. Anytime you go from like $4 to $5, that's a pretty good move. This was $22 yesterday. So like the risk inherent in this seems gigantic, and it's at the pre-market highs. Volume's 30 million, so it's decent volume. But in terms of actual liquidity, where'd that go? In terms of actual liquidity, 30 million, but there's not a ton of liquidity on this stock. That's representative of a stock that was $20 yesterday and now $5. So, no one ever went broke taking profits on something like this. Just be careful with it. I understand $4 to $5 looks good, but this has the profile of a stock that could lose that dollar it gained very, very quickly.
Yeah. AEO downside there. Yeah, I mean, all these stocks, I agree. I wish the market wasn't so bullish. We should look at some bullish maybe as well. But we're going to take advantage of this move down in AEO and take another piece out. All right, so we're long at 237.67 now because we get some 50s. So I'm going to wait for Apple. I'm going to take a bigger position here down at this level. You never know if it's going to fall down. So take a little bit of risk, and then you're going to see here, I'm bidding 20s, and it's going to completely change my average price. I'm actually going to put on, so right now I have 1 unit. I'm going to put on 2 more down here and get 3 units into this play and hope that it works out there right now. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Apple. A little bit of a downside play here coming in. I bet you it's AMD and so on that is starting to, lead the way. It's not. NVIDIA as well there today. No, still up on the day, so that's nice. AEO, we talked about it. What are some other plays? What about Uber? Uber could be a good little play there. Figma's bouncing. Okay, we'll definitely have a look over there as well. But there goes Uber today, down 1.37%. Keep saying that these tops in and around here, 96, 97, it's a stock I don't want to sell, but it feels right to do that up here for Uber as we ramp up the robo-taxi discussion and we sort of ramp up some of those, I guess, like there's Waymo, and we've talked about it as some of these lower models of the Tesla, the cheaper model could be good for Uber if they can get that fleet going and then just automate it all and potentially do a full self-drive angle to Uber. So I think there's going to be some plays there. I wouldn't even be surprised if there potentially is some kind of a deal or something even between Uber and Tesla. I think that something can eventually get worked out there. I don't know. That might be completely way off, as I'm guessing that Elon probably wants to do everything himself, right? So Broadcom earnings obviously looked at as well here on the feed. So we'll have to look to see if that's doing anything today. Look at Broadcom just hovering out, waiting for that report right now for Broadcom. 304.50 holding now for AVGO. Probably one of the strongest names in this space today, Broadcom. Seems to always be that way. But all right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Dara's up to.
Question is,
yeah, just be aware here. Blink charging on watch, not moving much, but this catalyst is interesting. BLNK apparently going to be accepting crypto payments at their EV chargers. So keep an eye on Blink charging here. Back to you.
I saw that story there. That's Blink. An interesting one for sure.
Well, the good news for Blink, I think, is Blink the one that's $1?
Oh no, maybe.
It is, right? Yeah, it's exactly. Well,
yeah, accepting crypto payments at their charging location.
And look how much that's moving.
Interesting.
But you know what? Hey, why not? It's been trending higher, and the dollar level is a pretty good level. But no, my eyes are now firmly set on 2 stocks. SMCI, I want to take another shot. I shorted the initial pop on SMCI because we didn't get that AMD off the open, but look at the bounce right off of yesterday's low. So I had a bit of a tight stop on it, but look at the clean trend since. All those dips, all lining up on SMCI. So this feels like a trend break into the volume-weighted average price for SMCI. And the other one that's going, Figma, maybe they figured out figured it out here with Figma to catch a bit of a bottom. 25, a quarter of the available float, well, a quarter of the available shares for employees had their lockup expire. So maybe they sold some at the open. We don't know for a fact. It was their first report. It was actually, they did beat expectations and had solid growth if you look at the if you look at the metrics at the year over year. But this stock, since its inception, outside of the first amazing 15 minutes, which we all had a lot of fun with, it might have been longer than 15 minutes, but it always feels like it goes up and you're so much fun, then it halts and then makes another high and then just dump. And then it did that for a couple of days and then, well, more than a couple of days. Fresh lows, but the stock trying to figure out where it should be after their first report. But there is some buying action coming in, and I see that trend up. I wanted to be shorting any pops in this name, nowhere near 61.5, the aftermarket top. It's getting closer to the pre-market high, so now it's in the target zone to look for that run to the downside. So I got Figma and SMCI that are on my watch. Open Door, I'm just going to quickly show you Open Door is still holding some higher lows. So no re-entry for me in Open Door till it gives me a proper dip somewhere in there. Like those squeeze names, but I don't want to be, I'm not buying it at the highs of the day, not in the middle of the day. In the open, you take some breakout trades, but 11 o'clock breakouts are not my cup of tea.
Okay, yeah, no, exactly. It's 10:50 right now, and again, thanks for everybody for joining us. We do have this cool thing called the stock visualizer that we look at every day, and right now, yeah, Open Door. Wow, I'm gonna push pause on this right now. Congratulations for Open Door right there, 10% right now. Tesla flat. That's not the right. Oh yeah, it is the right price for Tesla. Tesla's come back in right there. It was just 334. So right now, Tesla moving around. Palantir. Green, nicely green, up 1% today. That's a good one. Robinhood, we talked about Robinhood holding off that $100 level, so that could be pretty important too. Amazon, I'm in the name. We're flat on it right now, but it is making moves here. Amazon on the day, so definitely something to look out for there. Meta up 2.5%. We didn't find any stories there, but that's what I'm saying about these Mag 7 names. You don't need stories, man. You just need to trade them long. It seems like in this bull market, and then wait for a story. There's always something good coming around the corner. I feel like Figma down to $57, down 16%. Hims, a well talked about name for sure around these places. That's now up 5% today. And Apple, we're waiting for that to pop. I don't know. We're waiting for that 237 level. But again, get into the chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe.
Ozan wants a cash cow.
Oh, Ozan wants a cash cow. Okay, we'll do that. What's up, Ozan, right there. But this is how you get on that board, by putting like this. $, Neo, $, whatever you want. That's how you get going there. What's up, Neil and Ozan right there. So we hit it for you. Thanks, Neil, for bringing that up. And here we go. Amazon, just quickly, we're going to go to Adara. Trying to hold off 232. If we break 232, we're out. And here we go, man. Now Apple, we're in. So here we go. You can see our average price now, 237.33. Told you we're going to go longer down here, bigger size. So let's now see what happens with Apple dancing around now. I don't like when it moves, counter the market too much, and right now it's going down. So we'll take a shot here, dropping this out in a matter of minutes on Apple. All right, market continues to go lower. Let's go over to Adara and check out an update here. It's 10 minutes to 11.
Bit of a drop here in some things. Not quite seeing what's happening here with the market. I'm not seeing any news on this anyway, but I'll let you guys know if I see anything else. US dollar, this is the 3-minute chart. I mean, we've seen the daily. The daily still super rangy and consolidated, but the 3-minute, we are in a bit of an uptrend here. We did get some economic data today that was a little bit mixed. ISM services PMI a little bit higher than expected, 52 versus 51 expected. That came in at 10, but then at 9:45, we actually had both S&P services and S&P composite PMI a little bit below estimates. So we're going to be looking at the CME FedWatch tool here with all that economic data in mind. 97.6% of participants, that's right, the vast majority, now see a 25 basis point cut, with only 2.4% of participants expecting that we're going to see rates held at the current rate at this next meeting. So really interesting stuff here. It looks like this 25 basis point cut is all but confirmed. And speaking of confirmations, we're going to go from the CME FedWatch to Trader TV FedWatch and take a look at, talk about some Fed-related news here. Lisa Cook. We're going to focus on this side of the board here. Lisa Cook on watch here. She did reportedly receive, according to the Wall Street Journal, a subpoena from the Department of Justice with regards to her alleged mortgage fraud. They're going to be investigating that. at officially now, it looks like. Again, according to this Wall Street Journal report, Stephen Myron here, the bottom individual, he is actually currently in his nomination hearing. He and a couple other individuals nominated for financial related roles within the government. He's currently having this nomination hearing. He did say that he believes Fed independence is paramount, but he is facing a little bit of pushback with regards to whether or not he will allow President Trump's views to actually override his own views on the economy there. So it'll be pretty interesting look here. We'll have to see if he gets confirmed. Very, very exciting confirmation hearing, to be sure, as we send you back to Neil. And Sean, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. And if you like infographics like this, check us out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I was just saying to Neil, like, what the hell just happened with Apple? Because Apple right now is now like huge there. We told you exactly, we based it out exactly what we were doing, man. We told you that we were going to buy 1 unit of average there, put on another 2 units down there. So that's what we did. And there goes Apple. Huge move to the upside for no reason. The market's doing nothing. So Apple goes upside. We cleared out of half right now. Our best fill is at that 200 period moving average right there for Apple. But wow, what a stock. Now, my number one name on the day is Apple, and there she goes, man. Huge move there to the upside there right now. So, yeah, nice move there. Amazon also pulled down and then back up a little bit here. So, oh boy, we got a big one there today. Thanks, everybody, for watching today. It'll be Obi and Neil tomorrow, and then Obi and Sharif, I believe, on the midday. So you're getting a double-decker dose of Obi tomorrow. So, yeah, congratulations to everybody's trading today. It's going to be a green one over here, and I want to thank Apple primarily for that, because if this went the other way, we would not be in Greensville, but we are, so it's a good one there. Let's see what happens with Apple now the rest of the day. Maybe we have the bottom, maybe we don't. I'm going to take one more out up top, and then we'll see if we can get something in and around VWAP, but so far so good there. And then Amazon, scaring me a little bit, so I'm getting a little bit out here on Amazon. Don't want to give up the Apple gains by putting an L here on AMZN. So yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good, no questions asked. And the NASDAQ is trying to go higher, but we've been basically, sideways.
Yeah.
Like if you look at only 5 minutes to go, like this is, here, if you zoom out, it's a little bit easier to say. It seems like we're moving a heck of a lot more if you don't zoom out, but look at the last couple of sessions, and you can certainly see we're condensing in action, but we're condensing higher. So that's a good sign that we're trending up in the overall market, but we are condensing for potential, maybe a breakout or a fail tomorrow, who knows. We'll see. Those highs need to get taken out. SMCI finally came in and broke the trend line, so I am in the short. To VWAP is always a plan of action at this particular moment. SMCI, no particular news here on SMCI at all. It just started running right into yesterday's highs, and wait for it, tried it at the pre-market resistance, and then we'll try it again, second level. And if it breaks here, I wouldn't even try shorting again until about 41.30, 41.50. But looking for the pullback into the volume-weighted average prices. Some of the chip names have had a good run. Broadcom reports tonight, but NVIDIA, it's hard for the market to break out. Like, we keep resisting that high and we go inside because of things like this. Like, NVIDIA is just kind of languishing in the middle, not doing much of anything. And you have some stocks which are super strong.
Come on, Amazon.
Amazon was super strong, and then, then it kind of stopped, then Apple started going, and then at one point Meta was strong. But I think we need NVIDIA to participate. And importantly, as you were mentioning, Sean, Broadcom, which is one of the largest companies in the world, one of the largest in the S&P and the NASDAQ, look at this riding the volume-weighted average price. It is just lower highs and somebody holding this stock underneath VWAP. Now, if Broadcom and NVIDIA can both break out from this diddling in the middle nonsense, then I think you see some extension. But I'm obviously watching them a little bit closer, because if they start breaking out, my guess is SMCI is going to break out, which I happen to be in the short. So keep an eye on Broadcom. That's a key 305 volume-weighted average price. Keep an eye on potentially if NVIDIA can break that trend. Because I think that could be what's holding us back from taking out the top in the NASDAQ and the overall market, which has been trying to go. And been asked so many times in the chat about Intel. Sometimes Intel just moves and there's nothing particular going on with it. And you'd make the argument that the market's gently going up and Intel's gently going up. So I would leave it at that. There's no story on Intel. It's nowhere near the big bottoms on the daily chart that anybody would like, which is underneath 20 bucks, is generally where you want to be buying this stock. But yeah, certainly 24.25 has been a bit of a double top. So I'm short SMCI. I'm not shorting Intel and SMCI when the market's at the highs, but this could be an interesting little breakout play if it can close a 15-minute candle above that 25 level. I'll keep Intel on the radar, but SMCI, I'm looking short at these highs, and I prefer SMCI.
Yeah, I'm selling Intel immediately as soon as if it can get anywhere near that $26 mark. So we're waiting for that. Okay, so, you know, after all these averages in, well, not after all these, we cleared out of it, and then we got some more. So we got some 40s, and then we got some 20s, giving us this average price of 34, 35. So when it ripped back up, we were able to get some out at the 21 period, but ultimately waiting for a bigger move here on Amazon as well. With only a minute and a half left, thank everybody for joining today. 109 right there. If you haven't done so, hit the like right now. I don't know, I guess I got to refresh this one more time to see how many likes we actually have. But Intel getting the pop right now, as we talked about Trump and whatnot, probably talking about everything. But there it is right now, 1K. Thank you so much for the likes. Hit the like button if you can. 7,000 watching, so you know, not as many right now on that side of things. But there goes Amazon. There goes Bitcoin now breaking through 109. I think this might be the low of the day here for IBIT. Yeah, or close enough to it. So watch out for a break here in IBIT. One thing we forgot to do today, and I'm surprised because Joe's been sitting there the whole day, is what is for lunch. So Joe, on your last lunch of the week, same as me, today we get a treat, ladies and gentlemen, and it's generally been something that you buy when Donald Trump talks about tariffs, but today it is Taco Thursday, everybody. So there it is. That's what's for lunch, and it's not fruit salad. There we go. But it will be tacos, chicken and beef. Oh, and here we go. This reminds me of our thing that we had at Earl's. There is apparently a vegetarian option here. So there we go. Tacos, chicken and beef with vegetarian toppings, lettuce, red onion, tomatoes, cheese, jalapenos as well.
Yes.
With what I'm actually excited about this, a corn salad. So something a little different. We haven't had things like that in just a minute right there, but that is what's for lunch. So Taco Thursday happening around here.
I'm down.
Ciao, American Eagle Outfitters, as we get a nice little downside move right there. Your boy nailed this one, and boy, oh boy, Apple today, American Eagle Outfitters, Amazon, all great names there. Too bad we didn't hold on to Tesla, but we'll see if we can get that one again. But it's Amazon, it's AEO, man, and there it is right there. Make sure you check the sticky note every single day except for tomorrow, because we ain't in.
Rook 78, I have been waiting for Taco Day.
Yeah.
Because famously around here, the very first time, we've had catered lunch here on the trading floor for years. And the first time ever in like 20-something years that tacos were here, I happened to have the day off. And so we're rectifying that today. Hopefully they're delicious. Hopefully we get the tacos with the salad lunch. Otherwise, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
We will
have to
not
steal some from the back.
Apple is
We
going
might get them. But look, obviously everybody will be back at 2 o'clock. Right now, you got the professor in DLTH.
Let's go.
You've got Joey options, short the TQQs, and go get them, gentlemen.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And welcome everybody to this fantastic Thursday. It is raining up a storm outside, but that ain't gonna put a damper on my move, baby, because we're flying hot today, baby. There's a lot good going on. We'll get to it as we go on to the show. Let's talk about Adam DeLuce. We got Blackhawk, Bot Ricks. We even have Nightbot joining us. Joseph, that's not a real person. Shout out to Custom ATR. Shout out to Other Zinc and KC526. BD Gaming, baby. A lot of gaming going on that side of the screen. We got Michael J. Moss, Party P. We got Fluffy Hippo. Fantastic name. Brian 2532. We got JC. We got Jacques. Will Fishing. Shout out to Sunder Garden. All right, Kirk D, let's go. We got Britt Brendan and Yusuf. Oh my God, my cousin's in the chat. Shout out to Fake Stock and Bray G Talk. We got Silver Doable? Do blue. Oh, Silverado do blue. Silverado blue. I got it. Grant. We got Frank's Trades. Grunfield. Who else, man? Throw in your name if you're new. Neil. And we got RFOX 1965. Kid. Easy Media 100. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. It's been real pleasurable to be on the floor today. And here we go again, Assassino. DLTH. It feels like this one's being crowned with the king of the small caps today. We were long here at 420, getting in, getting out on this one, trying to add on to the winners instead of adding on the dollar cost averages into an oblivion. And so we're going to keep an eye on this one. We're looking at for the next beak wetter 60s. My next area where I'm going to add, I'd like to be able to add into that volume weighted average price 410, 411. Let's see if it comes down into those areas. Taking some scalps into the top, but there's a lot going on, Joseph. Show them what you got, baby.
I got nothing here, and it's not looking too good here for your boy on the short in the TQ. So if I lose this trade, that's it. I'm done for the day. So we're gonna catch a shutdown, and I don't remember the last time that happened.
Barely.
But it is what it is at the end of the day. Thursdays. Yeah, I want to show you guys this actually before, right? I was talking with a couple of my trading buddies, and yeah, so this is why you statistically keep things. So Thursdays, not my day. Fridays, we rock and roll. Wednesdays, we rock and roll. But Thursdays, for some reason, I don't know what it is. It's just not one of the best days right there. So yeah, let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback. But if not, then we're going to get the old SD, which isn't the best feeling. But hey, it's part of the game. If you want to try to put on some size, then that's what happens. That's ETHA 0 for 3 on that one. AEO we traded as well. Shout out to Sharif on that. So that's pretty good. Still up 27% on the day, so not horrible. Tried that long there, didn't work out. And then AAPL. AAPL. Okay, that's I love it when that happens. Come on, you can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah, and there we go. We tried another long here on Apple, which unfortunately didn't work out for us. And then now we're just building into this TQ's position to see if we can get a move back down towards the volume weighted average price. So, yeah, let's see what we can get going. This is going to be the primary target. Let's see if we can get there or not, Sharif.
All right, guys, DLTH, we got that 10 at. In fact, what did I get there? I actually got 18s. I didn't quite get 10s. Not fast enough for that, but it's going to have to hold VWAP. And what's happening now is that VWAP and the 10 EMA are intersecting. So if it loses that specific price area, that's going to be the end of the trade. Why else would I be in this trade? I mean, I'm not going to trade this below the 10 and VWAP. And there's a seller here at 31. Let's see if we're able to shake that seller. There it is, up into 33 as we go. Let's see, we got a nice position on. Let's take a little bit more over here. And we're going to set up now in the high 30s, low 40s. See if we can get that beak wetter. Show me 35s. We got 24s on now. DLTH is the ticker I'm looking at. I'm going to be looking incrementally at my top screen. You guys know that I've been using the top screen as my 5-second chart to spot those areas of support and resistance. There's a seller at 35. And 35 was a previous area of resistance, support. Now it's acting as resistance. So be on the lookout for the seller at 35. We are putting higher lows, though, into that 35 penny area. So prior area low 415, and then it was 422s, and now it's 27s. So let's see if we're able to kind of put those higher lows and take out that 35 penny area where the sellers are hanging out. Let me show you what I'm looking at there. So there is the 35 area of support, and there we go up into 35, and we lose and we reject it as resistance. So be on the lookout here. DLTH now doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants at this volume weighted average price. So we'll wet the beak there as we've got 19s on, but definitely, yeah, this one's going to have to hold this area. Otherwise, I'm gonzino. There's others as well. There's SKBL. So this one's not as aggressive of a mover, but it's up 23%. Not a bad look on this one. Kind of bull flagging a little bit. Has found a whole bunch of support at VWAP, basically from 1040 onwards, but it is putting in lower highs. So be on the lookout for a possible end to the trend there, quite frankly. NEG, N-E-G-G, we've been seeing this one umpteen amount of times. This one's got support here. It looks at 35. You had an area of resistance earlier on N-E-G-G at 35, and you also have VWAP there looking to act as support. So that one looks like it flipped from the area of resistance, now that area of support on N-E-G-G, new egg, baby. Keep your eye on that. Joseph, we got AQST as well. Again, this is up 18 3/4, but it's not that strong and it's not doing too much volume. In fact, when you look at the volume profile on this one, it is declining. So be on the lookout for that. NBY. This is a decent one here. And it's got a very, very respectable pattern that really hasn't been breached. The 10 EMA has been like a dang magnet on NBY. Anytime this one pulls back, it's pulling back into the 10 EMA and it's finding buyers. It's up 30 1/5% with a high of day 360, showing 350 right now. It does look like that seller is coming in at 350 because you only have a wick into that 360. What I do like about this one is you're putting in higher lows in anticipation of that 50 penny break and take. So probably behooves us, Joseph Options, to load up NBY on set side chart. And we're gonna do it freaking live. And it's not on the NASDAQ. Is it on the New York? The answer to that is no. It is on the MXExchange.am. So you need Amex permissions for that, but we're gonna have to digress. Boom, into the high. Again, DLTH, let's keep, we got 19s down. Wow, bro, this thing is crazy. Just dropped from 42 into 19s, I know. Assassino, it moves quicker than you can say, how do you do? That's why we're using these resting orders, because I'm just not quick enough to pick these up. So that's the situation right now. We're gonna keep tabs on that, but it is losing the bid there, so we have to stop out below 4. We gave back a little bit on it, so we will go negative on that one. So we'll try to do a little bit better next time. It did lose VWAP. It did drop into 394, so we'll look to do a little bit better on the next trade. Joseph Options.
Good look there, brother. So here it is in some of the big names. You can see that we have Apple trading below. We have Google trading below, starting to climb back higher. Amazon trading below. The volume weighted average price is obviously what I'm referring to. And then you have NVDA starting to head in towards that level. But then you have the likes of Microsoft and Meta holding up pretty strong. And then you can see when Amazon catches a little bounce, it's dragging the market alongside up with it. So yeah, there goes Amazon. So that's what we got going on. Some of these big names relatively strong and helping hold up the overall market. So yeah, this may not work out. It probably won't at the end of the day, but we'll still hold on. We'll stay confident to see if we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. Volume profile slowly starting to cool off, but there is some indecision prints at the lows that can signify, hey, maybe we're just going to continue this grind higher, and that's going to be this hammer candle right here on the spot. And then we're also going to take a look at what's cooking up on the Qs. So the reason why I'm continuously holding on to this is that you can see through this, as we're starting to climb higher, the volume really started to kind of cool off as you're starting to appreciate in price. So I'm like, all right, maybe we will get that pull back into the volume weighted average price, considering this pre-market high has been somewhat of a headache for the NASDAQ, and then also this high of the day. So you didn't even get into this on this previous move. So if we get the lower end of the range and even the volume weighted average price, I think we're going to be all right here. So gonna have to be extremely patient, and yeah, I'm getting really aggressive on this trade, looking for that move into that specific level. So patience is a packing, and yeah, that's what we got going on. Let me pull up one more thing before I send it back to you, my friend, because I know you're going through it. I mean, that's going to be the top performing sectors. Let's go with that and and see what we have there to see, hey, where is the money flowing in? And it's in this consumer discretionary, being led by the likes. Oh, I thought it was Amazon. Yeah, so some strong works in Amazon. Haven't looked at Tesla this morning either. Second place, we have the financials, continuous strength. We'll pull up XLF in a moment. And then the industrials in third place. Bottom three are the tech, utilities, and materials. But one thing I really want to look at, let's go, Shreve. Hold on here.
What do you got, baby?
We're at VWAP here. I'm going to send it to you, my friend.
Take your time.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Absolutely, brother. NBY, keeping an eye out on this one. So this one is coming back into that 340 area. So let's set up an entry on this. So here's 348. We're a skosh below 50. We're going to go long here. We're going to set up into 42s, 41s. I can't really tell where the 10 EMA is. Let's front run it at 45 in any event. And we do have an area of resistance at 335. It's between 335 to 340. That's where we spiked out and made that bull flag looking shape. There's the beginning of the pull. There's the top. And it feels like the breakout area is 335 because that's where the closing prints were. Assassino, brother, I don't know why the position board is not showing my my positions, but we're in NBY right now. We're long at 49s. Let's see if this one pops up. I'm going to put a beak wetter at 56. We still didn't get that ad, though. DLTH is not out of the equation, so it is back above the volume-weighted average price. It's about 412, 413, and in that area, it's got a hammer candle, but it's preceded by a candle of indecision, a doji candle which turned red. So I don't know exactly how I feel about this one. Let's see if it gets above that $0.25. Let's give this a little bit of time to see if it wants to get about that $0.25. It's being bought up aggressively right now. Look at this candle. I mean, it basically has no body. It's just one big lower wick as the body closes a little bit lower, or sorry, goes a bit higher into that opening print where it opened at about 420. So right now it's showing 17s, 19s, 20. There it is. Now this candle's green. Oh my goodness. It's still a lower high, believe it or not. We're going to have to give this a lot of room if we want to get into DLTH because it's already shown you its a propensity to breach VWAP and then quickly reclaim it. So if I want to base my trades on technicals, I have to wait to about 445, 443 because that's where the previous candle high was, right here, right where we got out. So I don't know what to make of this one right now, quite frankly. It's up 78%. It's got all the volume, 37.5 million shares. Let me know when you want to.
No, I was going to say, yeah, give you the thumbs up there. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, guys, that we're thankful for that. Fortunately, it started to work out. But I just went into cover mania because, yeah, Sharif, I was on the precipice, as you would like to say, of getting SD, and I don't like that. Yeah, well, honestly, Andre, give me a second here, brother, please, and thank you. Yeah,
I'll do it, Andre.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Thanks, man.
Brother.
Thanks. So yeah, that's what we got cooking here. It's working out really well, and I'm glad that it is. Otherwise, then this was going to be my last trade if we did make an additional leg higher, and then you end up taking losses substantially bigger than what you intend to, and that's not the objective here, right? We want to continue and maintain everything within our risk measures and make sure that we set positive examples. Because what I just did right there, I wouldn't highly suggest continuously doing, especially if you have key and tight risk measures, which I used to at home and even here. Now I'm saying they're necessarily tight, but you need to keep them in check because you don't want to have those oversized losses that are going to just eliminate your week or your month. So yeah, that's what we had going on there. And see if we can breach it. The dump in Meta and Microsoft helped contribute to this, so that was pretty good. Now the averages moved up, but yeah, we got really, really super aggressive at this. So yeah, I'm not even gonna display it or anything along those lines, but yeah, another move back into. I like what Sharif says there. I gotta post up, right? You gotta have those resting orders for profit takers here. But now that my average is up here, we have a little bit of room to work with. So if we don't continue this trajectory to the top side, then I think we'll be okay for somewhat of a breach below the volume weighted average price, which is going to work out relatively well. Positions boards back up, good stuff there.
Good to go,
yeah, so good stuff. And one more thing, Sharif, I want to take a look at American Eagle Outfitters options chain, because I think there's going to be a lot to talk about. Well, obviously there's going to be a lot to talk about this retailer come the news time. So there's nothing substantial on this week's expiration cycle. Other than at this, yeah, so nothing at 15. At 15 has the highest, or sorry, I'll eat those words quick. 14 has the highest amount of open interest. So that's nothing crazy. We're already north of that, and you're underwater if you're short those calls. So not a good time. Or if you're long those calls, you're underwater there, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting one there. All right, guys, keeping my eye here on NBY. Here we go. We're into 64. We're showing 64 on the level 2 ask side, 63 on the bid. We're not crossing, so we're not getting the print, and there it is. NBY breaking out, guys. This one is quite strong. It hasn't lost the 10 EMA on the 5 all day, okay? From 9:30 onward, since I want to say it claimed it at 9:35, and there it is. It's a 69 area high. It's time to get out of this stock. No, I'm kidding. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Here we go. Now it's a 70 penny high. NBY. I'm not going to call it the one because, you know, these ones have a way of making you look bad when you start calling them the one or the good one or anything like that. But we're showing 72s now. I'm posting up at 77s. What do we have on? We got 49s on. very upset that I didn't get that ad. It was very close to getting triggered. I could have moved it up. I didn't. That's on me. Don't be a schmuck like me. Move up your orders when it's warranted to do so. So showing 73s now, that is the high of the day, but we're working our way, it feels like, possibly into that $4 area. As this one gets more aggressive, and by that I mean percentage up on the day, you're going to have a lot more eyes on it as it works its way up the scanner on a lot of people's scanners, like mine, for example. It's moved up substantially from where it was. So, you know, as the price action moves up, you're going to get short interest as well. The mean reversion trader is going to be looking to take this. Now, we got a topping till candle here, so we got to be careful. Topping till candle into 73. Now we're down into 55s. So we got to be careful with this one. Prior bar low takes us to 47s. We're long at 49s. I'm putting my stop at 45, so let's go ahead and put that right there. And we're not going to allow it to give. Okay, there we go. We got stopped out on that one. So we'll give back a little bit on that. No worries. Let's see if this is the right area to go long. That's the 10 EMA. On the 5 right there, I'm going long again on this one, and I'll DCA into the volume weighted average price into 27s or 30s. We got 42s on now. Let's set up here for a possible pop back up into that area high. I'm talking about NBY, guys. Keep your eye on this one.
Yeah, good look. Yeah, guys, I took off like 70% of the position, and then it's like, okay, you get this move, and then it just bounces right back up. So, yeah, this is, I don't know, all you can do is chuckle at the end of the day, as frustrating as it may seem. And I mentioned it in the chat, the amount of unrealized gains that I give back sometimes it's just like, oh my. So yeah, let's see what the crypto space is up to. ETHA, Oh my days. No, this is not good. It's getting smoked today. Yeah. Oh my God. Here's another one, man. That's just like, oh yeah. I don't know. It's crazy stuff, man. What a crazy. So yeah, and there you go. Bitcoin probably south of 110,000 there. Now as it heads to $62. Why are we selling? Hopefully we rip come FOMC, but there it is. I bid heading towards some key support levels. So looking like it's going to break down further. And then ETHA. Same thing. I might just have to hop out because I can't allow my position to give away the amount of unrealized that I have there. And then I think I'll be a good opportunity to get back in, considering if September is going to be somewhat of a bearish month, then I think maybe around the lows we'll be able to kind of get in at a better price. I don't know if it's going to be my exact same entry price, but I have to sit here and be like, am I willing to just close it and accept the fact that, hey, the chances of me closing it, I have the risk of obviously it's going to climb the next couple of days. So, yeah, it's tough decisions, man. That's one thing that's really hard about swing trading and obviously intraday trading as well too. Is getting out. I know Sean was talking about it yesterday. He's like, yeah, the only time you really get mad is when you sell, but at the same time you get mad when you don't sell when you're supposed to and then buy back in. So yeah, it's a management game, Sharif, and it's a tough one for sure.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's a psychology game too.
It's so crazy.
If you think like, oh, I'm just going to be a robot. I'm going to stick to my rules. Sometimes, just things happen and you find yourself on the ropes. And I've just been there. Who hasn't, bro?
Yeah.
So let's keep an eye out. Now I'm keeping my eye on NBY. Here we go. Posting up 47s, 48s. We have 43s on. We just took a couple of beak wetters there. Looking for this to defend the 10 EMA. It's got a very, very big, weird looking candle that closed the prior bar. It's a candle of indecision. It is south of the 50 penny area right now. Let me just load this up. Pardon me. Where is my NBY thing? Over here. I just want to put the 5-second on this. NBY. There we go. Let's just put the 5-second on that bad boy so we can get a better look. Okay, so now it's rejecting. It was actually using the 50 on the 5, and now it's actually rejecting it. Let's see if the higher low is when it's going to be operable here. Here's what I'm looking at, guys. So it kind of looks like a bear flag, but it's also putting in these higher lows. So let's see if we can get above the 50. It was kind of using the red line as support at times. I've been watching this for a while. Red line, which is the 50 EMA, typically acts as support. Now it's kind of using it as resistance. So definitely need to be alive to that fact. Let's take out a little bit over here, see if we can get printed on that. So not a bad look right now on NBY, but definitely looking for a lot more and a lot higher. Don't want to be taking out some in the 40s when it's not warranted. So let's set up some resting profit takers on this. I don't see any other small cap gappers except LAWR. Oh, that's the one that Duluth brought me the other day. Otherwise known as All Class Adam. Shout out to Adam Duluth, baby, LAWR. Adam, this one's still running, man. It's got another bull flag on its hands today. I think you gave me this one a couple of days ago. This one took a day off yesterday. I had a big day on Tuesday, but having another decent day as LAWR, kind of at that $2.50 level, looks very bull flaggish, 259 high, seems to be finding a lot of support at the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'll keep tabs on that one. We had a big flat top break on LAWR last time, so it has a propensity to do that. So keep your eye out on that, guys.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, so there goes the market starting to climb higher there, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just get out of there. I usually get out at the break even, but just looking at how much unrealized I had down here and then looking for this move back down, it's yeah. All right, let's move on to something else. Apple putting in a nice base, ace of base right there.
Oh.
So yeah.
I saw the sign.
Is that who sings that?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, bro, they have a catalog, bro. They were huge in the mid-90s, dude.
I didn't know.
Like
I saw this. I like that song.
And
I
it
didn't,
opened
I,
up
I didn't
my
know that
eyes.
was.
I saw
I didn't
the
know.
sign.
I didn't know that was them. So
yeah.
yeah, no, good times, good times.
Blur.
So nice level holding up at 237 flat. Let's see what we got on the chain here in AAPL there, guys, because that is holding up relatively strong, and that's something that is like, okay, what's up there? We got to take a look at what the options chain is up to, and that is going to be AAPL at 237. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Nothing crazy. All right, so maybe the options market isn't going to tell us anything. That's where Bookmap comes into play. 23,300, 14,000 right here, 29,000 at 240 put side. No specific wall. Like, look how low that open interest is right there. So, yeah. Volume actually maybe not too bad, 23,000 volume, okay, so somewhat justifiable, but you can see we're at the 240 strike. We have 90,500 shares, our contracts traded on the session with 29,000 still currently open, which is very interesting. And then if you go down to 225, it's looking like max pain on AAPL right here at that 225 strike price, 34,300 contracts. So look for that level to hold, and I think there's a good chance that it's going to. Now, what do I do? Considering I was aggressively heavy on this one, I'm not going to DCA. I'm just going to wait for that potential pullback towards the volume-weighted average price. It's a choppy session, right? Volumes are relatively low, and I think we're going to have the opportunity to just kind of bounce around, ebb and flows, highs, lows, try to sell the highs, buy the lows, etc. Guys, make sure that you sign up. You gotta put the dollar sign, not sign up, but dollar sign, and then the ticker that you guys want to see specifically on the rundown. Do you have it up there?
I'm gonna load it up and keep it up permanently.
Keep it
Joey.
up. Keep it up.
So we're just gonna take this off over here. Give me 1 second to load that bad boy up. Here it is, Joey.
Okay, good
stuff. So guys, there it is.
There it is. Bang. The visualizer. Thank you, Assassino, for reminding us on that one. Good stuff there. And let's see what we can get going on. Let's see what's going to lead the race today. What is leading the race today there, Sharif?
Oh, yeah. Let me have a look. We got to post this up on all desktops.
Open.
Joey.
It looks like
it's open. Then your friend
Tesla.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, dang. And American Eagle up there as well, too. So shout out to them.
You know what this guy did yesterday?
Right.
Unbelievable. So as soon as he started sniffing that American Eagle was going to do well, I'm assuming he was doing some TA because he was onto it, okay? And then, so yesterday, I'm telling him, because he was crapping all over me for my AEO. He was. Joseph, come on, you're not us guy, right? He was crapping all over me about this AEO trade a few weeks ago. And then, yesterday, he's like, I'm like, Joey, AEO reports after the bell today. Yeah. I'm like, if it does well, I'm going to be dancing all up on this day. And then you know what? He's like, no. We love AEO. And then yesterday they report after the bell, the first person to message me, that guy right there, Joseph Options, same words.
Let's go.
We love AEO, baby. I was like, oh my God, Joseph, this is hilarious.
No, it's all fun and
good vibes, bro. All good.
Fun and games there.
We're having a good time, guys.
With these mag names holding up relatively well, Sharif. Ether getting somewhat of a bounce, maybe this indecision print. I don't want to let go of it at the lows here, so maybe we get a little bit of a bounce into this resistance zone. And then I think I made my mind up. I'm going to sell a little bit in my swing account there. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on Soundhound, SOUN, getting a nice little spike here as James Altucher apparently released a note saying that they could potentially be the target of a takeover. James Altucher runs a newsletter mostly about potential takeovers. I find a lot of his notes tend to be about that, but either way, SOUN getting a nice pop on that. This CEA, Myron hearing is still happening with regards to his nomination to be in the Federal Reserve, replacing Adriana Kugler. There are a couple other nominees here as well for other positions. Just listening to that, I'll let you guys know if anything massive is happening, but you can also check out where the position board is. I've been putting headlines there when things of note are being said. Back to you.
All right, shout out to Adam again, man. We took LAWR. We've got the beak wet there at 63s, coming back down though. So now what I'm trying to see is, I'm just going to pick it up off key technical areas again. This one seems to trade in that way. Last time though, we got a pretty aggressive flat top break. Now we got a new high a day. We got 65s. It's not bad on LAWR, but it's not as aggressive as it was on Tuesday, I think. So going to keep an eye out on that. Also keeping an eye here on DLTH. So this candle got everybody in. So we've made the first 5-minute candle make a new high, the current candle that is, but it's ending up as a topping tail. So it feels like the shorts are still in control, even though we broke trend of these lower highs. Let's see if this one can catch a bid. What's the current candle low? So current candle low right now is 17s. I'm going to get in here. I'm just going to give it the current candle low. So if it ends up holding up, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Didn't let me in. All right, so we're going to go 16s. It'll probably stop me out immediately. Probably. Yeah, there it is. There it is, Jill. Right away. Right away. Straight to Jill. Straight to Jill, and then pop right back up. All right, so we're not doing as well today with execution. So maybe we should give this one a little bit more patience right now with DLTH, because it's not flying like it was a couple of days ago. So yeah, that's that DLTH trade, right in, right out. Didn't give it enough room, but it's a candle of indecision. So I really don't know how to interpret it. I'm gonna let this one chill out, and then if it sets up in a bit of a better way, we'll get involved. Let's take a possible beak wetter here on a new high a day on LAWR, waiting at 66s now. High of the day is 65, so looking for that bad boy. But there goes Newegg. So NEGG, oops, breaking out as well. Still lower highs though, so be on the lookout for a 37 sell. There's NEGG, was just at 34.31. And then in one 5-minute candle, right up to 37. When you look at it, though, we're still kind of generally putting in lower highs. Sure, the wick gets up there, but look at the current area. If it was to close, we'd be a lower high as well. So NEGG up 17, excuse me, and 2/3. But definitely a little volatile as well, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's take a look at those clues. I'll take a look at those names for you, so I'm not just hyper-focused and zoned in on what I got going on here. Just got to let things work. Yeah, well, okay, I was going to say Red Rock Resorts, here it is. Obviously, from an intraday standpoint, yesterday, a lot of liquidity, and then today, that's just absolutely all gone, so that's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before, to be honest with you. So, yeah, there's liquidity here, but then when you go over to here, it's completely dried up. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. That's going to give us a much better gauge here. From those April lows, Kalua, looking pretty good, 76%. So not bad. I know you're running around Vegas all the time, and that's why you mentioned it. So, I mean, you want to get in on some of these dips. You don't want to be buying highs. You're only a couple percentage points off of this previous peak. So I would let it cool off a little bit more. 5-10%, I think, is when you want to start slowly allocating shares. That's just me personally. And then you look for potential bounces. And then who else? Neon, bro, give your boy. Oh, I can't give him an old Jabski. He's in on Neon. That's all right. That's good.
What happened?
I said someone give my boy a jab for Neon. Were you trading Neon today?
Me?
Yeah.
Who was saying that?
Showtime.
Somebody saw it. Neil mentioned it.
Yeah. Look at it.
It's just coming from the depths of hell, though.
Look at it. Yeah.
That's not typically my move, but I see the curl back up. Yeah, respectable curl.
For sure. Yeah, big time curl up over there. But I mean, look at this gap down here on the daily. That's not good. You're dropping from that close there 81%. Yeah, right. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I've never even. That's insane. 81%. Man, oh, you're having a bad day if you're an owner of that name, regardless of what happens throughout this bounce. That is not a good time, if you ask me. And then traded return at 3 p.m. for some blood. Yeah. Let's see what we got going on there. Yeah, put some other names in the chat, guys. Make sure you vote as well, too. We're still sitting in this trade here. Average is going to be 90 flat, so we're 10 cents out of the money currently. And again, primary target, the volume-weighted average price. One thing that's kind of scaring me right now is going to be Amazon. So you can see this opening drive really strong. And then even in yesterday's post-market, it starts to rally. So something going on here. And then sure enough, 5-minute drive, extremely strong, volume supporting it. Now you're forming this bull flag. Watch out just in case it decides to take another run and attempt for the high. It's going to drag the cues up with it. And I'm short, so bad time. Adara, what do you got for us?
We're going to start this crypto segment by looking at a very beleaguered crypto stock today. That is MSTR Strategy, as they're now known, of course, led by Michael Saylor. Now, this stock is on watch because it's one of many companies that has been accumulating crypto. Now, Strategy has been doing this a lot longer than most, but we know lately there's been a glut of companies, a lot of them in the small cap space, announcing that they're going to be adopting crypto strategies. Apparently 124 so far this year have made these announcements, so very notable. Some of these include Ethereum treasury strategies like BMNR and SPCE. Well, the information reported that NASDAQ apparently is going to be moving to require shareholder approval before these companies can issue shares for crypto purchases. Now, this is being viewed as a concern by the crypto industry because they're now, I guess, worried here about these delays with their strategy. They want to be able to start accumulating this crypto right away, and now they're going to have to wait for that approval, which could put a little bit of a damper on that crypto stock growth. Apparently, firms that do not comply with this will be actually risking trading suspension or delisting. Now, apparently the NASDAQ did not reply to requests for comment from the information, but either way, interesting report here. If I get any more details, I will, of course, let you all know. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin here on this daily chart, we almost made a higher high on the daily. That would be the first notable higher high here on the daily from that most recent all-time high we made back on August 14th. Unfortunately, we were not able to eclipse that 113,600 level. We made a high yesterday around, about 1,000 points lower than that, 112.6. But as of right now, we haven't made a lower low yet either. So let's see what happens here. Will that 107,000 base that we formed later last week continue to serve as support, or will we break below it? Only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. As we send you back to the Bash Brothers, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to stay with us for all of this market content. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I honestly, I think the crypto space is gonna, for the month of September, I think we're gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Well, maybe not, just pull back buying opportunities. But what I'm seeing displayed on this chart from Ethereum, not looking too good. So any bounce throughout the intraday session, I'm gonna sell half of my position, and then I'm just gonna let the other half run. I think there's gonna be some good buying opportunities, and some of the bigger names as well too. And guess what? If I sell half here and I buy anything south of $32, then we're going to be laughing and rocking and rolling there. My average is around $27.50, roughly to be exact, so not too bad. Again, don't want to be giving up too many unrealized gains. I sold a little bit around this neck of the woods or something along those lines, but missing on that peak, which again, you're not going to catch the complete top or the bottom, so now it's just complete trade management at this point. Now, let's see, Lumen. Yeah, let's take a look at Lumen for you. L-U-M-N. Lumen Technologies, and see what it is up to. Okay, so not too bad. I think Sharif's traded this name a couple times before, considering the price range. Let's see what we got going on from a 5-minute. Ooh, okay, so this drive isn't, it's really tough in the pre-market. Opening drive, really nice. And if we zoom in and take a look at it from a 1 minute, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so the volume-weighted average price doesn't like working on this chart anymore, but nice base there, holding some of the pre-market levels, continue higher. You get that breath and then watch the volume cool down as you pull back, and then it steps back in as you start to go on the ascent. And then sure enough, you put in a new high, shallow pullback, and establish a new high. Liquidity's there, but obviously slightly scarce as well too. Nothing crazy from a volume standpoint, but if you're looking for a fill, I'm sure you will get it on that specific name. MP, is MP a buy? It's funny, I was actually looking at some of the Material names here. I don't know if this is going to be a buy. I want to take a look at the daily. Yeah, and it's kind of the same thing, Shreve. You're breaking through necklines, heading to key support levels, which is say, hey, just be patient before you start. Yeah, exactly before you start.
That's the name that I had to be patient.
Yeah.
We weaseled
MP. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a bad looker, right? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, from May.
It's extended, though.
Yeah,
Like,
big time. Like 340% from May.
Exactly.
Wait, so when you experience a move like that, 340%, don't be surprised if you retrace half that or 40%, which you're down 25% right now.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Well said, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, guys, keeping an eye out on these names. We're still involved in LAWR. Just got stopped out again of DLTH, but we were able to scalp on this one, so don't take the full brunt. We got a nice pop-up through the $0.50, but it was short-lived, and we made another lower low, losing that 30-penny area, so we'll give back a little bit on that. But Joey,
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
we got to remind you of some things.
Let's remind.
We're at ESCino?
Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican. I think her ad is fantastic. Okay.
Shares briefly hit their highest level since July 13th. The campaign featuring real American jeans that Sydney Sweeney was launched on July 23rd. Trump posted the ad on Truth Social, praising it with great jeans. We love American Eagle, he wrote. Sydney Sweeney.
All right, name one move.
I'm not done talking yet. I just love that it riles you up, bro.
You know what? I'm done, man. American Eagle breaks that $26 by the end of the year. I will buy you a pair of whatever Sydney Sweeney.
No, I was going to say you can buy them and you can make them into 4-inch shorts. For the you remember that? It took a little bit of time to get to it because it's a bit of a lengthy video, but we're not even close to 26. Let's just be honest.
No.
What are we at, 18, 17?
I mean, it's not
that.
far compared to where it was sitting before, right? So there you go. You got that 50%.
It's not even
bump
that. No,
almost.
we were like at 12 or something.
Yeah,
like that
then
when we
it
made
went
the
up to
video.
18
so,
bucks. Yeah, so there you go. That's a 50% pump almost right there.
But dude, they credited the whole thing here almost on. They didn't say Sydney.
Yeah,
they said their celebrity advertisements.
It boosted like the Travis Kelce and the thing.
Funny.
But you know what? We're gonna talk a little bit about that. So I don't want to show it too much on my hand there. But I mean, a good play, right?
Yes,
a lot of these retail names, I think if you catch who's hot and then you can obviously promote them, it's good for you. But can you continuously do that? I think is one of the important things to note there. So yeah, there it is, guys. TQ's finally starting to work for us here. Bang, 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 bang. We'll take that one. Again, it just keeps getting bought up here, right? So just consistent higher lows, which isn't good. As long as the volume continues to stay cool, then I think we might be able to get into this lower end of the range. But best believe I'm going to have to sit through this grind in order to get those specific levels there, Shreve.
Yes, sir. Okay, focusing on MBY. Here we go. Looks like we're curling up a little bit here. Into that 40-penny area. Took a couple of beak wetters on that bad boy, but still definitely looking for a bigger move on NBY. It looks like it might be actually using the 10 EMA on the 5 now as a resistance. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one. I did get in at the prior area of resistance. I'm talking about the top end of the bull flag. Momentary pop, but no follow through as of yet. So we're gonna have to pack my patience on that. LAWR took a bunch of this one out already. So let's see if, that's DLTH, excuse me. Where's LAWR? Took a bunch out on this one already. Still waiting for this one to come back and trigger, but it does feel like it might be using that 54 to 55 penny area now as an area of support. After using it, obviously, as a resistance, because that was the top end of the bull flag there. Let's put a resting order to get a little bit more at 54s. That's what I'm going to do. Let's post up at 54s and see if we can get a print on that bad boy. But DLTH, man, it just keeps cutting me up. I don't have a right read on this. I mean, it's putting in lower highs. I try to pick it up off key levels. I either miss it or breaches those key levels. So I feel like I don't have a good read on this one, even though it is strong on the day. It's got a lot going for it. Volume, price action, chart patterns. I mean, it's obviously a bull flag or a bull pennant of some sort. Just haven't been able to execute as well as I'd like onto it. So we'll keep an eye out. I'm not going to give up on it because there's not too many other ones that are moving in this fashion today. So we'll pack our patience and keep an eye out on that, Joey.
Yeah, good look there. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, we're going Deontay here. We're just going to hold on to this position to target. It's either we're going to get stopped out or we're going to hit target. Keep it simple. Don't micromanage the position. Pathik, obviously, I'm being slightly sarcastic here. Obviously, a friend of ours as well, too. He told me it's a buyer's market. I said, Pathik, why didn't you tell me this earlier before I started shorting the NASDAQ? So that's what friends are for. At least they tell you. Better late than never. Obviously, we're being joking. But here we go, guys. Starting to cook. Let's go, man. My brother, I'm telling you, I had the clock came up, man. I was on timer.
Yeah, I've been there, baby.
I was on timer, man. And then sure enough, we pulled the rabbit out of a hat. So thanks to everyone here. So Joe, we're doing the same damn thing. Yeah, STES King, man. It is. But he's not wrong, right? Because you get these big moves to the downside, and then look what happens immediately after. It's like instantly after, it just gets bought right back up. And then again, when I'm trading the Qs, I have my eyes on the Magnificent Seven because of how much weight they carry. And I'm over here looking at Amazon being like, oh my days, you're giving me a headache. And then there it is, boom. Oh, look at it go. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So yeah, I'm not going to hold it for too much longer. Again, I took a lot of my losses off. And I'm going to obviously give some back here because I am slightly bag holding. So don't do that. Do not do that. And Google also looks like it wants to break up too. So you don't want to be participating in the shorts if some of these big boys really want to get the ball rolling here. And over the past couple of sessions, Google has done everything but not go to the downside, really. Oh. So there goes, boom, top side move, all day grinder yesterday. Pre-market relatively flat, you get this, and then sure enough, looks like it wants a breakthrough view up right now. But we want to keep an eye on the volume profile as well, too. Considering we are looking for a breakout, we do want the volume to slowly start to kick up as well. So packing patience, trying to stay somewhat logical, rational for whatever that may mean, and see if we can get it. But if it breaks through the high, I have to get out of this just to give myself somewhat of a breathing room and a couple opportunities to get back into this market.
All right, Joey, keeping my eye here on DLTH. Again, we're going to deal with this one with 4. I'm going to try to exercise a bit more patience on this one rather than just getting in and getting out a bunch of times. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Also looking for that ad on LAWR, nothing doing. Keeping my eye also on NBY, seeing the seller there at 40s. It's not a random level that the seller's coming in. It's the 10 EMA on the 5. And we've been talking about this a lot more. Sometimes when you lose the 10 EMA, you start using it as resistance from the south to north side as opposed to using it as support. And the other way around. So that is of concern to me as well, but I should probably put some profit takers on this one over here and layer some orders for an upside move if we should get some. My out is going to be below this area of support right there, so right in the 370s. But there goes NBY. Okay, good. So this one popping up, taking out 40s momentarily, showing me 44s. What do we have on this one? 36s. We'll take another beak wetter there. No printing. Okay, no problem. We'll set up there. And we'll set up every couple of pennies or so on this and set up a little bit above the $0.50 as well. So NBY curling back up, couple of green candles here to make new highs, but nothing really too fantastic about this one. But we did get some nice prints to the high side. Why are you not playing Neon, Grunfeld? I don't know, brother. It's just not really my setup because it's down on the day. Typically, I just keep my eye on the ones that are gapping up. But this is not a bad look, man. I mean, it's fantastic. It's just, I'm going to stick to my rules. That's all. It's no comment on whether Neon is good or bad. It's fantastic. I mean, who could complain about going long at 330 and taking it all the way up to 7? It's a big winner. It's a over 100% winner. But it's just not my cup of tea. So I'm going to steer clear of it. But thank you for pointing it out. I'm going to keep my eyes on the ones that I got going on over here. Definitely looking for a little bit more here on LAWR. So where's my LAWR screen? Didn't get the ad there. So I'll have to pack our patience or move up the order. It looks like it came into 55s and it did not print on that. So that's all I got, Joey. Yep. I don't know what you're looking at, brother, but those are the 3 that I've got.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like we're just kind of in the same mode right now, Sri. We got positions going on, and it's just like hyper focused. Let's go over a couple things here because we obviously want to keep it entertaining as well, too. So anything specific on the chain? Also, let's take a look at I don't think. Do we have any big earnings tonight, Sharif?
I don't know.
Or what?
Probably Adara's.
Adara's got that idea.
Broadcom. Neil says.
Okay,
Broadcom.
so there we go. One of the largest companies, the 8th, I think, in the $1 trillion club. Lululemon as well too. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good lineup here that we got this evening. Broadcom, Lululemon, DocuSign, UiPath.
Crazy.
I'll take that all day. You know, a nice B-listers right there with obviously Broadcom coming in there. Maybe we'll put Lululemon in A-lister too. Yeah,
okay.
So, yeah, not a bad look. And then what else do we got? Smith & Wesson. Shout out to them as well.
Boy.
Yeah, so we got that. We got Smith & Wesson reporting after the bell today, guys. So, pardon me? What did Neil say?
He just punned. He's like, he's fired up for those.
Oh, he's fired up. Yeah, he's in the round spit. Look at Apple here. Do we go long off of this? We took a long. I do like this print. The thing is, though, is that the volume's not necessarily supporting what we are looking for a potential long, but it's never mind that. It's a buyer's market, as my guy Pathik mentioned earlier, and I'm like, yeah, you're so right, brother. But here it is, though. If we take a look at this name from a daily standpoint, and we went through a couple examples, as soon as that trend line was breached, you're off to the races. So we'll go at the break of this trend to where we're currently trading at and get somewhat of a percentage metric on how much we're up. 10%. We'll take that all day.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take that all day in Apple. And I mean, so we have Google putting in all-time highs. Out of the Mag, which ones haven't put in a new all-time high? Let's go through them. AVGO. Sorry, give me some time. Let's see. Bang, new all-time high from this previous one. I'm putting it in there, Sharif, because it's a $1 trillion company, not Tesla. I could have told you that for free. Amazon, Same thing with Amazon, Google. Google's there, right? So you get that big gap. You get that big gap up, and then we have the likes of NVDA. Still hovering, but breaking through previous all-time highs. And then we have the monster run that Microsoft went on, boom, and then you're still hovering around that. I think it's going to take some time in order for us to breach that level. And then we did Amazon already, META, boom. So not too far off of this. You're about 5%. Not too bad there, Sharif.
Okay, all right, guys. Keeping my eye here on DLTH. It's trying to hold this area, but it's not looking good. But NBY, kind of the opposite story. Got another profit taker there into 45s. Sorry, 45, set up at 47s now. Keeping my eye on that. We also got the ad finally on LAWR. Excuse me, wrong chart. At 54. So I'm going to hold. I'm going to look for this area to hold, and I'll stop out anything below 50. Because if I hold it into 50, then that's not really the move. That's not why I'm in this, right? I'm in this for the previous area of resistance to hold. That's that basically 54, 55. So if that doesn't hold, it ends my trade. Bovin is saying hour is moving up. Let's take a look at HOUR, see what that one's all about. What do we got? Oh, baby, this looks very similar to LAWR, where it has that kind of like seller in and around 170. It looks like generally high 160s, 170s, and then you get that breakout. What's the volume though on this? Bovin 2.82 million on a 175 name. It's not bad. It's certainly better than some of the ones I've got on the side chart here, specifically AQB. So we'll switch from AQB into HOUR, and that one's earned its way onto the side chart over here. So let's throw that on there. And I'll monitor that one for a possible retest of a key level. So that's a good one there, Bovin. I like that. LAWR, we got the fill at 54s. Happy about that. Now let's set up some profit takers possibly at these levels. Now that we've got a few more shares, we'll set up there and see what we get. Still keeping my eye on NBY. Still up 28%, holding trend, but the volume's dropped off substantially now on NBY. It has a 4-candle green setup, looking for a little bit more. We've set up at 47s. It's showing me 46s, no prints quite yet, but I'll pack my patience on this one. I'm definitely looking for a nice move up, possibly into that 60 penny area. That's where we're really topped out. So the high of the day is 73, but you could tell there was barely any price action above 55. So if we get price action above 55, that'll be telling in and of itself. And sustained price action, not just quick wicks. We already got quick wicks into that area. All right, let's look at LAWR. Beautiful. Nice profit taker there. Looking for the next one at 61s. So we got there it is. Beautiful. Good add on LAWR and good move up like that. I wish I could trade like that all the time, or stocks could acting this way all the time. Look at this, Joey. So
Yeah,
that was
really nice.
obviously a flat top break, so I got back a little bit more.
Oh, nice
there.
hold there.
That was the point of
Resistance,
that one,
resistance acting as support there. That's
and multiple too. Like it wasn't just one quick. So
nice trade.
yeah, that's all I've got on at the moment. Bovin saying POLA. Let's take another look here. Shout out to Bovin, my other pair of eyes, baby. POLA. Pola? Oh, baby. Pola coming back from the depths of hell. Went green to red, or no, almost red. Barely held on to Greensville there. Held yesterday's closing print at 219. And there you go. Wow, I did not anticipate that. Good call out, Bovin. We're going to take out SKBL and we're putting POLA. It's fast and furious here on the midday, man. These small cap gappers, they move fast, and so do we. We have to. Otherwise, we get burned. So POLA, guys, 337 high. Volume weighted average price at 290. But I'd be looking for a buy at 3. Why? Couple of candle rejections there for the closes right at 3. It clears 3 by 37 pennies. To me, that's enough to use 3 as support. So this is a good call out, Bovin. Great call out, brother. Going to keep an eye out for a retracement into 3. If it doesn't continue higher highs and higher lows, because you've been getting that higher high, higher low pattern essentially since the taking of VWAP, the retaking of VWAP, I should say. That's my look, Joey. That's all I got.
Good look. Someone mentioned Lululemon. Yeah, breaking out here. Good call out there, guys. As Sharif was just trading his flat top break, you're seeing the exact same thing in Lululemon. So that's a pretty good look. Where are you? Oh, okay, I exited it. That's good stuff there.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Assassino, man. You got to cut me some slack once in a while.
No, man. He's there with the buttons, and he's going to make you feel and look bad. Shout out to Assassino, bro. I love it.
All right, let's keep playing. We're obviously joking around here. Yeah, there it is. Lululemon starting to grind higher. Leading into that earnings report, obviously there's plenty of time before we head into that actual earnings report. Ooh, now you know, mathing. But I mean, if you look at this thing from a daily standpoint, oh my days, 52% haircut. So the stock is going to need to double just to get back to this specific price right here. So they better come out with a hell of a hot earnings report. Even more from there, which is absolutely insane. 61%. 61% off of those December 2023 highs. So we're talking about retail names being a tough space. Let's take a look at American Eagle, actually, their daily to see what they're going up to. Oh, wow, beauty. What a beauty right there, Sharif. That is crazy. Nice. Did you hit the bang there?
No.
13. So there it is. Nice move. Market continuing to grind higher. I think it's just time for me to get out of this and just stop expending the mental capital, waiting for this thing to get back down to the volume weighted average price. As I exit, it will obviously decide to turn around and everything. So I just got to be able to live with that. So patience. As soon as this is breached, we're out of there, Sharif. And that's all I got going on.
Paula is breaking out the high of the day. So shout out to Bovin. Here we go. 346 high, showing 44s, 45s. It's up 56%, coming from real low. Seeing some resistance here at the mid 40 penny area. Do we get continuity? Not immediately. Down into 30s we go. Is this a buying opportunity? Current bar low is right at 10. So it takes us to 310. That is the low of this candle. $3.10. Let's pack our patience. See if we can if this is a micro pullback. Let's put POLA on the 5-second chart so we can spot these areas of support and resistance. We're going to give this one the old college try. Let's see if this one runs. We'll try to add into this position here because I'm going to have to take smaller positions because, well, we're negative on the day, having traded like a buffoon, right? So got to be a little bit careful here with POLA. So what's trend? Trend seems to be that $0.25. If it loses the $0.25, I think I'm going to have to get out of this one. I don't want a dollar cost average. I'm going to add into the winning position on this one. So if it's going to take out 35s, that's a local area seller, we'll add into this one if it takes out 35s. Showing me 33s right now, but it's a bit of a consolidative move between 25s and 35. There's 35 right now, seller at 35, 37, pretty quick. Let's look for that continuity, though, on POLA if we're going to add into this one. It's not just good enough to take it out, so keep looking at the trend, looking for that continuation of higher highs and higher lows. Going to be adding small. Here we go. Nice. Okay. Dang. Took out some instead of adding some, Joey. All right, so there we go into the high of the day, 46. Sorry, that's 46 is the high. We got into 44s. We just wicked into 46. There's a new high day, 47. Shut it to Bovin. Not a bad look on this one. Let's see if we can get that continuity through the $0.50. I'm going to add here. Let's see if, didn't let me add. Let's see if we can add on the dip. Looking for a drop back down. Not quite yet. I don't know why it didn't let me add there. There's a huge seller at 47s. Multiple rejections of that 47 penny level. Still on POLA. There it is, dropping back down. We're going to add into this area over here. Let's set up at the near the area high and then above the 50 penny area. So there's a buyer of note in the mid 30s, 37s or so. What do we got on now? 41, seller at 45, looking for that 47 break and take. You got higher lows, you just need higher highs through that 47, Joey. So that's what I'll be looking on. POLA, looking for that trend continuation above the $0.50.
Nice look there. All right, guys. So look at this. Look at this on the tape. So this is before the selling. And then sure enough, as soon as you run into that 90-10, all of this steps in. All of this steps in. That is pure buy program. And this is what we're talking about. This is what sold us here on this specific candle. And then sure enough, a couple minutes later, it's just boom, pure defense, man. That's a Hall of Fame defense right there, Sharif, which is insane as Apple starting to go. And it does this. I'm just going to get out because Apple wants to climb. And I want to have enough capital so I can put on some more trades. So do I do it? You got to just accept it. You got to sometimes just accept your fate. I wouldn't be surprised if this market did eventually turn over. Let's actually go to the daily to see. Just lick me out here. Ebbs and flows. So no, nothing substantial at that specific level. But a nice bounce. You can see that we're holding 84, 87, whatever that is on the Nasdaq. Could care less at the moment. But not too bad on the TQs. And come on, Nick. I mean, this is all I'm focusing on right now, considering the size that I've put on. Let's actually take a look at some of the top volume stocks here on the day. NVDA, relatively cool. Only 65 million shares traded on the session. AEO right behind it, right? But considering it's only 10% of the value of that stock, 64 million shares as well, too. TSLA, 52 million. SOXL, 45 million. And then on the lower names, and this is all the stocks higher than $10. At the lower end is Joby. I know you like Joby there, Sharif, but he still has 12.8 million shares traded on the session.
What's the price of that piece of crap?
1280.
Oh, God.
1280. Yeah, 1281. Sorry, and it has 12.8 million shares traded on the session. So very, very interesting. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. That's going to be XLF. We like XLF here, Sharif. I think for the foreseeable future, yes, it's lunchtime. Happy for that. Get some food in the old belly, man. All I had was a steak and an egg yesterday for dinner.
Smoking a pancake?
Steak and an egg.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, I'm pretty hungry, and yeah, so.
I know.
It wasn't that big.
All
like
you had?
One steak and an egg.
Yeah.
That's not that much.
I'm gonna need more.
No, but it wasn't even like a 4 ounce though, Neil. It was like 2.5.
All right. Neil's coming in, man.
He's coming in.
He's got
he didn't like what I just had to say there, apparently.
You aggravated him, bro.
Fair point. And I had this conversation with my wife a lot. When you're talking about something in particular, and there's obvious information that you should be forwarding or at least giving people when talking, you can't say all I had was a piece of steak, because that basically makes it seem like you didn't eat enough food. Then why aren't you telling us how much steak you had? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's unnecessarily confusing. If you just say, well, I only had about 6 ounces.
Wasn't even. It was like a 4 ouncer, Neil.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah.
But when you just said steak and eggs, I'm like, well, steak and eggs is a pretty healthy dinner. Like, that to me, that's a healthy dinner. Maybe you had 12 ounces. Maybe you had 18. I don't know. But that's not enough information.
Yeah, it's very healthy. We're going to put that.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to obviously fill this belly here.
Less than 6 ounces is not dinner.
No.
It's a snack.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I had a snack last night, and then I had to indulge on apples and oranges this morning.
You should also make sure you have some vegetables in there or something.
Yeah.
You can't
Hold
only
on,
have
you don't smash the vegetables?
the same.
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't yesterday, but I usually have fried onion. No, I had fried onions with it. Sorry, I had fried onions with that.
Yeah.
But I usually put my fried onion, green peppers, red peppers, and broccoli.
Oh,
with
that's
that stuff.
fancy.
That's how we rock and roll, man.
Okay,
Yeah, we're all
Get
right.
me out of here, but I'll be back for the lesson in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be there on like a couple of minutes. All right. Are we going to Adara? All right, Adara's got happening now, and you just saw him. Neil's going to have his lesson of this.
Bang.
Apologies about that. We're going to take a look here at this market, which is trying to push a little bit higher. One thing that's been happening now, and actually since about 10 a.m., is this hearing here with the Center of Economic Advisors, Stephen Myron. He has been nominated there for the Fed. This hearing's been going on for quite a while, and it's been pretty interesting to listen to, quite honestly. One thing he did say is that he intends to remain as actually the leader of the Council of Economic Advisors, even if he becomes a member of the Fed. Now, let me clarify, he would be taking an unpaid leave of absence during his roughly 4-month term and then returning to the CEA, which has led to a few concerns from senators about the partisanship of the Fed. So really interesting conversations happening here with regards to that Stephen Myron hearing. You can check our position board to see updates there. We did get some numbers early today. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting non-farm payrolls, so stay tuned for that. That should be pretty exciting. Here is American Eagle. The stock's been really strong, and you can check out this infographic on X at TTV Research, posted a few days ago. This is not the Sydney Sweeney and Travis Kelce collabs are not their first collabs with celebrities. You can certainly check out that infographic. Solid report, though, for AEO, beating estimates and clearly well received by investors. Lululemon, though, is going to be reporting tonight. Should be an interesting one as well, along with Broadcom, DocuSign, IoT. Check out those earnings with Sean and myself on the market recap at 4 p.m. Eastern as we send you over to Neil, I think, and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Okay, you too. Yeah, the lesson of the day here. I'm joined by, that's what's up, Fabian. I didn't even warn him. He's like, yeah, look at this for me and see if you can make this work. And I'm like, yeah, you're about to be on air, and I'm not going to say a word of warning whatsoever. So yeah, we're not here to talk about steak and eggs. However, obviously a healthy dinner, a healthy breakfast, healthy lunch are all important. I can report back. Well, I can't show you guys the tacos because I already ate it. But I can say that Taco Thursday around here gets, I hate to say this, it gets like a C- for me. It had nothing to do with it. The portion was so incredibly small. I can't, I probably need at least 4 times as much food as what they gave us. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The most important thing when trading sometimes is it's not just making a decision what direction you like, right? So you like it long, you like it short. It's where you want to make the decision that often matters. And sometimes it requires a lot of patience to wait for that particular decision-making inflection point. And there's a lot of times that if I can look back, win, lose, or draw, and at least I was making the decision at the right price, then I know that I was doing something right. And now that isn't always the case, and sometimes something won't work out where I think I'm transacting at the right price, but I get more upset at myself if I'm making transactions or decisions at a nonsensical price. And I'll give you an example of something where, win, lose, or draw, at least every time on Open Door, it bounced 5, and I know we could have argued, I can make all the arguments in the world for you to buy it at the $5 level after yesterday, but we didn't get that. So where am I looking? If a continuation squeeze plan, I always say this about squeezes, you got to be breaking out resistance to scare shorts. So resistance yesterday was at 540. So when it pulls back, all the patience in the world to wait for a bounce at 540. And then all the patience in the world to wait for a bounce at 540 and then go long. I did try it again, and now all of a sudden, I'm actually thinking it could end up being the other direction now because 540 is holding in the other way. That's the idea of, okay, I know I want to favor the long in this stock, but where is my decision point? Just like yesterday, if you were making a decision point in the morning, you probably would have wanted to short at that level. Today, this is where you want to transact. I don't want to be buying too much up here or do anything else away from a key price level. And win, lose, or draw, if at least I'm making decisions at the point where it pulls back, that's where it's bouncing. It pulls back. If it ends up failing from here, then I know I was right about that. And that's where, when you're trading, if you have in mind an inflection price for whatever reason, and you see it respected a couple of times, it gives you that confidence to wait, to sit there knowing, okay, it's pulling back, but dip buy, I can want to dip buy all I want, but I need to let it pull back into the price, because the market and trading in stock movement has a lot to do with going from liquidity point to liquidity point. Hopefully, it should make an obvious amount of sense, right? Like you go from a liquidity point to a liquidity point, liquidity point to liquidity point. And what you want to avoid as a trader is transacting entries too often away from liquidity points. Because when you bounce away from a liquidity point, it's an easier path to go up or down from that moment. And this does not mean you are always going to win, right? But, and again, like I'm in one now, which is resembling what happened in Open, which is, okay, well, I know there was a liquidity point in and around just above the 40 level into about 40.30 on SMCI in the pre-market. I tried short there before. It didn't work. I waited for it to get to yesterday's open range top. That did work. Now we're back at that same liquidity area where you had some chop before where it fell in the afternoon. So win, lose, or draw, I think I'm in it at the right area so that if I'm wrong, okay, fine. It probably breaks out this VWAP and the longs would win here. If it works short, I don't think this is a scalp of anything. I'm expecting it to break down to the low end of the range. Prior close, prior low. And if you get in at a liquidity point, it's a good place to find quality risk to reward. Because when you throw your stop, you're pretty certain that it's going to run away from that price and have good movement. If it goes sideways there, fair enough. But if you're patient and wait for a stock to get to a place where it's confirmed, either consolidation, support, or resistance, it's breaking away from those levels that give you the biggest and a lot of times the best move. So if you can be patient when you've identified one of those points, especially in the middle of the day, it'll tighten up your trading a little bit, keep you a little bit more focused and confident on the direction of the stock. And if I know that I've gotten it in at that right place, and I'm getting the place right 8 times out of 10 or whatever it might be, then I'm not too worried whether it wins or loses because I'm making the transaction at the right spot. And at that point, my risk to reward just has to be good, and I could be a coin flip. Because if you're getting in at liquidity points, you can be a coin flip because the expectation is that it's going to give you a good move if it goes in your favor. And if you break out, you have a relatively defined stop. So, and that's why you wait for these points when they identify themselves. Patience is an important part of trading. Let's be real, a lot of a trader's time should be spent waiting. That's just part of the game. If you're not willing to wait as a trader, then you're probably not willing to trade. I actually like that quote. If you're not willing to wait as a trader, then you're not willing to trade. I'll leave you guys with that one and finish the rest of my salad and try to figure out what else I'm going to eat because those tacos, while tasty, did not fill me up even a little bit. Bye, guys.
Oh, baby. All right, Joey.
Yeah, you got something? Go ahead. Yeah,
POLA is going. Shout out to Bovin. We've got a whole bunch of beak wetters through the into the half dollar. What do we got on, Joey? We got 27s on. It's coming back down. So anything below my entry, we're stopping out. High of the day, POLA 67s. We don't have any prints there because we were in the bathroom, but that's fine. I only have one out anyway, so I'm gonna have to pack my patience on this one. I don't mind adding to this position if it can decisively stay above the half dollar. If it's gonna zig and zag with the half dollar a little above, a little bit below, I'm not gonna add because we haven't really cleared that area, technical area of support quite yet, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Also taking some profits, finally, something going well over here on NBY as it works its way into the half dollar. It's got a higher low. It looks like it's using the 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart, but I definitely need to see a closing print above that half dollar because that half dollar has been a staunchy little bugger as a resistance level. I'm talking about NBY, guys. And last but not least, we're doing it again on LAWR. Added to this one. I haven't wet the beak here. I probably should because we got shares on, so we can take out some profits here. And I'll set up at 65 as well for the next one on LAWR. This one's a lot slower of a mover, so be ready for that. You're going to have to pack your patience. But back to POLA. So this one did dip down, again, into the 30 penny area. Now, it may look like, the bad times are coming for POLA. But when you look at it a bit further, we've been doing higher highs and higher lows, I think on almost every candle since 11 o'clock. I got to double check that, but it looks like we're basically holding trend for the most part since basing out at around $2.40. So if we do lose this candle right here at 25, that's going to be the first lower low in a while. And here's VWAP. So we're in at 27, so we can pack our patience here. If it holds VWAP, fantastic. If it doesn't, loses my area, I'm going to flatten out, use my flatten out key. In fact, Joseph, I think I'm going to add into this position, since if I'm going to get in here, if I'm going to get out here, then why not just get in a bit of a position and lose a couple of pennies a share? And on the other side of the equation, you could also pop up much more than a few pennies a share. So here we go, showing 25s, 26. If it loses 20, I'm going to get out. What do you got?
All right, good stuff. Sorry, guys, I'm talking about the same name here because that's all that I'm in here. So I'll just try to find something else. Amazon. You can see that volume really kick in as you break out, but then you're rejecting this previous level, so somewhat constructing a lower high, but I would just be patient just in case that this is somewhat of a pullback, and then you get buyers to step right back in. We were talking about the crypto space. What has Bitcoin been up to for the past little while? Has it put in new lows? Wow, $62. Not too good of a look there on IBIT. Gap down. Gap and go continuation to the southeast. And then we also have ETHA. Please a bounce, please a bounce. The chances are of it bouncing are relatively slim. And there it is, boom. 32.45. You get that gap down pre-market. You fill about 60 to 70% of that gap. 33.56. So you're down a point on the session there in some of those crypto names. Do we have you? Actually, you have UXRP here. UXRP. Oh, I don't have it. XXRP. Okay, so this is 2X. What's this one been up to? $32. I was doing some TA on some XRP yesterday, and I mean, this is what happens when you're in 2X leverage, right? You're down 50% when XRP from those previous highs is only down about 25% or so. So yeah, tough look in some of those ETFs, especially on today's session, but it's September. What else do we expect? Now, what else are you guys looking at? Make sure you get those votes in as well to participate, and that's exactly what we want to see. So I'm going to vote again. I think you can only vote once, but who knows? I'm going to put it in again. I'm going TQs this time. I went IBIT last time. I'm going TQs on this vote. To see what we got going on. WDC, yeah, let's take a look at that name and see what we got going on. Western Digital, wow, okay. So as our guy Kramer would like to say, there's a bull market somewhere, and it's in Western Digital Corp right now, trading from $85 all the way up to $90. So that's gonna give you a nice 5% session today. And if we zoom, what the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah, who is this? Who do you think these guys think they are? Up 212%. What the hell is even that is right? Up 212%. From those April lows, Sharif, is Western Digital.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, whoever they are, I have no idea.
All right, so shout out to Fluffy something or another there. Sorry, let me find out your name. I want to shout you out. I just don't want to look away for too long because you know how these markets are. Fluffy Hippo. Shout out to my man, Fluffy Hippo. Bovin also calling it out. This is the one, Assassino SMX. So we got that 70 print, wet the beacon to 80s. It's got a high of 85, so we're still south of 85 at the moment. It bounced beautifully off the, what's it called? Either the 10 EMA or VWAP. They were kind of overlapping, but it did respect that technical area of support. So let's see if it does. It does continue, that is, 85 penny high. Be on the lookout for a rejection, though, of that 80 penny area. Sorry, not 80 penny, 83 penny area. There was a seller there last time. So right now, hanging out about double sevens. There's 78, 80, okay? Let's keep going over here. 82s now. Boom. There it is. Into the high. So we got the high of the day at 90 there. Good look on SMX. Let's see if this one's got more. It's 49%, looking to go more, but it's very rangy. The range per candle, meaning like the price action per candle, is quite wide. Just look at the last 3 candles. I mean, this current candle has a 41 penny range, 50 to the low, 91 to the high. Okay, so I mean, it's a dollar name. It's not a $300 name. So that's a lot of range per candle there. Still holding up. We got a new 5-minute candle that just opened up showing 85. So as I mentioned, previous candle high 91, area low 50. So it did defend that 50 penny area. Does it encounter resistance at 2? We know that psychological area of resistance is likely going to be $2. So we'll get in here and we'll try to see. There it is, right into the high, okay? So we'll take it out over here knowing that we're likely going to encounter more resistance into that $2 area. So we got 89s on. Let's wet the beak here super quick just to de-risk. And let's see if we can get through that 195. So it's a 195 high. We got 194 showing up here. Threes now, a little zig and zag, Joey, up 57%. But I feel like we may touch or exceed 2. It just may not do it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it just may not be, it may not hang out in that area for all that long. So again, use your resting orders, people. That's why they're there. 95, 96, Joey. Here we go. 97 showing up. Can we get the print? It's a 97 penny high. We're going to take it out right there.
Oh,
boom.
Nice.
Happy with this one. We're still negative on the day, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop trading. We're going to keep working back, see if we can make some of this money back, Joey. What do you got?
Grinding. Yeah, that's what Shreve's doing right now. He's grinding. That's what it is today. Definitely a tougher look. If you just, some of the names that I have up here, it's just a lot of sideways and a lot of overlapping price action. NVIDIA is literally moving eastwards, so that sucks. And then Amazon get that breakout and now starting to pull back a little bit here. I was talking to one of my buddies. I do like Palantir as a potential long, but again, so when I look at these VPA signals, I give myself a somewhat of a gauge. So if you have a hammer candle and then it fills about like 60% of it to the downside, the chances are is that it might continue. So you want to see about that 50% of the wick specifically, and then maybe you can get a bounce in the opposite direction if that's what you're looking for. Again, it can hold almost to the penny at times, but more often than not, if that 60% of that wick candle is covered, then sure enough, I think that you're going to take an additional leg lower. It doesn't mean your thesis is wrong. It just means that the timing is slightly off. So take that into consideration. And I think that's going to be the case. So I'll keep my eyes out on this to see if we do get that turnaround. What's my guy Robinhood been up to?
What's he been up to?
Are we still north of 100?
Such a rocket.
Yeah. So 103, not too bad of a look there on Robinhood Shreve. 103, we'll take it. We'll take it. That's all right, man. 103, we'll take it. Bouncing off of some key. Okay, so let me ask you this.
This is her Toronto show, by the way.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
putting videos of her Toronto
Is
show.
she? Yeah. So Sid or Do?
Oh, they're like, it's just like asking A or Z. I feel like they're completely two different.
Oh, yeah? So what do you mean? So it's like,
Hey, one's A, one's Z.
Yeah, okay.
And neither was good or bad.
So,
I'm not making a comment.
Yeah. So I was going to say something, but I don't want to go that deep. What's that?
You're going to get me in some trouble.
No, oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, I'll stop.
We're good,
I'll
good.
stop, man. I know
All good.
I'm joking. But yeah, I got wedding rehearsal tonight all the way up in Uxbridge as well, too. So we're going to be making a fashionable late appearance to that one. Got to go get the haircut.
Actually late.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or a farming, I think they call it these days.
Is it a buddies? Or,
Wedding?
Yeah. Family or buddy?
No,
Buddy?
yeah, like high school friend. Like we've
nice.
been, we've been friends for probably 15, 16 years
boy.
now at that time. So good
Joey
stuff.
options.
Tell 'em what
Here
you
it is
got.
again, guys. What the hell? What the hell just happened there? Oh, got in and got out. I took everything out. My mistake. I didn't get filled. No, I did. What am I saying? I did. I don't know why. Okay. I guess I took out too much too quickly there. But sorry, guys, SMX, sorry to digress. Here we go. We got a 201 high. The trend is still intact here. So we're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. Look for the previous area trough on a lower time frame and try to pick it up a little bit above that. That's what I've been trying to do with this one, just trying to ride the trend. It's very strong, but we're at a critical area right now. I'm talking about 2. It's a psychological area of resistance. You don't necessarily know whether this is going to be the stopping point for the name or what. So that's why I'm trying not to get too much too quickly at this critical level. If it drops back down into a technical level, fantastic. If it clears 2 by some distance so we can use it as support, then we'll do that as well. But Joey, it's been a tougher day for me to read these ones. So when that happens, you don't have as much confidence in your trade because you're questioning your analysis. I'm just speaking for myself because sometimes these ones, they go with the breeze, so to speak, and then some other times they're just all over the place. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, and Joey's going to tell you guys something.
All right, guys. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 bull and 3x bear exposure to SPX and TSX 60. Semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily leverage to learn more.
Learn more, baby.
Learn more, guys. It's always good. You want to learn more.
Here it is, Joey.
Go ahead.
SMX 201, guys. Huge seller at 201. We're long back in, flatten out there. We should have taken it at 201, so did lose 2 for now. And here we go, a bit of a move down. Watch out for the 90 penny loss. We did get bought up at 90 pennies last time. If we get dropped down below 90, the trend can change. We're a little bit consolidative now with a double top into 202. Go ahead, Adira.
Keep an eye here on the market, specifically some of these big tech names. Bloomberg reporting that apparently the FTC is going to be launching a probe into how AI chatbots impact children. The companies they're going to be focusing on here are apparently OpenAI, Google, and Meta. So these 3 companies in the NASDAQ as a whole on watch after Bloomberg reports the FTC going to probe the impacts of AI chatbots into, on children in general. Back to you.
There it is, Joey.
There it is.
Down into 85, making another move into 95. But if it makes a move into 95 and it drops back down again, that'll be a lower high and a lower low. So keep your eye on SMX. I'll keep my eye on it as well.
Yep.
POLA, Joey, it dropped off and it's no longer tradable.
Good stuff. Okay, guys, I really want us to focus on here. Can we pull up my screen immediately so you can see? What's that?
I don't ask for much.
Yeah, but listen, I'm gonna be stern. I need it immediately, and when I say it now, I want it now.
You hear that,
Thank
Neil?
you.
I know. He wants it now. He wants his money, and he wants it. It's his money. He wants it now, baby.
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Love
Don't
it,
make me flip.
I know.
The old switch there. But anyways, all right. So there it is, guys. What I wanted to focus on here was the supply zone. So there's demand there. So when you run into a supply zone and then you get the bounce continuous, is that there's demand and they're continuously moving the stock up. So that's what I wanted to kind of get us at, so we can see the defense step into the market at those specific support and resistance zones. And there you go. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is, Neil. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that's what I want us to focus on. With that being said, we're going to also put in our level 2 filter that we haven't. Yeah, I know this guy.
One of each, baby.
One of each. He's always
Randy's commenting about my fruit selection.
Yeah, I always
bring it
see
in.
them.
Let's bring it in, bro. Randy,
Not that bad.
I don't have too much in the way of sugar unless it's
Not
this
that
form
bad.
of sugar. So it's not too bad over here, Joey.
that's
Look, get the
good.
trend out of the way, man. All right, sorry about that trend. I'm not playing. I just want to get a rise out of Ram, but she's not even listening. So we got. She gave me the finger again. Got a mandarin or a clementine. We got an orange, a peach, a green apple.
Yeah, that's good, man.
And then right here, baby, this is the pre-workout right there. You got to get that potassium up, baby, so we don't cramp up.
Oh man, this thing's got to go in the garbage.
Sorry
now.
about
It's
that,
mad
SSE. No,
dirty.
we're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. It is worth noting we just had the Senate Banking Committee hearing during which Stephen Moran testified as part of his nomination to the Fed. That hearing has concluded. Fed's Williams also speaking, saying that apparently the labor market is still in a, quote, reasonably good place. And before we send you back to the guys, take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be, because Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin of the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That is your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Back to you.
So there it is. Like, we're just right back into these levels. I'm honestly thinking of just punching out and kind of saving my sanity from throughout the remaining of the day. But it looks like it wants to break down. It's so tight. But there, look at Robinhood go. Yes, we love Robinhood obviously here. We love it.
Anytime you say we love that,
Yeah. We love it, man. Hey, I love it too. We love all that stuff, man. So it's good stuff.
Ozen's in the chat.
What's up, Ozen? Yeah, what's up, brother? But no, there's Robinhood, Sharif, looking pretty good. Palantir, are we going to bounce off of those lows? We'll take one more look at this before we send it back to my guy. Sure. And then you also kind of want to correlate it with the daily. Ask yourself, are we going to bounce here from a daily perspective? To me, the answer is going to be no. Obviously, anything can happen from an intraday perspective, but there it is, potential bottoms. But it's just having a really hard time breaking through some key 153.90 levels, and then you can see you run into the resistance, and then you head right back into the range tree.
All right, Ozan, thank you for joining us again, my brother. We miss you around here, and all the e-signal ad references. Let's throw in CRM, because Ozan wants me to look at CRM, and CRM we're going to look at. Ozan, I happen to love the company and the leader of the company, but I don't like what this has been doing lately, and they haven't benefited from AI in the way that they've been talking. So here's the the daily on CRM, on Salesforce, and for the most part, at least since around mid-May, Ozan, we've been using the 50 EMA or SMA. They're not going to be really that much far apart. I just got to digress for a second on that analysis, because SMX is all sorts of strong. It's taking out highs. There's a 208 high. It's showing 205 right now. It's 67%. So SMX is going. Be on the lookout for that. So it's generally, Ozan, been using the 50 EMA on the 5 as resistance. It did breach it over here mid-May into the 200. It rejected the 200. Then basically it's been hovering at or below the 50 exponential or simple, again, moving average on the daily. You have it over here, you have it over here, and then you got it again over here. So 3 times. And in addition to it also rejecting the 50, it's been putting in lower highs. So the only thing really keeping us, I mean, there is obviously a buyer at 230. Even the tariff tantrum, we didn't even lose 230 by all that much. At the low of the tariff tantrum, we got into 226. And look where we ended up closing that day, brother. We popped up back to 248. So that was like a pre-market low. So I want to say 230 is a level that I'd pick it up off just as a support level. And it also goes back a ways. You have support at that 230 from 24 as well. Generally, you have support there. That's mid-June 2024. You got, again, that's the yen unwind trade. Remember the yen carry trade, the unwind of that in early August. So that, look where it dropped down there to 227. Again, ended up closing higher that day. So Ozan, to me, the level is 230, generally that area. But that's from a technical perspective. I don't like this because they haven't benefited from that agent force. I know it's super early, but this AI may be what brings them down, unless they can monetize it somehow in a way that they're able to generate the same amount of revenue. Like he was the first, Benioff that is, was the first pounding the table on agents. We're gonna have agent force, this, that, and the other. Then you heard, the LLMs pick up agents, and we got the ChatGPT one and others. So I don't know, man. Fundamentals, it sounds great. The technicals have been jiving there. So 230 to me, Ozan, is a level I'd buy it, and then I'd give it 3% or so from that level. Let me know how it goes. I hope you print up multiple stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff. There we go. We got the breakdown. It'd be absolutely ignorant of me to not take some profit here. So yeah, I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to take 75% off just because it's just, there we go, bang. We'll take that all day. And then we're just going to let this ride. So 90.20 is our average price, gives us a bunch of room. We'll wait to see if we even get into VWAP once again. I was telling my boy, I'm like, it's just like a reverse magnet here, just keeps repelling off of VWAP and wants no part of it. But Apple is starting to come back in slightly aggressively, which is good. Yeah, say it ain't so. Shout out to Weezer. Nice. Yeah, thanks, John Womack. I mean, but like if we break this down from an execution standpoint, it's no. You can say no, nice job all you want, but this is why I was just saying to Shreefer that I feel off, and I can tell you exactly why. It's because I didn't follow my rules, and it's such a bad habit to kind of, and I very rarely do this. It's just such a bad habit to get into, and you don't want to continuously do this. It's just like, okay, I'm building a position, but then at one point we take this off, it comes back, I should just be out of this trade. If I really like the short, then boom, we get back in at the highs. It's that simple. for me personally, this is not my style. Holding still about, I think it was like 30-40% of the remaining out of this bulk here, all the way up into here, and then I average in once again, and then sure enough, you get the breakdown. But it's just a big no-no. So that's why it's like, don't do those things. Just stick to your rules. Obviously, you'll have those one-off days. You can't be perfect all the time, but just get back into consistency, which is extremely important. As soon as we get into VWAP, I'm taking 50% off of what I have remaining. So that'll just leave a fraction of a bit. But there it goes, running right into supply zones and just getting bought right back up. Do I do it? Yeah, I think I'm going to, right? Because we've been sitting in this. I know it's working, but we just continuously get bought back up. So there it is, bang. I took another little bit off there, Sharif, remaining just a fraction of a bit just to see if we can get into VWAP.
All right, man, we've been doing it on SMX again, in and out, scalping. We had 4 scalped up, added as it came back down into 12. So we've got 7s on, scalped up into the high of the day of 14. So SMX is continuing to go, guys. 73% or thereabouts, looking to go more. Let's see if this one wants to hold too. You know, it's not that decisive of a break of $2. Let's just pack our patience over here. Let's see if it can hold that $2 area. Came back into 7s into where I got in, and it held it momentarily, but yeah, it does seem like it needs maybe a bit of a pullback here in order to set up in a bit of a better way. 214 the high of the day, showing me 11s. Let's see if we can get another squeeze into maybe, you know, the 20s, in and around that area, possibly even high teens, right? I could definitely be persuaded to wet the beak there in the high teens. So I've got a couple of positions on, which I'll cover in a second. NBY, been looking for that one to break out. We're only about 10 pennies in the money on that, maybe a little bit less. But that one's been a staunchy bugger. The only thing keeping me in NBY is the higher lows. So that's my look there. Let's go ahead and set up a stop. I'm going to set up at 203, and we're going to give it a bit of room on that one. And I'm just going to set up over that on that Assassino, and then we're going to send it to Adara. She's got news for us at the big desk.
Nice.
Be aware here, we still have comments coming from Feds. William saying apparently the overall trend in services inflation has been favorable. And he's once again here with these Fed members being a little bit in between here, a bit cautious, but also willing to recognize how the situation has changed. He did say apparently that his concern is that the job market could cool further than would be desirable. We know we've had a lot of Feds expressing that concern about the job market while still expressing worries about inflation as well. So interesting note here, Feds William generally being not super hawkish or super dovish. I would say generally a little bit midpoint. He also said that the Fed is focusing on broader data trends rather than just one specific number. So interesting stuff here. Just letting you guys know he's still speaking, and back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, keep us updated. Let us know how that's going. Very important stuff. Thank you, Adara, for that. And as Ari Pages said in the chat there, Adara, get it, Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Yeah. So shout out to Adara, always giving us the goods, letting us know what's up. And, you know, quite frankly, this place falls apart without her. So I don't like this stuff. Shout out to Adara.
Oh, but it's pure static.
Everything good? Okay. All right, guys, I'm keeping my eye on this one. Gavin, NBY recently announced one-off dividend pay of 80 pennies per share. I have been in this long since yesterday at 252. Good on you, Gavin, man. And here we go. We just took up a whole bunch of prints there, Gavin, showing 50 now on the level 2. It's got to clear this level, though. I mean, I have a whole bunch of shareage on this, but we haven't been taking too many in the way of prints. Let's go ahead and set up some north in the 50, in the high 50s area. So that's what I'll keep my eye on there. We fall apart without Adara. Forget that place. Yeah, well, that's what I say too, brother. Because sometimes it feels like we're flying blind when we don't know what the Donald is doing. Yeah, he dances up on that screen, but you know, when he's dropping hot lines and the market's moving in any which way, it does feel like we're flying blind a little bit.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
What's wrong, Joey?
Oh no, because I got the channel to work, but it started off, but it's currently not doing it, Fabian. I don't know if it's after she speaks, then maybe, but currently right now we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So
all right, here we go, Joey. Back into SMX here. We just touched the high of the day again, 14s. I've been posted up right now. I think I'm going to take this off. I don't think that I want that there. I'm going to put it at the $0.25, just south of the $0.25, Assassino SMX. See if we can get that break of the 20 penny area on SMX. Assassino, if we can go to the screen. Thank you, brother. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Joey. But if it does drop below my entry, I'm going to stop out on this one. It's still putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm trying to keep an eye on the 5-second chart. It's very consolidative on the 5-second chart. Has these prolonged periods of consolidation where it just trades sideways and then it pops up, trades sideways again. So let's see if we can get above 14. I'm going to wait at the $0.25. Here we are at 14, 15, 16. All right. Nope, not a high day yet. Adara's giggling up there. That means something's being said. And we'll find out very shortly what it is. Let me know when you want to chime in, Adara. So we're going to keep an eye here on SMX, looking for this one to continue. Bovin telling me INHD. Let's have a look at INHD for the OG Bovin. I don't even want to maximize this because I got to keep my eye on these bad boys. So INHD, Joey, what do we got on that? All right, that's the daily. Let's flip to the 5. Get a gander. Good look here, Bovin. What's the volume on INHD? 1.08 million shares. Not bad on a $5 name. Not great, but we'll keep an eye on it. We're going to take off DLTH and put INHD. Joey, tell them what you're looking at, baby.
All right, man. It's the same narrative. I'm going to hop out of this, even though, actually, no, I'm not. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding?
That's crazy.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy talk. We're holding this one to break even. We're back to following our rules here. It's just like that. So if it does come back to a break even, then we're not messing around here anymore. But yeah, good stuff. I mean,
Dara, you're
Dara,
killing
just let
me,
us
bro.
know. Just let us
Dara, just chime in.
Yeah.
So it's not market related, which is why I haven't said much, but there's just, I did mention this briefly. There's this RFK Jr. testimony that was happening at the same time as the Stephen Myron testimony, but this RFK Jr. testimony is still happening. Again, not really market related. I was just watching in case any of these vaccine names moved, but it's just getting very yelly.
I hear you.
On all accounts, is all I'm trying to say. That's why I'm... it's very entertaining, and a lot of people are yelling all their points.
I don't hear Adara, though. No, Adara, it's nothing to do with you. We're working out something with Fabian over here.
I do, Fabian. I thought maybe you would, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. So still holding on, waiting for a break even. Market slowly starting to curl over. What has our friend Palantir been doing off of these lows? Has it bounced yet? It's getting close. So there it is, an additional liquidity grab. So there it is, the buying pressure steps in, you get that additional move lower, and then now you're starting to head back towards that top end, and that's it, boom, I'm out of this DQs trade. I'm thankful for that. So yeah, that worked out pretty good for us. So again, we were in some hot deep water there, man. That was not fun, to be honest with you. But it's actually, the funny thing is though, is it's not fun when you're doing it, but then after you look back and you laugh. It's like when people hurt themselves or something crazy happens, or when your friends just do something ridiculous. It's not funny in the time until after you can laugh about it, and that's the experience that I just personally went through. I thought I'd share that with everyone.
Is it soon enough to laugh or not?
Yeah, it's we're laughing now. During the time, it was not a laughing matter whatsoever. You don't want to overstep
your boundary and laugh when someone doesn't want you to laugh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the worst.
I have issues with that. So
same, bro. Same.
Yeah. When like I'm in a deep, serious conversation with somebody who's like obviously mad at me, I can't help but chuckle. But there it is. We're all out of the TQs. We're looking for that next trade.
I love it, Joey. All right, guys, we're keeping an eye here on NBY. Finally, this thing is curling up. My goodness, through the $0.50. Now the spread is tightened up to about 2 pennies. But I want to keep my eye on SMX because here we go. We'll get stopped out for the last remaining amount there on SMX as it drops back down below $2. I'll give you the levels on this. 184 is VWAP, and 181 or 182 is the 10 EMA, and it is right there right now. Let's give this one a try, see if we can catch a falling knife. Can it hold? Can it hold? Pops back up. We'll take out some right there. I don't understand why it slows down when I ask it to take some out, bro. Like if I say take some out right now. I know Katina, man, brother. I don't have the same persuasion you have with these names. Get it, Katina, man. Katina is back from the gym, baby. He's laughing up a storm. There we go. So we did catch bottom wick there on your friend SMX and then pop back a little bit on that one. Now, keeping my eye here on NBY as this one, again, is above the $0.50 right now. This one, Joseph, LAWR. 55s, we got 54s on the ad. It's still generally holding this area, but this isn't trade. So we're gonna flatten out here on that one so I don't have to monitor it and it takes some of my attention. So now what we'll be looking at is INHD. Shout out to Bovin for that one and NBY. So excuse me, take out LAWR. We're gonna put it on INHD. There it is. So this one's up how much? About 30%, excuse me, into that 645 area high, showing me 617 right now. So INHD, SMX, and NBY, those are the ones I'm going to be focusing on going into the last 5 minutes of trading, as we'll have to start the news quite soon, Joey. So let them know what you're looking at, baby.
Beautifully said there, my friend. I like what Jag just said right
What'd
here.
he say?
He said, at least I feel better losing or winning on the side of the market than against it. I really like that. That's some wise words there, my friend. I get the static there, but that's okay. I mean, guys, you know my style of trading. I don't do this very often, but I just had a little bit of conviction. The signals were there. It's like, at the end of the day, it wasn't horrible. It's just me holding the remaining of this position all the way up into here. That was the one key mistake, and then that's how I was like, hey, I feel slightly off, because it's just when you break rules, the trading gods know about it, and there you go, they reward you. So, and you don't necessarily want that exactly. So, can we look at Oscar Health? Absolutely. I know Katina Man's in this one.
He is, yeah.
Are you in this one too, Sharif? No, Oscar Health, no. So there it is. Nice breakout. So another flat top break. What was the other name that we pointed out? WDC, I think someone was talking about. So a nice flat top break here. 1866. Let's zoom out. I don't love the healthcare sector, to be honest with you. Really, really tough look. With that being said, you are off of those bottoms, trading around $19. Now let's take a look at XLV. And you know what? It's this in the energy sector for me personally. I think at some point you'll be able to get involved with them, considering it is still up off of those April lows, but this is a lot of sideways price action. It's up 20%. I did some TA on it off of the April lows not too long ago, but you got to ask yourself, what would you rather be involved in, some of this XLE stuff, or get your hands dirty in some of the tech names? Because considering some of them up are 100%, some of the fintech names are up almost 200%. So there's other names in other sectors that you can find where you're going to get more bang for your buck.
Well said, Joey. All right, I'm just going to look at a couple of names here before we start weaseling on to the news. I really want to point out INHD. The only reason I want to do that is because it's holding above 6, and it did defend prior bar low. In fact, there's a double bottom at prior bar low, which is what, guys? Let me just tell you guys right now, 615. So double bottom at 615 on INDH. That's on the 5-minute chart. So there's a buyer here at 15. Now, I haven't been watching it on the level 2. Just a quick price action analysis there. There we go, popping back up into 20s. The high of the day, as I mentioned, 645. Prior bar high is 33. So if we print anything above 33, that'll be another 5-minute candle to make a new high. And here comes 30. And there goes 30. 39 now, current bar high. Can we work into this one? We're going to try. There we go. What do we got there? We got 34s. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more now that we've taken out prior bar. Showing me, there we go. There's the first print. Seller at 39, seller at 40 now. Let's see if we can kind of work into that 50 penny area. Let's see if that 40 seller can get shaken. 41s now, 45s. It's got to cross. There it is. Good look, good look. INHD's taking out levels. 50 pennies now, the high of the day. On the dot, we're waiting north of 50. So we're gonna pack our patience here north of 50. Anything below 30 ends the trade for me. So let's go ahead and put that in there so that we don't have to flatten out the key or use a flattened key and then get slippage. Some market order, right? So you'll typically get slippage with that. 37s now. So the continuity, not as clean on INHD anyway. So what was that print that I got? 46s, not a bad look. We're going to have to hold the higher lows and higher highs. As I mentioned, current bar low has a buyer at 15s, and prior bar low also had that same buyer at $6.15. So that'll be my look on that. Popping back up to the mid 40s. Can we get continuity though through 50? Now I want to take out my NBY trade. We're going to end that one as that one is dropping back down again. I want to just focus on INHD. So if we can get that above 50 print, quick as you like, then we can start the news. But I'm not going to be doing the news with this thing because this thing's all sorts of volatile right now. I definitely don't want to be looking away from this one, Joey. So we're going to pack our patience, keep an eye here on INHD. Shout out again to Bovin, who pointed this one out to me. But a lot of other people were pointing out INHD as well. I just didn't call them up by name, but thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. And always throw the tickers in, man, because it's hard for me to look at the scanner at all times.
Oh, yeah, Gaurav, that happens to me all the time, brother. Get used to it, man. It's just part of the game. All right, guys, 14 years, Oh, okay. All right, no problem, man.
Too early for us to see there.
Don't jump the gun, man. And that's some dangerous stuff. You said, Joe, you said immediately? Not right now, brother.
Crazy.
Not right now. Crazy, crazy. As you would like to say, call me crazy. Apple heading towards the lows, still holding up that breakout level. Beautiful stuff. That's like what we like to see. Now, all right. Thanks, brother. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x. Even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe. Trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so you can too.
I like that.
All right, beautiful stuff. Has it ever happened to you? You get stopped out at the lows, then you see the stock rip. Hood is doing that to me today. Yeah, brother, countless times. I think everybody in this room. Everybody in this room is like Katina Man was chuckling because it happens, and you got to get used to those things. You're not going to be able to catch them all. You're not.
Why are they still here?
This guy's fruit basket.
Totally forgot
it's
they
crazy.
were
But
still
that's
here.
good, man. That's good. I love seeing
Focusing on these trades, man.
Yeah, exactly. No, but honestly, in all seriousness, guys, it's part of the FOMO stuff and everything, and you don't want to chase. If you want your precise entry, just live with it. But Gaurav, look what's happening right now. So that could be somewhat enticing. You're going to miss out on trades. But the thing is, though, it's like, oh, you feel so down when you miss out on the trades. You're like, oh, that was the best trade of the day. But we said this before, and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter who you are. In almost every aspect of life, there's going to be something bigger and better. Oh, right? There's someone who's going to be faster. Someone's going to be stronger. It's just how things work. So don't feel too much FOMO. I'm not going to sit over here and say I don't, because I do. I would be lying to say if I didn't otherwise. But that's just how the game is. There's always going to be a bigger trade. There's always going to be a better trade. And the same thing in aspect of life. There's someone's going to be faster. Someone's going to be stronger. Someone's going to be smarter. It's just how things work.
Right? That's what my dad would tell me from when I was a kid, bro. He's like, you have to be happy. Yeah. Because you're never going to have the most of anything. No, there's always going to be some, and even if you have it for a very short period of time, someone's going to.
Yeah, and then what do they say when you start comparing yourself to others? It just drains your happiness.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you don't want to do those things, brother.
I think another thing is to be happy for other people.
Yeah.
If you can genuinely be happy for other people, you'll be a happy person. But if you're constantly looking around and trying to contradict people, trying to take the opposite position, I think that speaks to the character.
It speaks volumes, exactly.
Let's go ahead.
Let's go ahead, man.
Let's start Salesforce. Should we start the news, Joey? Let's talk about Salesforce. We were talking about this one with Ozan earlier. Look, some good stuff, but some silver linings, but a lot to be concerned about here with the report. So EPS beat easily, 291. The street wanted 278, so easy win there. On revenue, that came in a little bit shy than 10 and a quarter, 10.24 billion. The street was looking for about $100 million less than that, 10.14. So a beat there and an increase of 10% year over year, up from the 9.33 they printed. So a nice almost $1 billion increase year over year on the quarter, with net income coming in 1.89 billion, just shy of 2 billion, and up from the 1.43 billion they took home last time. So nice beat there. Despite all that, the stock is down. Let's see where it's at right now. CRM, 5.85%. It was really the guidance here. So let's get right to that guidance. Q3 guidance came in, their EPS, came in at 284 to 286, or guiding a range. The estimate here was 285, so it meets the midpoint. But the revenue was slightly light, 10.24 billion to 10.29. The street wanted 10.29. So the midpoint below the estimate, and as a result, it sold off. That's Q3 guide. Let's talk about their full year guide. They maintained that same revenue outlook of 41.1 to 41.3 billion, and they raised, in fact, their full year guide for EPS. They're guiding now 1133 to 1137, which is well higher than the 1127 to 1133. Not well higher, but better. Guidance was viewed, though, as conservative, Joseph.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not you say it was a beat, the market reaction is really what matters here. And the shares, I think, I'm just going to double check, they're down about 23% year to date. Allow me a second. They're down 27.5% year to date, and that's bad. They announced, though, that they're going to put money back in the shareholders' pocket by adding another $20 billion in share buybacks, bringing the total scope of the buyback program to $50 billion, looking to put that money back in your pocket. But let's talk about that agentic AI, or what they're calling Agent Force AI, because they were one of the first ones pounding the table on agentic AI, and they haven't benefited from it. So they claim that they have about 6,000 paid deals for Agent Force AI. Benioff emphasized they're not just repackaging ChatGPT and their agents on, well, their agentic AI on there, but it's truly a productivity enhancer being sold by Benioff, obviously. The company is using AI agents actually internally, and they're reporting good usage with that. They're saying they're cutting services and support headcount to improve their margins. And last but not least, Joseph, they acquired Informatica for $8 billion with the objective here to be strengthening data management and AI integration.
Yeah, you know what, Sharif? I'm really surprised on what's going on with Agent Force, considering the AI boom that we've been sitting in. And if you're having kind of your primary platform being obviously Agent Force, and your stock isn't continuously climbing higher, and you're not seeing the numbers that you want, that's really, really alarming considering the current environment that we're sitting in. There's no reason why, when you have this agentic AI, and one of the earlier adapters, as you touched on earlier, Sharif, there's no reason that you should be down 34 to 35% and not participating in some of the names that are continuously climbing higher, especially in this AI boom. So that's alarming to me.
Yeah, I figured they would be the first to benefit from it, because to me anyway, they were one of the first, I don't want to say the first, to start talking about agentic AI.
Absolutely.
And it almost feels like they're not benefiting from it at all. Obviously, time will tell. Adara, I'd love your input on the CRM report. As we mentioned, there was some good there. They beat on the top and bottom line the current quarter, Adara, but they're down markedly year to date.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a really confounding report. Maybe the best example of that was I was with Neil reporting this after the market, and I saw that really rough gap EPS guidance. It's worth noting their adjusted EPS guidance for the quarter and for the year is much better than their gap EPS guidance. So worth noting, and maybe something to look into there, but either way, their gap EPS guidance for the quarter came out, and I was like, ugh, and then the stock pops, and that's because we got the buyback news, right? So I think just the sheer glut of information, communicating different things, all being released at the same time, it's a really confounding report. And yeah, I think just because of how mixed it is, it's a little bit hard to, I guess, analyze where to go from here. As Joe kind of said with regards to the direction of the stock, I mean, if you look, though, back at the revenue, again, I will once again pump TTV Research. Over the past 20 years, they've been a public company. This is on a steady trend to the upside. Now, that growth has maybe slowed a bit in recent years, but as Sharif mentioned, the AI is going to be a key part of the story. We have yet to see exactly how investors will react and how it'll be executed, but the growth story is, I don't think, over necessarily yet.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with everything you said, Adara, because it's been a long time. We've been waiting for this company to break out. It's almost a secular downturn that they've been on. We'll have to see how they do. Shout out to Benioff. I like him as a character. All right, guys, I want to bring your attention to INHD. Sorry to digress from the news, but this one is all sorts of strong. It's taking out highs. There's that 682 high. So INHD continuing to be strong here in the midday. If you're into these small cap gappers, probably should keep an eye out on this one. But let's get back to the news. Let's talk about American Eagle soaring on celebrity-driven momentum. So what were they up to? They surged nearly 24%. Where are they at right now? They're up 34%, so another 10%. They're fueled by excitement over their high-profile celebrity campaigns. They still do, though, guys, at least what was reported. They still have a larger short float, 16.6%. I'm assuming some people have been squeezed out with the latest price action, but we won't know for at least a couple of weeks. Despite the rally, AEO shares were down. They were down year to date. Let's find out where they're at right now after the latest move over here. AEO, where are we at? We're up now. Year to date, pardon me?
I was going to say they're positive now.
It's positive, Joey, 12.6%. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how that ends up working, but whatever. Hey. Maybe that number was wrong. But on my platform, 12.66% is what they're up on the day. So what celebrities? Who are these celebrities? Well, they launched a campaign with some person, you may know her, named Sydney Sweeney, as well as another guy that you may know, NFL star Travis Kelce. Darren's booing Travis Kelce.
That's crazy.
So one of the best tight ends ever, but I know why she's booing him. Anyway, the Fall Denim Line's Great Jeans campaign brought in what the company's calling an unprecedented new customer acquisition, according to the chief Management Officer, Craig Bromers. Additional celebrity types include tennis star Coco Gauff, Jenna Ortega, and Kelsey's True Colors brand. Let's talk about their sales outlook, Joey. They expect comparable sales to rise in the low single digits versus the analyst expectations. They were looking for a 0.3% decline year over year. Their annual sales outlook, they're saying it's going to be basically flat year over year, but that's better than what analysts were looking for, who were looking for 1.1% drop year over year. Last but not least, Joey, you got Running Point Capital Management, Michael Ashley Schulman, noting a 25% spike, reflects the faith in the marketing-driven momentum heading into the holidays. You also got eToro's Lael Ochner highlighting execution improvement.
Yeah, good stuff. No, honestly, I think with the Sydney Sweeney and Travis Kelce stuff, it's good. It's obviously adding to the pop here in the market. But again, you want to see if that can be sustained. So it's one day you're hot, the next day you're not. So can you continuously get those hot celebrities to come and endorse your brand? And then also, as for margins were improving because when they were doing also when they're doing the promotions, they're doing lower price promotions as well too. So having the ability to hold on to those margins, which is really positive. Exactly. And then also the share buyback, which is eliminating 10% of the diluted share float here, which is also another positive name, which can add some more fuel to this AEO fire. There's no question. Removing 10% of the shares is quite a bit. So completing that buyback is really good stuff. You can't complain. I'll still stick to the narrative that the retail space is extremely hard. But, I mean, you can't argue that they're not headed in the right direction here.
Especially brick and mortar stores, man, who have higher overhead costs than people working offline. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so they definitely have that against them. Adara, I'd love your take on AEO. What's your angle here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just working on this Rose Garden infographic here, guys, so stay tuned. That should be hopefully coming out by the end of the midday. Let's take a look here. I mean, I do want to mention the trump of it all, for lack of better terms. The jeans are apparently flying off the shelves, as we were promised. So, I mean, congrats there to AEO with that in mind. Now, what I think is interesting is I really want to see the growth going forward, given that likely if there is any impact from this Travis Kelce and Sydney Sweeney collab, we're probably more likely to see it next quarter, right? Because that we just kind of announced at the end of this quarter. So I don't know. I think I want to wait and see what happens going forward, because I think given that knockout report, I really think you're just gearing up to do even better when it comes to the fact that we got these announcements fairly recently. So yeah, I mean, I think American Eagle is probably in a really good place. This quarter was excellent, but I think even going forward, they might be positioning themselves even better. So I think even with it being as good as it was, I'm looking ahead, and I think the look ahead is bright. Jay Schottenstein, their CEO, was considered a superstar. I trust his leadership, and I think clearly the meme-ishness of the stock lately, for lack of a better term, is going to help as well in terms of having the public eye.
Well said, Adair. Thank you for that. I just want to point out, Joey, INHD's freaking out over here. It just blew through all the levels, 735 high, guys. It's taking out everything, up 50%, Joey. But before you go ahead, I have a question for you.
I was going to ask. I want to ask you and Adair both. So if this is a serious question.
Yeah.
For you personally, is there a figure, whether it be an actress, actor, athlete, that is going to drive you specifically to want to acquire a brand? We'll start with you first, Sharif, and then we'll go to Adair, because I'm curious.
Personally, no. The answer to that is no. I don't buy for the brand or for the celebrity endorsement. Now, they may get my attention. Like if it's somebody that I like and I see him in a commercial, I may pay more attention, but they're not going to make me buy it.
Go out there and go out there and buy it for sure. Adair, how about you?
No way.
No?
No way.
I didn't think so.
I'm not going to do that. I might see a movie if an actor I like is in it. Obviously, I'm going to listen to a song if something comes out. But, if they stay in their lane, I'm cool. I don't want to buy a product specifically because they've released it. I mean, if it's a product I'm actually interested in, maybe, potentially, but I'm not going to go out of my way. And, I don't know. I kind of reject the premise of the question.
Yeah. No.
But grandmother's garden brings up a good point. Maybe Adara won't, neither will I, neither will you.
Yeah.
But maybe your kids will.
Absolutely, and that's what I was just about to lead to. I think it's more or less of a younger thing, right?
Yeah.
You're watching shows, you're watching sports and everything. You're like, oh, he's my favorite athlete. He or she is my favorite actor or actress. I want to go and wear what they're wearing. But for us, I think there's an age limit where it's just like, hey, I could care less what those individuals are promoting or wearing. I'm just going to go out and get it if I like it.
All right, I'm going to get controversial.
Yeah. Do it.
This commercial annoyed a lot of people.
Yeah,
it did.
The one that you're talking about.
Yes, we're talking about the Sydney Sweeney Got Great Jeans commercial.
Yeah.
It rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. There was a furious response online. There was an equal response the other way, pushing for the same thing. My question to you is, and Adair, if you would like to chime in, I'd love to hear your opinion as well. No pressure though. Did the people who were, okay, here's the question.
Yeah.
Did this antagonize less people than it motivated? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It antagonized a lot of people, so you could say, well, I'm never going to shop at AEO again.
Yeah.
Did the amount of people on the other side that it appealed to, are they greater in number than the people who are antagonized?
No, I'm going to say usually there's more haters in the group than there is
Love
people
to hear that.
to motivate it, right? So
Yep.
I actually think that people, like, it was this odd kind of situation where you're seeing all these people like, oh, stop hating on Sydney Sweeney. But it's weird. I didn't see as many people hating on Sydney Sweeney as I saw people telling people to stop hating on Sydney Sweeney. So I wonder how genuine a lot of the anger is. And by that, I mean, was there actually as much anger towards this ad as we were seeing people claim there was?
For me,
that's my opinion. As someone who reads like a vast variety of sources from all the things, I saw a lot more like outrage at the outrage, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
That's
interesting.
fair. That's fair, Adair. But one thing I'm going to say, it's significantly cheaper to type on X and Twitter on how much you dislike it than to walk into the store or go on your app to buy the actual product.
Yeah,
that's actually not a bad point. Right. Yeah. And I want to say something that Assassino said in my ear. There is no response to the haters. Is that what you said? It is a response. My mistake, Assassino. Yes, basically what Adair said. All right, let's go on to the next topic here, Joey. Chinese tech firms are still pursuing these NVIDIA chips despite the pressure by the Chinese regulator not to buy them. So let's talk about this. So Alibaba, ByteDance, Tencent, they were all warned, Assassino, that not to buy these. But we're going to pause for a second and let you know about OGEN, guys. OGEN, each year, about 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment for it. The New York Stock Exchange listed Orgenix, listed on the NYSE, under OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. If you're interested, learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to Orgenix, guys. All right, so Alibaba, ByteDance, Tencent, they were all told by the Chinese regulators, stay away from the H20, yet they remain very eager to secure said H20, even as Beijing discourages such purchases. The firms are apparently closely monitoring NVIDIA's plan for the next generation China-specific chip. I'm talking about that B30A. It's based on the Blackwell architecture, which could actually be, according to reports, 6 times more powerful than the H20. The B30A is expected to cost around double, though, the price of the H20, about $20,000 to $24,000 versus the 10 to 12 that the H20 costs, if approved, obviously, for Chinese sales. Just to give you an idea how much China is important to NVIDIA, they account for 13% of NVIDIA's revenue last year. And if you go back a year before that, it's 20%. And the only reason it's 13 is because of the chip restrictions. The U.S., as we know, has loosened some of those restrictions, allowing NVIDIA to sell a downgraded H20 model to China while striking a deal requiring NVIDIA and AMD to share 15% of their China-based revenue with Washington, of course, putting that money back in the taxpayer's hand. People feel differently about it. I get that. Chinese regulators have summoned, as I mentioned, firms like Tencent, ByteDance to justify the purchases, but have not imposed a ban as of yet on these NVIDIA chips. Domestic rivals like Huawei and Cambricon face limited supply capacity, making NVIDIA's chips more attractive despite the government pressure that's being put on them. Engineers, Joey, at these Chinese tech firms say NVIDIA's chips still way outperform these domestic alternatives in key workloads, keeping that demand strong for NVIDIA's chips. And you had your boy Jensen there reassuring Chinese customers about H20 availability, noting an inventory of about 600 to 700,000 H20 chips are going to be ready to order from Taiwan Semi, and NVIDIA hopes to deliver that newer generation, Joey, B30A, the samples at least this month. in September. So
really? Eh?
Yes.
Wow, that fast.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy. Well, Sharif, something's positive. A lot of these Chinese tech companies have the license required to get the H20. Okay. So that's something extremely positive. Now he just needs to start shipping them out. That's obviously going to be more from a regulatory standpoint, but it's good that a lot of the companies already have the licensing permissions so that once the green light is there, he can just start shipping these things as freely as he would like at the end of the day. But with NVDA, we're down about 8.25 there. From the top, from those all-time highs. Nothing bad. And to what you mentioned yesterday, I seen something. You showed me that it was like 50 billion potentially in full in potential revenue that can be allocated from the Chinese regarding some of these new chips. Yeah, I heard it was a little bit more too.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So I heard it was a little bit more too when I was reading up some things. So if they open the door to China, watch out for NVIDIA because it can head right back into a potential growth cycle, which would be massive for this name.
Adara, this is interesting here. The Chinese regulator, I mean, I'm just making the assumption, has a lot of strength in China, especially with these Chinese tech companies. But they're not outright banning it, Adara. They're dissuading their companies from buying it.
It's a bizarre approach, and I'm going to continue to say, like, honestly, I kind of don't have an opinion on this unless something changes, because you've got this situation with like this unrequited love story. NVIDIA wants to sell their chips to China. I think understandably so. I think Jensen Huang has made a very good case for why it's not necessarily a security issue. And then on the flip side, you've got these Chinese tech firms needing and wanting the NVIDIA technology, but China, like, we're not going to like stop you, but like we don't really want you to either. Like, we're not going to sit with you at lunch if you do that, but like, you know, we can't force you to do it. It's just a bizarre take. And honestly, like I said, someone needs to make a decision like flat on some way, and that's all I have to say to that.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Joey.
because they know that they're having trouble with their own chips. The Huawei chips.
And you brought a fantastic point. Is this just a temporary thing
until they get their side right?
Yes, until they get their side right. How do they do that though without ASML and ultraviolet lithography? I want answers to that, right? Unless they're getting somehow their hands on these ASML machines and we don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Well, probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Neither would I.
There's definitely the routes that they can get it through. So that's
Ichiro's saying if they can get it right. Yeah. Ichiro, I respect that. But I mean, I haven't seen the Chinese fail at too many things. They're a lot behind, and you try to keep them behind because you want that competitive edge, and I totally get that. But I haven't seen them fail quite yet. And as I always say, necessity is the mother of all invention, and they definitely need this. So,
that's important.
I get that. But yeah, I think your point there is well taken, Joey. This is a temporary state of affairs until they feel they're caught up, and then all of a sudden you're going to be like,
People say they're only about 5 years behind. Remember, you asked me that question. Bro. I think they who knows? It could be significantly but if they're having troubles with their best chips, and they're like, hey. As you mentioned, just saying persuading, not saying it's completely cut off, that shows me a little bit of signs of you're in need of something that you don't necessarily have. That.
All right, go ahead, Adara.
Moving here, CFO David Zinsner, who was also briefly their interim CEO, he said, and I'm trying to find the headline here, basically said that their Altera deal is expected to close in the next few weeks. So Intel looking to close that Altera deal in the next few weeks, according to CFO David Zinsner. Nice push up here for INTC, though it's still not above its intraday high. Back to you.
Yeah, we've been hearing about that for a long time, that possible move there. Let's go on to the next stock, Figma. A lot of you will remember this one as an IPO that wasn't that long ago. It was July, so a couple months ago. So they plunged at least in extended trading. It was down 14%. Let's see where it's at right now. We're 17.75. Its first earnings report since debuting, obviously, in July. It's down sharply from the IPO debut high of $115.50, but it's still well above the actual IPO price, which is $33. Now, retail didn't get to buy at $33. You had to be, obviously, with the investment banks. Despite the results beating on the top and bottom line, partly we sold off, partly due to concerns about the future growth moderation. So let's talk right about that right now. So initially, Q2 EPS came in at, what was it? Break-even EPS, but there was no estimate off which to base better or worse on revenue of $249.6 million, which beat the $248.8 expected by the street, and they grew revenue 41% year over year, up from $177 $0.2 million that they took home last year. Their net income positive compared with a loss last year, and their adjusted operating income coming in line at $11.5 million. But this is where it all goes south because it's the guidance, right? Q3 forecast, 263 to 265 million for revenue, implying about 33% growth. That's still above the LSEG estimate of 256.8, but their full year guidance coming in a little bit light, 1.02 billion they're guiding for the full year, which is still up 37%. The retention rate, though, slipped slightly to 129 from 132% in Q1, indicating what the company's calling slower expansion within their existing customers. Let's talk about some new launches, Joey, because if they're going to want new customers, they're going to have to incentivize them. So they've got the Figma Make as a new launch, which is an AI-driven app, website design. And you also got Figma Sites, which turns designs into websites, according to the company. They also acquired Modify, which deals in vector graphics, and they acquired Payload, which is a content management website. They're trying to monetize AI, but they're not yet charging for it. They do plan to introduce paid AI credits into their business model soon. They're saying the underlying costs are already built into that model, so you needn't forecast any more revenue CapEx spend. They've already done that. CEO Dylan Field emphasized, Joey, that AI enhances designer value and not replacing them. So they're trying to assuage the fears of the design, like people like Ram and the Chilean Nightmare. You know, this is their bread and butter, baby, and obviously Assassino as well. Let's talk about their financial position. They've got $1.6 billion, including about $90.8 million in Bitcoin ETF, Joey. Ooh. Yeah, they got IBIT, baby, trying to diversify their strategy. Here's the lockup, though. So 25% of employee shares were free today. So it's a staged lockup period. With another tranche that's going to get unlocked August of next year. So large investors that are holding over half of the Class A shares of the company agreed to an extended lockup period during the IPO, adding to the stability of the supply. That was really the incentive here. That's the first time I've seen that. I mean, I don't have too much experience in IPOs, but for that staged lockup.
That long period, yeah, it is pretty long. Imagine you just wanted to sell your shares, but you weren't allowed to. But just to add to your point here, so on the slower progress of the company there, Sharif, so the AI investment may pressure margins as Figma prioritizes long-term platform expansion over near-term profitability. But at the end of the day, also high valuations have nearly 200 times forward earnings, which is a lot. And then you have the likes of Adobe, which is trading at 17 times. So these higher valuations, you can definitely see some downward pressure within this name. And let's see what it's been up to from that IPO date. And again, it's like, I think the narrative for a while was as soon as these IPOs go on these crazy runs, just faded. And if you go back in the history of a lot of the names, the high majority of them would just sell off.
Bro, that's
so there's
garbage.
61%. I mean, I don't think we see that previous high right here for quite some time. And you're going to want to see some continuous raise in guidance, less CapEx, and then coming out with the platforms that you say you're going to at the end of the day.
Yeah, well said, Joey. Adara, you reported on this yesterday on the Market Recap Show. What's your take?
Yeah, honestly, I think this IPO, to kind of go off of what Joe said just there, was the beginning of the end, for lack of a better term. So with Circle and CoreWeave, they did eventually have their falls, but they also had really notable rises over at least a sustained period of time. So CoreWeave lasted a lot longer. Circle was a little bit more of a pop and drop. I think it happened over like about a week or so. We had that crazy push into 300 and then that sell-off, right? But then if you compare those to Figma, Figma had the awesome day one move. It closed near day's highs on day one and then gapped up on day two, and then it just couldn't sustain that. So it's like these moves are becoming even tighter and tighter. And then we've got, after that, we had bullish, which again, popped, couldn't even hold that intraday, and then to the downside. So I think, yeah, I guess it's like, in terms of the stock perspective, it seems like these IPOs are getting a little bit less and less exciting for the market. Klarna, though, next week, that'll be on Wednesday. That could be exciting. We'll have to see if, people are buying now and paying later for that KLAR IPO. But I also want to mention here, too, the Adobe side of things. Adobe will be reporting earnings next week, next Thursday after the bell. One of the few notable earnings reports next week, other than like that and GameStop and Oracle. So we're going to have to wait and see how they report. I think with Figma in mind, Adobe is trading lower today, for what it's worth. So yeah, I mean, a little bit of food for thought. I guess,
and one of the reasons Adobe hasn't been doing as well as it has is because they've been disrupted by programs just like this. Great call out there, Dara. Thank you for pointing out Adobe's earnings. If you're involved in the name, obviously make sure to catch that with us next week on the Market Recap Show. Let's go to a company, Joseph, that may have the best ticker in the game.
Yeah.
But I still have no idea what the hell this company does. I haven't seen a product. I know they're involved in AI. I just haven't been involved. So C3 AI is the company we're talking about here. They dropped on weak Q1 earnings and the CEO transition problem that they've been having. So let's start off with it. They fell markedly here in extended trading more than 14%. Following a weak fiscal Q1 earnings and, as I mentioned, the CEO transition announcement. They've already faced volatility in recent months due to leadership uncertainty and obviously disappointing preliminary results. Speaking of those results, let's get to them. Revenue. What the hell? Okay, I need to know what the market cap of this company is because they're bringing in $70.3 million. It's a $2.2 billion company. What's the forward PE on this thing? I'll do this after, but I need to satisfy my curiosity here. This is crazy. Crazy. Why isn't it showing me? Okay, I'll look at it after.
Yeah, I'll find it. But you want the PE, right?
Yeah, forward if you can get it.
Yep.
$70.3 million in revenue. That's a huge drop from what they actually brought home last year. 87.2 was what their revenue was last year on the quarter. Significant year-over-year decline, with their GAAP net loss widening to 86 pennies per share loss compared with the 50 pennies they lost last year. So real big miss on the top and bottom line. The results highlight both revenue contraction and mounting operational challenges as their costs continue to grow, but their top line is not growing to justify that. The CEO, Stephen Icahn, who was appointed CEO effective September 1st, replaces the founder, Tom Siebel. Icahn previously built, the new CEO that is, he built and sold 2 tech companies and sold them to CRM, to Salesforce, bringing that experience that they need in scaling. And here's what's happening with the CEO transition. Sadly, the former CEO, Siebel, revealed earlier this year that he was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease that caused significant visual impairment. As a result, we saw what Q1 sales did. He called them completely unacceptable and attributed the underperformance partly, Joey, to the restructuring impact. So C3 AI.
That's not the forward there. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, as for C3AI, isn't there a probe by the SEC from going into these guys? Because that's exactly what I was reading yesterday. So essentially, they had a guidance of around $100 million, $100 million, and then they come in at around $70 million. So apparently, there's a probe within C3AI.
All I'm seeing is a class action suit. I'm not seeing an SEC probe.
Okay. So there's something going on.
I'm not seeing anything to justify.
Regarding the guidance, I was reading on it yesterday. So they forward guided, I think, for Q3 $100 million, and then now it's coming in around $70 million or something along those lines. So they're getting in a little bit of trouble. Again, I know absolutely nothing about the company other than from a technical standpoint. I can't even find the PE here on multiple of my platforms. So that's obviously not a good look as well too. Issues with reporting. So not too good of a look there with C3 AI. And from a technical standpoint.
Yeah, this is what I want to show you. Look at the recovery. Assassino, if we can show this. So this was yesterday's earning pop. It popped up initially. The algos popped it up to stop everybody out. 17 2/3. Drops all the way down, Joey, to 14-ish. We base out at 14 in the morning. Look where we are now, man. We're like, 3% below yesterday's close. So we're down 3.5%. We were double digits, I believe, in the pre-market. So a bit of a recovery.
Yeah. Not too bad of a recovery, running into some support levels too. So as for what I was referring to earlier regarding what they were reporting for their guidance, what I read in the report, so if you were buying shares anywhere in between February to August, you might be eligible to get I shouldn't say refund, but you might be able to get your money back at some point if you have incurred any losses.
All right, before we go to Dara, INHD is still going, guys. And here we go. We're going to take out the high of the day. There's a 20 seller. So the staunchy little bugger's still there. We don't breach 20, but it feels like this is just a matter of time. And there it is, 826. INHD is the one, at least for now, but be careful with this one. Adara, give me your take here on C3 AI. I mean, It was nice recovery off the bottom. I don't know what to say here.
Well, I want to get a little bit more into the CEO transition specifically. So if you saw the market recap, you guys saw me get into this. Here's a photo of the new CEO, Stephen Ahikian. And if you're like, hey, why is he at that desk? It's because he was part of Trump 2.0.
Oh.
So let's get into that, because I think that is really interesting, and specifically the timing of this transition, I have a lot of questions about. So he served as, I guess, the acting administrator of the General Services Administration of the GSA. Then he transitioned to deputy administrator. Now, the timing of his resignation, let's talk about. So on Tuesday, he apparently announced that he was going to be transitioning out, that was the wording he used, of his role at the GSA. Then, when C3AI announces that he's going to be the CEO, they say effective as of September 1st. So was he holding both roles at the same time? And what does transition out mean? Please tell me, Mr. Ahikian. I have a lot of questions. I'm not trying to be whatever, but I think that this is a legitimate thing that I have questions about. And I did, obviously, you guys know me, I did all my due diligence in this. The timing is bizarre. So we're going to have to wait and find out on that. I'm not saying it's like a massive, oh my gosh, gotcha moment. I just think it's a moment. I want more clarity on what that transitioning out process means and when he's actually stepping into power here as CEO, because I do think the people deserve answers. And by people, I mean me. Now, I also want to mention here, too, Thomas Seibel, we kind of knew we were going to get this transition because after that unfortunate guidance they released recently, he did mention that his health issues were unfortunately impeding his ability to run the company. I respect that he was very open, he understood that, and he stepped down. And so, yeah, I just want to give him a moment of, you know, he was the founder of the company. He also survived an elephant attack in Africa, which I talked about yesterday in the market recap. So Thomas Seibel is a tough dude. And I just want to give him a moment. And if I get any more info on Mr. Ahikian, I'll let you guys know, because I think this whole, the CRM connection is certainly interesting, but I think also the timing of this transition could be a bit interesting too.
Very interesting take.
I feel obviously the health issues suck, but when you guide something and then come in 30% lower, I don't think it's just one individual who's going to put that much weight on a specific company.
I was going to say, too, do you think maybe his connections with the Trump administration help the company currently? Because, he might have, some persuasion or insights. I don't want to speculate, but, just having a close tie with the relationship, does that benefit or hurt the company currently?
Well, what happened with Elon Musk and Doge?
Yeah, well, not everybody's Elon's personality, though, and as mercurial as Elon
it's crazy to think is that, okay, as soon as we heard that Elon was teaming up with Donald Trump and heading into Doge, we thought it was going to be a free ride to the top on Tesla, and it was literally the polar opposite.
Well said. Well said. Let's go on to the next story. Apple set to raise iPhone prices for the first time in 7 years. You may not have felt that because they're already expensive. Morgan Stanley expects Apple to increase iPhone prices for the first time since 2017. Analysts project a $100 premium for the new iPhone 17 Air as compared with the 16 Plus. The iPhone 17 Pro will see, apparently, the removal of lower storage SKUs. So you're going to start at the 256 gig model. They're apparently not going to offer 128 anymore. We'll have to see. There's also going to be a 1 terabyte version of the Air. It's also expected the price for that bad boy, a lofty $1,400 US. This is supposed to be the Air, not the Pro Max. Give it a break. Jeez, Apple. Morgan Stanley estimates average selling prices, ASPs, will rise about 5% year over year for full year 2026. When we're talking about the iPhone, analysts see the hikes as earnings positive tailwinds, not demand killers. That's their opinion. We'll have to see how the market ends up digesting that. Importantly, though, Apple's customer base tends to amortize the device over 2 to 3 years, myself included, meaning that the increases in the price on the top line won't be felt as much if you're amortizing it month over month. That's the argument. Whether you agree with it or not, that's your take. Let's talk about what we're expecting here, Joey. The iPhone 17 Air will mark Apple's first major form factor change in 5 years, boasting an ultra-thin design. It's also going to have an in-house C1 modem. No longer looking for Qualcomm on that. That's a move by Apple to kind of even be more vertically integrated. And it's going to have only a single rear camera, which is what we talked about on the morning show. Alongside the iPhone, though, Apple expected to drop the Apple Watch Series 11, the Apple Watch Ultra 3, the Apple Watch SE 3 and the AirPods Pro 3, in addition to obviously the new Apple lineup. And then Apple AI. This article actually agrees with what Adara said yesterday. Adara said they're basically going to try to avoid talking about AI. And that's what this article is saying. It's saying Apple's AI strategy is a key investor focus. Morgan Stanley does not expect major announcements on Apple Intelligence at the September 9 event. The emphasis, Joseph, likely to remain on hardware upgrades.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Sharif. I don't know. Like every year we get a new hardware upgrade. Is it that drastically different? I don't know. The battery on the 16 is pretty good. I think it's the best battery that the iPhone's ever had. I very rarely have to charge this thing. But again, we're just waiting for something new. And the question is, I really like what Katina Mann said this morning. You can listen to him, and I'll let him speak for what he obviously mentioned up, but I think that's been the narrative for a while, and now it looks like somewhat of a genius play. Again, we still got to be patient. You want the Siri upgrade. It is hot garbage. There's no beating around that bush, but at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, how many more times and how many more years is this sustainable? Is that you're just coming out with a new piece of hardware that's, you know what, oh, it's thinner, it's lighter, you're getting a better camera. Like, how long is that sustainable for? And I mean, it's been going on with Apple for quite some time, but eventually you need to have those software updates, because that's what's really a game changer in my opinion.
That's interesting. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's it can't be just that same handheld device. But what I was thinking, Joey, and I've been thinking about this for a while, if they get into the wearables, I'm talking about glasses form factor, do you think maybe they keep a sleek glass design, connect it with the iPhone, keep the hardware and processing on the iPhone itself so that you can keep a lighter design? Because we saw those those Meta Orions when they were huge because they had to fit all that, stuff inside.
I think that's a genius idea, and I think if you can get along those lines when you have these new, obviously, devices that you can implement and connect to the Apple ecosystem, it's only better for them, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Guys, INDH is still going. Another high day, 874. It's now up 78, 80%. Looking to take out more. INHD is still going here during the midday, guys. Adara, I'd love your take on Apple. Do you expect any curveballs, or is this just going to be business as usual? Here's a new iPhone. Here are the new other wearables. Go buy them.
Yeah, I mean, I made my opinions pretty clear yesterday. I think that the smartest thing for them to do is just not mention AI. Unless they're going to have some groundbreaking AI announcement, which I don't think they will, then they need to zip their lips. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything. We saw that at the last event. They mentioned AI only to say, oh, well, it's going to come next year, and the market dropped. Or like not the market, but Apple stock. So I just think they're smarter to not mention it at all unless there's something massive. We're going to have to wait and see. I've been doing some research. There is a massive infographic series to come on this, but I went back to 2007, the launch of the first iPhone, and the week of these events, Apple does actually tend to trade lower, like the vast majority of the time. So, like, just on the week. So I'll have to, again, when I have the data done, I'll let you guys know. It's not completed yet, but yeah, it's a lot more negative of a picture than I was expecting. And even when we do have green weeks, they're very marginal, especially compared to the extent of the losses. So we're going to have to wait, again, when I have more data on that, I'll keep you guys posted. But that's my take. And yeah, I think we're just going to keep seeing analyst opinions, and they're probably going to all basically be more or less the same right up and until September 9th.
To add to Adara's point there, I think it's best that they don't mention AI. And what Dan Ives said is that he has a better chance of making the NBA than essentially them getting it right.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he actually said
Come
that.
on, Joey, that's not
He said
fair,
Dan Ives said that he has a better chance of making the NBA than Apple getting.
He needs to stop with these sports analogies and the art analogies. He always repeats them. He recycles them. Dan.
Yeah.
Messy.
Shut up, Dan.
Oh, well, that's what he called. Well, that's what he was calling.
Joking. I like Dan Ives.
Well, that's what he was calling Palantir. He's like, Palantir is the Messi of AI, essentially. He was just going in. It's like he always uses the innings. You're in the first, second inning, early stages, whatever it may be. But he said that. He said essentially he has a better chance of making the NBA than Apple getting it right in-house. So.
This is stupid. Okay, I love him. I like him. I like his choice of clothing. Not for me, but for him. But I don't agree with that, Joey. Guys, I want to bring your attention to Open Door. It is back into the high of the day, 578, making a new area high. I see you guys in the chat chiming about Open Door. Good look right now, up 11 2/3%. Keep your eye out on this one. Open Door. All right, I just want to pause for a second,
Yeah.
Joey. Remind everybody to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. There's open right there with 140, second only to Tesla at 105, then NEON with 56. The only way to have your vote registered, though, guys, get into that chat, throw in the $ and whatever ticker you like, and persuade your friends to vote your way as well, because only the top 5 will make it on. Shout out to Fabian.
One
Go
thing
ahead,
here
Joey.
before we move on to
Go
the
ahead.
next thing. Okay, so Lululemon reporting after the bell here, guys, putting in a new high of the day, as some individuals mentioned. I just want to go over a couple of these reporting names here. Still hovering around these levels, but if you take a look at this from a daily, not too bad, right? So you're only down a couple of percentage points from that, so about 4%, a little bit less than that, Sharif. Leading into tonight's
report, Joey.
Pardon me.
That's going to be a big report.
I think so. Yeah, it's going to be massive, right? Considering it's one of the only names. So, and then Docu, that is in $1 trillion club. DocuSign, it's really hot garbage, and I thought it would be a little bit hotter garbage.
Put
Sharif.
that weekly
Yeah,
on.
that's exactly what. Hopefully it works. Yes. All right. So it's always a win. I mean, this is what happens when you peak in COVID, essentially, right?
exactly.
So. I mean, I'm surprised to see it up to even these levels, $313, but you're still down 76%. I don't know if these names will ever have the ability to recover off of some of these lows.
No,
I just
no, they
don't.
won't.
I don't. Yeah,
And that's,
exactly.
you just have to come to terms with that.
With those losses, right? It's like my Aurora Cannabis. I'm just holding on to a glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, Hopium will be. The enemy.
Hopefully, I'm cheering for you on that one. I am. I'm cheering for you, Joey.
What do I need it? What do I need it to go to? Like $1,600.
$1,600 bucks. It's not that bad, bro.
Yeah, it's trading at like $4 after multiple reverse splits. Yeah, good luck, man.
Let's talk about Amazon expanding their fintech footprint in India with the Axio acquisition. So Amazon has completed. Amazon's the best performing Mag 7 name far and away, 3 3/4. Katina Man was involved in that one this morning. They've completed the acquisition of a Bangalore-based non-banking lender named Axio for an undisclosed amount. The Reserve Bank of India, who had to approve this deal, approved it back in July, finalizing the process that began back in December, so not a moment too soon. The acquisition here gives Amazon access to direct lending license in India, so you have to have a license for that, enabling it to lend directly to consumers and businesses. So what does Axio do? So it's a 12-year-old fintech lender. They provide digital credit and money management solutions to retail customers and small businesses. So the firm had a loan book of around 22 million rupees, which is about $251, a little bit more $1 million as of June of this year. They also partnered, Joey, with Amazon back since 2018 to offer credit and pay later products. So they've already had a good and existing business relationship with Amazon to the tune of 7 years, and now they're being acquired. What's the strategic move here, though, for Amazon for this acquisition? So the direct lending license allows Amazon to bypass the partnerships that they would otherwise have to have with these Indian banks and capture a larger share of the lending profits at the buy now, pay later process. And Amazon plans to offer loans at checkout to expand the credit products that are currently being offered by Axio. And most e-commerce platforms in India rely on partnerships with banks or non-bank lenders. So this will give Amazon sort of that vertical integration, for lack of a better term, to now have the advantage of direct lending control rather than having to partner with an Indian bank and give some of the products. The broader fintech expansion here has been noted by Amazon. They also secured approvals in India to issue payment wallets and sell insurance policies on its platform. I don't know, Joey. I don't know what they're doing in India.
Yeah.
But when I'm buying, or I'm looking, I should say, for insurance, my first move is not Amazon.
No.
It could change over time,
absolutely.
but currently not.
No, I don't think so either. So it's a different move. But one thing to note, Sharif, is that you're slowly starting to see some of these bigger names creep their way into India. Right, so you see in the likes of Tesla, Apple opening up some stuff there as well too. They have Apple stores now, and then now you're starting to see Amazon, some of these hyperscalers step into obviously completely something different. But hey, it's America just broadening its customer base, and it's good to see. Amazon's price target has been absolutely fantastic. I don't know much about Axios, but as for Amazon, not bad. You're not going to complain about this when the other mag names are continuously selling, and you have the likes of Microsoft and Amazon outperforming them throughout from an intraday standpoint. And think about it, Amazon still hasn't even put in a new all-time high. So when we're talking about the catch-up trades between Google, Apple, and Amazon, Amazon's right there, but only 3% off of those previous all-time highs.
All right, Adara, this is, I don't know, I don't want to say it's a small market because India is quite a large market. Is this a needle mover for Amazon anyway?
I don't really think so. I think the bigger move for Amazon in terms of why it's up on the day was we had that report from Business Insider basically suggesting that apparently Amazon's trying to step up their game, quote unquote, with their AI agents. So I think that probably is the reason it's moving. We had some other catalysts too on Amazon. You can check them all out on basically our watch list in the morning, but Semi-Analysis, which is, as the name kind of implies, a website that focuses on analyzing semiconductors, they had, I guess, a report that was circulating around X. I didn't see it circulate, but apparently some traders were talking about it with regards to Amazon and some data center ambitions. So I think those two AI-related catalysts are probably the reason for the move. BNPL is hot. We just talked about Klarna. It's, I think, certainly, if we are going to say, hey, this catalyst is moving it, you can make the argument for that, but I think probably for Amazon as a company and also for today, I think AI is the bigger needle mover.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's talk about Tesla. Interesting report out of China today with Tesla. They've received, guys, over 120,000 orders for their new Model Y L. They're calling that in China. They launched it last month, so this new Model Y is averaging about 10,000 orders per day. The Model Y L, in case you don't know, is a 6-seater version, so 3 rows of a variant, obviously, of the regular Model Y that we have here. It's priced at around $47,150 US. I don't know what that is.
What's that, brother?
And it features an 84 kilowatt battery, so gives it an extended driving range of around 391 miles, so just shy of 400. It's a bit of a wider body, so they're able to fit a bigger battery on that bad boy, which may move the needle for people in China. We'll have to wait and see. They announced also, Tesla that is, a price cut earlier this week on the Model 3, the sedan's long-range trim. They reduced the price of that bad boy by about 3.7%. They continue, sadly, to face a slowdown in sales in China, with registrations down about 27.7% year over year during the week of August 18th to 24th. So that's the very specific window that 27% drop accounts for. Deutsche Bank, though, they say their data shows Tesla sold about 54,000 units in August in China, which is up 29% from July, but still down year over year for August. When you compare it to 24, about 17% year over year drop on the month. And BYD, bro, you think they're going to stop? They're not going to stop. The Chinese EV BYD, they actually cut their 2025 annual sales target down to 4.6 million units, despite the company reporting a 30% increase in profits. The reduced target, though, Joey, highlights the concerns over slowing demand for EVs in China. We already saw that, race to the bottom by these Chinese EV makers, each one undercutting the other and kind of dropping the price, so much so that it pissed off the Chinese regulator, who told the Chinese EV companies, stop freaking doing that. Stop racing to the bottom. Get these prices under control. So we'll tell you more about that after we tell you about this.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning-fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description, guys. There it is.
There it is. So what's your take on this, Joey? So they got
give me a breakdown of
the Model Y.
Okay, yep.
It's it's a bigger Model Y in China, 3 rows, 6 seats. Longer range.
Good, right? I think that's what you want to see from Tesla. You want to see them come out with some new models. Obviously, the much anticipated Model 2. When does that come out? We don't know. Where has the Roadster been? We have no idea. That thing is in the abyss somewhere. But at the end of the day, I think it's in order to compete with some of these Chinese EV companies, you want to have them, you want to go neck to neck in models. You want to be able to give the lowest price as well too. And can they do that with their current outstanding fleet? I don't know. I think that Model 2 is going to be a big time game changer. But I think so you mentioned before that it's going to be a record number of, deliveries or purchases for Tesla?
That's what's being predicted on Kalshi. I didn't personally see that, but Katina saw that.
Yeah, which I find extremely interesting. I don't know where, from a geographical standpoint, where that is, considering
Norway.
It's in. You're lying.
There's 5.5 million people in the country. I'm exaggerating.
Oh, I was gonna say. I thought you were being dead serious there. No, but I think it's tough. Yeah, it's great for all of that. But when you have California registrations down 20%, you have registrations across Europe absolutely gone into a black hole and almost essentially non-existent from its previous growth cycles, I think is a tough space. It's Model 2 autonomy, and robotics for me and Tesla. And the reason why BYD and some of these other Chinese EV makers are seeing this exponential growth within Europe is because they're relatively new as well too. So you got to give them that credit, right?
Adira, if we get, say, a video of the Model 2, something leaks, Adira. Someone flies a drone over, I don't know, let's just go with Austin. And it leaks and it makes its way around X. Do you think we move bigly on that, or the Model 2, it's going to be a lower margin product and
I think the stock probably moves in the reaction, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't see anybody on Tesla Bull Twitter talking about this today.
Nope.
So I think it's an interesting story here with regards to, like, there's clearly interest in China, but I think the fact that one of their competitors that has proven themselves really strongly, BYD, has that guidance concern, I think that should be a concern a bit for Tesla too. Because they are a competitor who's generally, at least as of late, show that they're able to outperform Tesla. So they're struggling, ... I don't know. We'll have to wait and see here for TSLA. But yeah, I do not, unless there's like a video where I can prove it's not AI and there is a car or someone drives me to Austin and I'm like, oh, hey, hi, Model 2, how are you doing? I don't know. I have a lot of qualms. I am full of qualms with regards to
we're almost at the end of the dang year. And they were supposed to scale this thing at the end of the year. Apparently, he's already produced it. Adira, I demand to see a picture of this.
He didn't produce it.
I know.
What about the Roadsters? 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, no.
Do you know that he wants to put rockets on that thing? Like, not actual, rockets like on a spaceship, but like these thrusters so that he can get it under 0 to 100 in 1 second, which is insane. 0 to 60 for my American friends. Yes.
For the Roadster?
Yes, it's insane.
And I think, so with regards to that too, to go back to the question you asked me, will the stock move on it? I think if we get a photo, it'll absolutely move. We saw it moved on the Model 2. That earnings report was atrocious, but Elon said, oh, the Model 2. Same with what happened with regards to the Roadster. So I think we will get an immediate positive reaction. Does that mean we get a vehicle? No, it doesn't. Because Tesla is very hype-driven as a stock, and that is not to insult the company. I'm not saying it's meritless, but I'm saying a lot of these reactions you have to remember are tied a lot to who Elon Musk is. A lot of people who are very heavily into Tesla, and I say this as someone who, again, is super, super in tune with Tesla Bull Twitter. A lot of these people, the start of their bio, Elon Musk fan, Tesla lover, right? The Elon Musk often comes first.
They got the goggles on.
Exactly. I'm saying the rose-colored glasses are very strong, and I just want to put that out there, and I'm not trying to be a hater of Tesla or Elon or anything. I just want to make that point.
You're just like a show me the proof is in the pudding kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes, that's why I was...
That's fair.
Go ahead, Joe.
And then, wasn't he talking about the Roadster in 2018?
Oh, he's been talking about. There's one floating around in space. He launched one into space.
Is that what he did? Is that what he? Was that what it was? A Roadster? I thought it was like a
Roadster
or something.
in space, Joey, floating around as we speak.
Okay, well, it's in the wrong area. We need it on Earth, first of all. So what is it? What good is it up there for any of us? And do you know? In all seriousness, this is a serious question. Yeah. Do you think that there's a chance that we actually don't see the Model 2?
There is a chance for anything.
Right?
Yes, but if he doesn't deliver on that, what kind of sales hit are we talking about? Unless, Joseph, he's going to completely kind of move away from EVs and focus on
robotaxi.
Robotaxi and robots and whatever else he wants to get into. We'll have to wait and see what he's got in his mind.
Now, obviously, with him being optimistic on his timelines, when do you actually think we start seeing robotaxi, like more of the actual two-door, steeringless?
Okay, great that you brought that up. I don't know the answer to that, but so Jay Leno's Garage has a new video out, not endorsing them, but I like watching it. They got the chief designer and the chief engineer of the Model S Plaid with Jay Leno so they can give him the goods and he can ask him the questions. And Joseph, when they were talking about robotaxi, one of the engineers corrected himself and used a phrase that wouldn't like violate the regulations because again they don't have approval for it in California, but they're doing it anyway. We know they're in the Bay Area doing this, but they don't have approval, so they had to call it something else. So you could see himself correcting himself. So there's like all these like little things within the company. So that's one. Two, I think we're going to get a staged launch, so you'll see like exactly what Waymo's doing, these geographically fenced areas, and then you'll see maybe more autonomy with the actual FSD that comes in as it improves. We're on version 4.0, and then you'll see. I like the licensing agreement because all these companies like Ford and GM that don't really have these really good self-driving systems, they could lease these things, they could license them. Off Tesla. That's what I'm thinking.
I think I'm curious to see as for the models as well too, because we know that Waymo goes off of LiDAR, and then you have the camera system behind Tesla. Is that going to still be a major factor in whether you can have a steering wheel-less vehicle and having individuals?
That's going to take huge regulatory changes because I think a car needs to come with a steering wheel.
So whenever Elon said that he's going to start selling these things, probably add another 3 to 4 years on top of that.
Yep.
I agree.
Right. So
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about we'll skip this one. Let's hit this. Google hit with a $425 million privacy verdict. That probably takes, 0.00001 off their bottom line. A federal jury in San Francisco ordered Google to pay about $425 million after finding it continued to collect user data despite tracking settings being turned off on the phone. The plaintiffs had sought over $31 billion in damages, but the jury determined Google did not act with malice, meaning no punitive damages were awarded. Punitive damages are to teach the person a lesson, not actual damages suffered by the claiming party. The decision covers allegations of 8 years of unauthorized data collection, violating privacy assurances that were made on Google's web and app activity setting. Here's what the case is. So the class action lawsuit was filed back in July 2020. It represents about 98 million Google users. Over 174 million devices were involved. And the lawsuit alleges that Google continued, as I mentioned, to gather data via relationships with apps like Uber, Venmo, Instagram, which use its analytical tools. A U.S. District Court judge previously certified the case as a class action, expanding its scope, significantly. Google defended themselves, obviously. They argued that the data collection was non-personal, pseudo-anonymous, encrypted, and stored securely with no links to individual users' identities. The company, for their part, maintained it did not violate privacy rights and continues denying wrongdoing despite the jury's ruling. So the wider regulatory context here, Joseph, is that they had a $1.4 billion settlement in Texas earlier this year over the state law violations, and they also had an April 2024 settlement requiring them to destroy billions of private browsing records related to that incognito mode in Chrome.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, Sharif, it's chump change for these guys, right? At the end of the day, it's chump change. It's not going to be a big-time needle mover, especially what we got going on here now. They're going to be able to just feed money to Apple and to Samsung and some of these handheld devices, and I think they'll be okay. They're going to be the primary search engine for quite some time until you see some other names like the likes of Perplexity and ChatGPT starting to pay Apple as well, too, and then you're going to see maybe somewhat of a change. But as for that, one thing that no one really ever talks about is Gmail with Google and how popular it is, and essentially how every American account is under a Gmail. So we got obviously within the ETF, we have YouTube. It's crazy that I'm calling this name an ETF, but if you look at it, you got Waymo, you got YouTube, you have the whole Google Mail ecosystem, which is absolutely phenomenal. And then now the judge is essentially ruling in their favor. They have to share their data. That's again, that sucks for them. But at the end of the day, as long as they fork up $20 billion to each individual phone provider or manufacturer, I think this name's going to be just fine.
All right. Okay. I don't think it's going to hurt them financially, Joey.
No.
Just, it could raise the wrong attention or get the wrong attention.
Absolutely.
Privacy is kind of big.
It's big right now, considering all the approvals that you need for these AI apps and everything along those lines. People want to keep their privacy, but again, you have to give it up to some point if you're going to allow your phone to take care of everything for you.
Yeah, and how many times have you and I joked the phone is listening? You know what I mean?
no,
Because all of a sudden
absolutely.
you're talking about something you see an ad. Like
get
you
an ad
joke
on it.
about it, but it happens a
No,
lot.
it's real. Yeah, it's legitimate. So.
All right, Adara, what's your take on this $425 million verdict? You think Google appeals or just paid it and put it behind and forget about it?
I don't know why they would appeal. Like, I mean, I get it. You want to preserve your integrity, but hey, you don't have to pay $31 billion. So that's good. I think the story's a bit of a nothing burger. Truthfully, I put it in the watch list because it does involve Google in a legal case. But I don't think, like, let me look at Google stock. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it did much to Google stock. It's a story worth noting, but is it a story that will, I think, drastically impact Google forever and ever? I don't think so.
Agree. All right, let's go. Well, we'll see. You know, I don't want to get the regulator all in a tizzy. Let's talk about Huawei. Obviously, not a tradable stock in North America, but very much influencing the state of technology. They've released a second-gen tri-fold smartphone. So if you missed the first one, here is what it kind of looks like. It's basically just a little phone that opens up, and you have a huge screen in the middle. I'm just trying to find better pictures of it here. Sorry, Assassino, give me one quick second. Maybe I just got to go to Google Pictures. There we go. Speaking of Google. So it's this bad boy over here. They're dropping a new version. They dropped it last year. People are selling it on Facebook Marketplace that bought it from China for like 3,500 Canadian dollars. Obviously, I'm not interested. But this is an interesting development. When is the Jacob's Ladder version? I know what the Jacob's Ladder is, Fabian, only because I go to the gym a lot. All right, I do know what that one is. All right, pull up. All right, let's talk about this. So Huawei launched the second generation of its tri-fold smart called the Mate XTs as it pushes to solidify its comeback in China and cautiously re-enter markets overseas. You'll recall that Trump 1.0 put a chip restriction on Huawei, so they couldn't get their hands on these 5G chips, so they really fell off and they couldn't keep up with the likes of Samsung and Apple, and they're trying to make a comeback now. Unlike typical foldables with a single hinge, the Mate X Pro, the Mate XT, has two hinges, allowing it to fold at 2 points and expand into a tablet-like device. So it ends up being pretty big. Huawei has seen a resurgence in China's smartphone market, reaching 18% market share in Q2 of this year, up from 15% last year, making it the largest smartphone vendor in China. They are king, you know what, in China. In the foldable phone category, they command a dominant 75% share of the Chinese market for foldables. The first generation Mate XT sold 470,000 units since the launch last year, generating $1.3 billion in revenue, highlighting the strong demand despite its premium pricing. Joey, before we just go on about a stock we can't trade, let me ask you about this and let me ask you about foldables. What's your move? What's your opinion?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I watched the Marquise Brownlee thing on this specific device. It looks pretty cool, to be honest with you. Do I want one? No, personally. It's essentially like an iPad folded up in your pocket. It looks great, but I don't need to be glued to my phone or any other device more than what I currently am. So for me personally, it's fantastic. I don't know how much demand personally. We could go around the room and see if people would start to grab a foldable phone. My answer is going to be no personally, because I'm good with what I have.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. I'm interested to see if I like it. The price point's going to make a big difference.
Big time.
Hardware, if they're going to have to scale down the chips and storage and cameras to make it all fit, that would be a needle mover for me as well. If I had to
thickness within your pocket as well.
Yeah,
too.
man. There's
a lot of hardware stuff that you got to take into consideration, right? So I mean, but see, the thing is that when I was watching the review, it's essentially seamless. It looks pretty good, right? So you can you can turn it around. It rotates with you. You close one of the screens. Everything transitions onto it with the other two that are left open. So it looks pretty cool.
Can I make another argument for it?
Yeah.
I've never even seen it in person. So these foldables, Assassino, the thing about them is they open into a book. So it's like a square if they only have two screens. The three screens makes it into that widescreen tablet, so it's nicer for watching movies.
Exactly what I was saying. And
like
it rotates with you. Like you can rotate it and everything along those lines. And it seems relatively seamless. It's cool. I don't know if that's the direction that we're going to be heading in for the long term, right? Because that's a bigger device. I think people are looking for smaller, more compact glasses, essentially what I'm getting at. So for me personally, or something like a projectable, I think would be pretty cool from a watch. But I don't know.
Something new.
Something new, not necessarily. It's essentially an iPad in your pocket.
It is.
Right?
And I don't mind that whole thing. Adara, what's your take on this Huawei thing? Are they finally catching up? or is this a novelty item that doesn't move the needle? However you want to cover
Sorry, I was
it.
just swallowing some salad. Yeah, I think in terms, excuse me,
Okay.
in terms of the foldable phone, I think that, I mean, I just got an SC like last year, so I'm behind the times. I'm not one to comment.
That's okay.
I will say, I mean, Huawei has proven that they're decent at, following the curve. I think at least in China, the foldable phone seems to be pretty hot, for lack of a better term. So I wonder if, to transition this back to Apple, if and when Apple releases the foldable phone that I believe Ming-Chi Kuo has, mentioned as a possibility, will that be the surge Apple needs to be competitive in China again? That's where I'll take that.
I like
but yeah,
that.
I mean, we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, Apple's got to get their ducks in a row. Good point. All right, let's go on to the next one. NASDAQ tightening rules for Chinese IPO amid rising U.S.-China tensions. Oh no, less of these small cap gappers that are from China with a 500,000 share float. So the NASDAQ plans to require China-based companies to raise at least $25 million in IPOs to list on the exchange, targeting really these micro-cap listings that have only raised a few million. I happen to like them because they're small cap gappers. The move comes after a surge of 35 small Chinese IPOs in 2024, nearly double the number of U.S.-based microcaps. So clearly something was afoot there. NASDAQ said the rules address concerns of the pump and dump schemes tied to low-float Chinese listings. Hello, I happen to like them, which pose a higher risk, of course, to U.S. investors. They're around for a good time, not a long time, guys. The existing IPO applicants will have 30 days to complete listings under the old rules. New applications, however, must comply with the revised threshold. I'm not going to go on about this. Joseph, is this a political move? Or is there an actual concern by the exchange that they don't want these investors to get rinsed?
Well, the timing is awfully convenient, right? So you got to take that into consideration. I mean, obviously the SEC, I guess, is looking out for your best of interest in that aspect. But for me personally, wasn't the SEC looking at delisting Baba and some of the other Chinese ADRs here for some time? There's some talks about that at the height of the tariff tensions and everything along those lines. But at the end of the day, if people want to speculate and trade some of these names, it's their capital. I think you should let them just, again, you got to go use at your own risk, essentially, at the end of the day, man.
All right, go ahead, Adara. Give me any takes on this. I mean, it's not the biggest story.
Yeah, I don't think it's political because, and there are certain people on X who've pointed this out, but there are these like Chinese stocks that'll make these disgusting drops randomly, like 70% down one day, no news out of the blue. So I think the political argument is a bit harder to make. Yeah, I think it's a little bit harder to make when you consider that. Now, the one thing I will also say is that we know even with like the U.S. government, I believe Scott Bessent even said when asked a question that as of right now, the U.S. isn't considering delisting these ADRs. So I think for right now, they're not taking that fight, for lack of a better term, into the stock market. Times can change, but I think right now they're probably going to stay out of that. We don't have any reason to think otherwise.
That's fair. This could be a first step. There's many more steps to go in an escalation if one does happen. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so you're not allowed to rug pull these Chinese ADRs, but the president's allowed to make Trump coin and you have Papua coin, and you're allowing people actually here, allowing them to rug pull. Yeah, that's a totally fair play.
Joey, INHD is going to halt at 9:37. Here we go. This thing's up 96%. A couple of more seconds at this level. We'll get a gray out here on the level 2. INHD, it's been above VWAP the entire day, and there it is, halted to the upside, 937. The top showing me 980. Keep your eye on this one. INHD is the ticker, big mover on the day. Last story here, Joey. Let's go on before the big boys get on. Trump is hosting a big tech and business leader shindig at the White House, where he's doing a dinner. So U.S. President Donald Trump will host an inaugural dinner event in the renovated Rose Garden on Thursday, bringing together 24 high-profile tech and business leaders. The event follows a separate White House artificial intelligence meeting hosted earlier in the day by First Lady Melania Trump. The gathering signals the administration's continued effort to court these tech leaders, remember them, at the inauguration, shaping AI and reshoring agendas. Here are some of the invitees. It might be more interesting who wasn't invited, but let's get to it. Include Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Apple's Tim Cook, a Microsoft founder, obviously Billy Gates. We got Sam Altman of OpenAI, Other notables are going to be Greg Brockman. He's the OpenAI president. Google co-founder Sergey Brin. Palantir CEO Shyam Sankar. Meta superintelligence lead Alexander Wang. Adara was telling me about that. Google Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Safra Katz, and Micron's David Limp are also expected.
CNBC did a typo there. I just want to clarify. David Limp is not the CEO of Micron. He is the CEO of Blue Origin, though both David Limp and Sanjay Mehrotra, who is the CEO of Micron, they both are invited. I just want to clarify because I saw that CNBC and I looked into it.
So it's important to point that out. Is there a name in that list there, Joseph, that
we're missing?
You know, that's missing there that you thought maybe included?
Well, I thought our good friend there, the creator of the Model 2 and the Roadster, would definitely be in that one. But it seems that we are missing Mr. Musk himself.
So yes, Elon Musk not invited. That's the second time that happens. Biden shafted him for the EV summit. He's getting shafted again over here. But if I was Donald, did you want Elon, around after that whole thing? But yeah, anyway, the dinner underscores Trump's, complicated but increasingly cooperative relationship with big tech. Many executives have aligned with the administration's priorities on emerging technologies and the reshoring of manufacturing. Some don't, obviously. The meeting reflects, Joey, the White House strategy for leveraging these high-profile industry partnerships. We know Donald Trump likes to be around these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. You want those big boys, and that's why America's the largest economy on the planet. You have these tech giants, and Donald Trump wants to be right at the forefront of that. So good for him. And it's unfortunate. I'm surprised that Elon hasn't. Has Elon X'd or anything that he's not invited to the dinner?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait for the tweet, the X's or
whatever he's gonna do, right? Because he was mad. So what happened? What happened with the EV summit? He wasn't invited, but also it was like the Ford CEO.
Bro.
It's like at the end of the day.
Biden called Mary Barra like the game changer in EVs. She's selling 2 a year, bro. Call the guy who's selling a million of these a year. I mean, I didn't get that. But.
So I'm just waiting for the X post of him to say, hey, yeah. How come I'm not there? And his rant, he's probably going to say release the files or something along those lines. Oh, God, yeah. At that, so.
What's going on over there, Katina, man? How are you, brother?
It wasn't him. It wasn't Katina, man.
That wasn't Katina, man?
It was Assassino.
Oh, Assassino. All right, guys. Adara, give us your take on this super quick. Everything's going good, though.
Yes, I shall quickly give a take. And one thing I do want to mention is, hey, guys, this infographic is going to be coming out soon. I just finished it just in time for this conversation. I very quickly worked on it. So here's everybody who's getting invited. I was going to have Elon Musk sadly peeking his head out, but unfortunately, that did not work with my design for this. So I kind of organized it. We've got a lot of CEOs of public companies. We've got quite a few miscellaneous tech leaders or CEOs of private companies. And then you also have my little corner of founders of companies that are no longer, with said company necessarily. So this is a super organized list. It's not yet on X at TTV Research, but it will be very soon. So check that out. In terms of my opinions on this event, I will say I intentionally looked on Tesla Bull Twitter or X to find out if people were complaining about Elon getting invited. They weren't. So with that in mind, I think the reason, and I haven't even seen Elon talk about it, so I think the reason the EV, I guess him being shunted from that was a bigger blow was because EVs are what he, at least initially, I think was really well known for, right? And yes, he's obviously a tech leader, but I don't think he's as synonymous with that as he
was for EVs, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say,
I
right?
agree.
So I think that's probably why the Tesla Bull community hasn't freaked out, and I think also why we haven't seen much response yet from Elon.
Yeah, all right. Well, time will tell. Thank you, Adara. As we wind down the show, Joey, I can't wait for the commentary tomorrow or during the event. I'm going to be on X having a look there at what your boy Elon is going to say. But I'm going to, send it off to you.
I was going to put a quote, but I think it's pretty deep, and I'm not going to say that. But I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. I'm off tomorrow. It's going to be Sharif and Obi. And, I'm going to be at a wedding.
But Sean's also gone, right? So Okay, we'll find out, I guess.
We'll figure that scheduling out. But I'm going to be at a wedding bright and early in the morning. And as for giggles, you can't drink all day unless you start in the morning. So there you go. We're having a good time. It's wedding season. Let's have fun, guys.
All right, guys. One last thing. INHD halted again to the upside, 1054. This thing is up bigly. Keep your eye on INHD. Huge breakout on this one. The big boys, though, they're that way.
There was a... Oh, wait a minute. I'm hearing something in my ear myself, which I don't like. So I got to take this out. There's a lot that was covered in that last 10 minutes.
I hear also the
drinking,
same problem.
You have to be drinking in the morning so you can drink all day. The Epstein files got mentioned. I want to note, and there was a mission on that infographic for that dinner, because Chamath apparently gets to go. So we found out. I saw a couple lists which had him on it, which is interesting because he's been talking up. Yeah, he's been talking up. He wouldn't fit though. He doesn't necessarily fit with those heavy hitters. But at the end of the day, yeah, the Elon thing is Fabian is doing something with my computer. That is fine. No, the Elon thing. I think that's. I mean, we know they're not friends the way that they were before, but it is a little bit of a. It is probably a little bit of a small dig at him. Let's be real. But welcome back, everybody. The market is at the highs-ish. Both the ES and the NASDAQ. Open doors up 14%. American Eagle, 32% to the upside for American Eagle. Absolute barnstormer. And even the worst, well, the worst is the wrong word. Even one of the negative stories overnight, Salesforce, has really been bought back up. I mean, it hasn't done anything too crazy today, but this was almost double digits to the downside. They've decided to buy that one back up after the open. So mostly good stories. Figma's probably a little different story for them, and C3AI, but CRM, the market overall, looking pretty good. Of course, we do have the biggest earnings name after the market. So no matter how good it feels right now, Broadcom's a big deal. And Broadcom needs to not lead us astray tonight. They're too big of a deal to the market. They're flat, up 1%, but not really doing a heck of a lot of anything. But this move, 0.5%, Broadcom has a poor guide, and you're giving up easily that in a matter of seconds. So yeah, it's going to be a big aftermarket show as well, because this is the bigger earnings name left in this season.
There's lots of names going through right now. 3. Amazon never stopped out. I mean, Amazon just continues its epic climb, up another 4%. And again, we've been tweeting about it all morning, all afternoon. We talked about it, when we were trading there. I know the guys on the midday show focus more on news than trading, but there it is right there off the stick. We've been tweeting it out all morning, and here it is right here, Amazon, the long. We liked Amazon and we liked Tesla long. We also liked AMD short, which we have on board right now as well. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. It should be a fun day. Tomorrow is going to have, as we said on the midday show, no Joe, no me. Obi going double duty tomorrow, so that should be fun. So get ready for some more excitement there. But yeah, Amazon really kicking, and there goes, yes sir, here goes AMD as well. Get into the gates of hell, Advanced Micro Devices, as there's the short. And what did we write down again? 161.50. So we're short right now at 161.32, and 30 cents in the money there, 350 in the money on Amazon. And yeah, well positive day trading here today. I have one negative name, Tesla, and yeah, about that. It's up, down. So we did go slightly red there on Tesla, losing that last bid at 333, only to realize that was probably a good place to get long. But anyways, there it goes, man. Yeah, the holding name here, INHD right now. Up and away, another halt right now for INHD, holding at 1054, up 121%. So get ready for that one. We're also going to do a big reload right now on our stock visualizer. So everybody that is in the building right now, welcome to the show. I see Patek here, Gatorman, Laura, what do you want us to talk about? Let me refresh this right now and get a zeros start going on here. And then all you got to do is in the chat, you just hit $. So you go $ Oscar, and then that will populate here, and it should start to populate momentarily. Leaderboard pause. There it is. Let me unpause. Okay, it should.
Give it a second. It should be good.
Yeah, it should be good in a second. Anyways, we'll let it go, but it will populate. If not, I'll restart it. Okay, here we go. BE is now in there, so maybe you got to start now that we've unpaused it. So this will all start to populate here, and we'll get some names going. I don't know why it's not working.
I just
you didn't refresh it yet. I'm going to.
No, but I just typed a symbol. I didn't.
Let me refresh it right here. How many names is this? 174 for Open Door. Wow. Open Door right now, $6.
It just hit $5.98.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on. Fabian, you have to check your website, man. It's a little, there we go. Now I'll hit fresh start. Okay. I think now it'll start to work.
All right.
Yeah, there it is. All right. So what's up there? Oscar. That's Oscar's symbol. Come on, man. Maybe I should get out of the stock. Right there. What was Oscar up today? Up 5%, 1850. Nice trade there. We have to get out of that.
That's probably with no symbol. I'm sure they have a logo.
No, this might be their logo. Who knows? Like Intel, whatever. Big Bear AI down again to 482. We'll be able to watch that one here today. But yeah, welcome everybody to the big show one more time. Lululemon tonight should be fun to see what their earnings have in store. Yo, what's up, everybody? BMNR, people want to talk about as well. Here's what Lulu looks like. There it is. Amazon, KDP, Tesla, CrowdStrike, SMR. Wow, tale of multiple stories. For them. They're down 8% today.
It was worse.
Was it? Maybe it's worse now. It was when I looked. 8%. Marvell picked up some of that at 63 and change, I think, that day. They're doing pretty good today. There's Lululemon. I mean, I don't know if this is a look at their earnings or not, but Lululemon's been off the lows there in August. So we're up already in the last 3 weeks. We're up from 186 to 204 here today. So not a horrible movement on Lululemon stock now today. But yeah, so welcome again to everybody. We're going to go over the rundown, and that's what you guys populated there at the beginning of the day. AMD is getting low. So we'll put a bid there at 90 and see if we can get in, and we do. Now we'll put a bid down at 84 and see if we can get that. As here we go, man. Maybe if this market gives it up into the end of the day, we at least have a name that we pronounced short earlier, and we have it now. So yeah, it should be an exciting one. Oh, INHD is now open. INHD, I just saw it scroll through. 1040 looks like the high, somewhere around there. 1050, 1040. Moving around right now, INHD. The name that was just a buck and change. It's funny because Sharif was talking and Joe were talking about Chinese low flow runners. I mean, I don't know what's up with INHD.
I don't know where they're from.
But if I could have a guess, it would probably be a Chinese low flow runner. INHD again right now. The rich keep getting richer on these plays. Eno Holdings right now, no short float, of course. Float, yes, 6 million shares. And if I try to find out some news, chart, financials, peers, insiders, key data, I don't really see anything that even tells me.
It is U.S.
It's U.S. Okay, I was going to say, it doesn't tell me what they're doing in here. But Eno Holdings, circuit breaker. Construction
It just would have been it would have been hilarious because the moment that it was getting talked about, you guys, the boys were talking about, sort of Chinese names that rug pull. So had it been one after it just literally halted up as they were talking about it. But be careful with this because it's starting to. I don't know. It's showing enough of those like signs of a top that you might want to be concerned about it. Amazon. But I'm pretty sure. I don't know if this one made the rundown, but I'm pretty sure when we go to Sharif here that American Eagle is going to be on there.
We okay.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're hyped, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but the only way to get those tickers on the screen is to get into the chat and vote every day for your favorite tickers. Throw in that $sign before whatever ticker your heart so chooses. So we don't have our major average charts right now, but I'll recap what we are in the market. The ES is up 0.59, the NQ is up 0.62, the Dow leading the way today, up 0.4%, up to 0.8, and the Russell 2000, not a bad look, up 0.75%. Let's look though at the first ticker as decided by you guys. No surprise here. Open Door into the area high 604. It's at 601 right now. It's up big on the day, guys. I think to the tune of around 16 or 17%. In fact, it is 16.89. There's really no catalyst to account for this up move, other than to say that we got this one, this headline from yesterday. The former Open Door CEO, Kerry Wheeler, sold 7 million shares worth about a little bit less than 35 million on Tuesday, according to the SEC Form 114 filing. So it looks like the street's buying up what they sold yesterday.
Yeah, and just Someone put a correction in the chat that apparently that company might sell in the U.S., but it might actually be a Hong Kong one, that INHD.
Well, no surprise. No surprise.
I don't know them. I looked it up, and the first thing I read said U.S. But sometimes that can be a little bit deceiving. No, Open Door, the squeeze is still on here for them. It did tag $6. I've seen a couple of times in the chat people say that it's halted or going to halt. Open Door has not come anywhere close to halting, and one of the reasons why the stock doesn't halt is the volume and liquidity is huge. It's on like 350 million shares. So it's very unlikely for a stock this liquid to end up halting, as it has to move, too far, too fast. Like, that's the limit. It has to move. It's not just how far it moves. It's also the speed with which it makes that move. So Open has broken out in multiple levels here. With the close above $5 was the first time we've really had any strength above the $5 level. So this morning was only long. Went on a walk, and the stock went on a run here. I'd like the next available pullback, because I think the prior high at 580 to 585 gives you somewhere to pull back from the 6 level. And it's really sky's the limit. I personally, I wouldn't be chasing it for like a long-term, anything in the long term up here. It's just no chance. That said, just on a pure momentum, short-term play, it's undeniable that it's breaking out. The shorts have tried to win at that $5 level and had been doing so for quite some time. And clearly that's changed a lot. So I think this is a buy the dip, looking at that prior high on the 15-minute at about 585 for the next pullback.
All right, yeah, we said it, as long as it holds $5. I mean, Open Door seems to be working out. It's a great trade. I mean, even if you didn't believe the trade when it was first happening, you did get a reload right there at $2 and straight up now. So I don't think anything's stopping this name. I wouldn't go short it now. It seems like it's well off. Yeah, the last couple moves, if you see, seems like 17, 20% or so where it's at now seems to be a pretty typical kind of move here. But big move. A little bit of a pullback, big move, little bit of a pullback, big move, decent pullback, big move. Maybe pullback incoming, but yeah, it keeps on heading higher. We've seen in our days many stocks like this continue to go for at least a little while. But this name's already got going basically since it's been about a month and a half or so, July 15th into September. So congratulations on Open Door. It seems like it continues to work in the right ways right now. Okay, so that's it for Open Door. There's a lot of other runners today as well, but Open Door probably the biggest, 350 million shares.
Yeah, big volume there. But hey, check out BTCC. In 14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. You can trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, Forex. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. And there's a Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. Shout out to them. And like I said, scan the QR code, check the link in the description. And they mentioned you can trade Tesla, which happens to be next on the board.
Guys, TSLA up 0.5%, not a bad look, was negative at times, but off the highs. It rejected that 340 area. A couple of different headlines on the day. The new Model Y L, which is a bigger, longer range Model Y with 3 rows, has been selling about 10,000 different orders per day, 120,000 total. That's out in China. It's a China-specific Model Y variant. Separately, the robo-taxi in Austin, apparently Tesla moving the safety driver from the passenger front seat to the driver's seat now as they go onto the highways of Austin, no longer restricted just to the streets.
I mean, I really like Tesla. We've talked about that a couple times here today. It was one of the top long ideas. We had this and Amazon on the note right there. But this is the only red name that we actually have today. And there goes Tesla right now back to the upside. It's actually up the same as the market, but just upside love for them. It's been really sideways on Tesla. So my opinion is, we waiting for everything on this company, and until we get a real significant release one way or the other. You know, the robo-taxis are delayed or they're not. You know, full self-drive is coming or it's not. Like, I just think there has to be some kind of an answer here, and that's what we wait for. So all of us just looking for, you know, reasons to buy or sell Tesla. And right now you're kind of caught in the middle. So I'm not in love with the stock here at this level. I'm still long. I love the fact that it's holding, so there's that. You're above the 50 and you're basically at the 200 period moving average. But tough one to trade in the middle of the day. Gets pretty choppy. Maybe we have a late day run if we could take this out 336. We're getting pretty close to that. Nice little top break right there. You know, we're already long Amazon and short AMDs. I don't know if I want to add Tesla to the party right here. Just not directional enough for me. And if you don't have the catalyst, you don't have direction, I'm going to pass on trading Tesla. I mean, it doesn't mean I'll pass on it, but for now, I don't see much going on right here. And we had that talk about how Elon is not part of that AI task force meeting there when Satya Nadella and
got a company,
you know, many other big names there. So
Grok ain't bad.
Grok is one of the
Automation.
top ones, I think.
Well, exactly, and I don't know. It's the old tit for tat. Whatever. It's not even I don't know. We know why. But they have to think about Tesla. It just every time we pull it up, it's like it's in some kind of compression pattern. Like it's on the 15-minute, it's compressing. On a daily chart, it's compressing. Like at some point, you've got to stop this compression, and then you explode one way or the other. Hopefully to the upside, because I still own shares. But yeah, what the heck's going to get us to move? Tesla? You know, every other name in the Mag 7 is doing something. I don't have the do something button, but if I did, I would hit it right now because Tesla just needs to do something. Yeah, we're not used to Tesla. Intraday, you'll still get these moves here or there, but this is an incredibly boring stock recently on the daily. You know, just not really giving us any juice. And the longer it holds this compression, the more I'm going to like it when we eventually break out of this, because we're not going sideways and just getting smaller and smaller ranges on Tesla forever. And we will get our opportunity. It just doesn't seem like it's imminent. Although the one next here, wow, FinTech, it wasn't just Robinhood. Oh, SoFi maybe too.
We just got one up. I wanted to sort of talk about it before we put it on, but that's okay. It's on there right now. So tonight's earnings calls, Lulu, Docu, Service Titan, UiPath, Internet of Things, Samsara, AVGO, Broadcom, and what CRPT is, Sarepta? No, not Sarepta. First Trade, CPRT, oops, CPRT, sorry, about that. I don't know. It's one of the better ones, Copart. I don't know. Nothing there, but they're going to report tonight. So we have this up right now. Yesterday, I chose Lululemon. I chose American Eagle, AEO, which is not even on the list, up 35%. So the same thing as today. If you had to put 10K into one stock, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to give mine. Neil's going to give his. But I'm going to pick one of these and tell you which one and why. But for right now, you pick yours, 120 votes already. And then Neil will go, and then I'll go, and we'll discuss which name that we are choosing and give you the reasons why. So right here, it's 220 right now. Get your votes in, man. Yesterday, this had about 1,500 votes attached to it. So let's see if we can get that going right now. If you're watching, give us a go. Lululemon, and they're all kind of different sectors, really.
Very different.
Lululemon there, DocuSign, which we all know about.
Yesterday was like easy to pick AEO. Because there's no
AEO is only 8% chosen.
I know, but it was the squeeze play, and I just found it an easier pick. We'll see. Is there none of the above? No, I'll pick one. Yep. But I got to think about this one because I'm not a gigantic fan of any of these. I like Broadcom. I just don't know that I like it here, and that's sort of the problem with that name. But yeah, think about it. You know, put some time and effort into it for sure. Let's talk about the hooded one or Robinhood. I guess when you say the hooded one.
Catalyst on that, Neil, but I want to point out, guys, Intel just got into the high of the day, 24.58. Intel continues to go up about over 2% on this headline here. Reuters citing the Citi Global TMT conference saying expecting to close the Altera deal in the next few weeks. Adara brought us this headline. It wasn't at highs. It's at highs right now. But there's a look at Robinhood, guys. Been trending off that $100 area for the past little while. Up 3% today. No catalyst.
I know. He's talking about Peacemaker. I haven't watched Peacemaker. I watched a couple episodes of it, but shout out to John Cena. Love John Cena.
Cena's hilarious in it. And the guy from Terminator. The T2 plays his dad. And I'll leave it at that. You got to get a chance to watch it. And there's a connotation. When I said the hooded one, if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. The Peacemaker is absolutely hilarious. I love when it's kind of like it's not Deadpool, but it's very similar. It doesn't take itself too seriously so that you can have some laughs.
Right,
and there's good action in it as well. But like doesn't take itself too seriously, and they know how to get a laugh, and Cena's great. I think he's hilarious.
Yeah, John Cena's amazing. So everything, like Rock's done really well, John Cena's done really well. Okay, Robin Hood, it's just, it basically went bear territory. I mean, if we're going to talk about technical and what it actually means, you go from 118 down 20%, down into 97 and change. That's bear territory for the name. So if you're looking to buy stocks when they're entering certain levels, you did have that opportunity there for Robinhood, and it came back in, and now it's just kind of floating around the 50-period moving average. Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong name, when things are going well. I'm just looking to see when things don't go so well. And right now they're going fine and it's holding up. So I think we got to support the name and like the name here. That is Robinhood. I just for myself, not 100% certain if I'd want to take a position in this name right here, right now. We've seen Webull come down. We've seen SoFi pull down just a little bit. SoFi, not as much, but it's had a lot. It's tripled up. Like that April low was 30. We went 4 times up there into 120. So yeah, there's lots about this name. There's lots to like about it. But I'm actually waiting for almost like I don't want to say capitulated bottom, because I don't think it's going to move like that much, but like a flush out on a day. Flush it out, like what happened to Marvell on earnings. Like flushed it out, come back into certain levels, and I think that first level might be 90. In and around there. So kind of halfway between the 50 and the 100 and the 200, sorry. So we'll see about a move back in for Robinhood. Like the stock, but I don't know. We don't have the app here or anything like that. I've never used it, but more clients, more assets under management, seems to want to work out. I like Robinhood in this level. It's just, I'm not ready to buy it yet. Here.
I still think it's too high.
I don't know. I still think it needs to come down and just chill when it's done just a little bit.
Yeah, it's the same reason I wouldn't buy SoFi up here either. Like, I like SoFi. I own SoFi. I just wouldn't necessarily pay up to grab it up here. But look, for the short term, coming in tomorrow, here's a better way to think about it. Coming into tomorrow, unless something silly happens, which in the last, you never know. Like let's just say the market drops heavy or something crazy happens and Robinhood ends up giving up the juice. It's not going to close above the 50 period, but it regained it here and is going to try to break a little downtrend since the high. So coming in tomorrow, I'll be bullish on it for a day or two. At least, you've held the 100 level, higher lows. Like, I look at this and say, if we're consolidating here tomorrow, break out 105. That's a big if. Anything can happen in the last hour and a half, and then we could be down at $100 tomorrow morning instead of chilling out up here. So I'd look for a long trade on this reversal tomorrow for here, but I don't know if I want to buy this. And SoFi, just because it's in the same realm, Blue Ocean came up first. SoFi is still here's the difference. SoFi is still going higher. Parabolic's the right word in this particular case. On a 15-minute, there's been a single red candle all afternoon on SoFi, and it's still continuing to climb. So I think for this afternoon, if you're looking which one, what are you going to trade today? How is that Blue Ocean and the other one isn't? If you're going to look for a trade, it's a little bit too much. I'm seeing this ridiculous trend, and it's really holding on to trend. If you go from when it broke out, hold, it's on a precipice. Just for a shot. I can't look at a trend like this, see that Robinhood has pulled back, the market's not flying out of it's going up, but it's not going crazy. If we break trend here, I got to look at SoFi for a bit of a reversion. But yeah, like Robinhood, wouldn't buy it up here long term, but tomorrow, going to favor the long because of that $100 bounce. And congratulations to anyone got this next one to the long side early on. Neon. Sometimes you do get a dead cat bounce.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody why SoFi is moving up, Neil, and you have some connection to this. So Buffalo Bills quarterback MVP Josh Allen and SoFi announced a multi-year partnership to champion financial ambition. That was a headline that we got this morning, and it's been basically a buy program from that onwards. Here's Neon. It's technically down about 70% after that huge jump from about $22, $21 all the way down, guys, into this morning's pre-market low of $3 mid-40s. But since we made that pre-market low, the current price action, we're up about 105% on this headline over here. Announcement of the anticipated proceeds from a patent lawsuit settlement coming, and the market likes that.
Yeah, it is. Well, the fact that the market likes it, I think, is
Good AMD. Wow.
the part of the story is anytime anytime you see movement like this, once you start to catch a bid, it is going to be really, really popular for day traders and short-term traders to try to jump on the trend because they just see the opportunity of how big it can go. And I don't wonder, like right at it's already trending up, and then it's holding VWAP, and then once it shows that at the open, you know it's just a pile on because the opportunity is so big. And I think you had to have it early because to do 83 million shares, still be that much action, and now it's completely going sideways. I feel like you've missed the boat on this, so you've got to try to peg these really, really early in the day. And unless right at the open, this was the thing you were trading. I don't know that I would have felt comfortable chasing it at any one of those moments, just given how far and crazy mispriced this was. But if you got into this early, there was no small cap runner that was going to be better than this. And it just goes to show, like, oftentimes you're looking for breakouts as the only way for these small, like, something that's doing an open door, right? People are getting skulls and all that nonsense. Oftentimes you will just get the dead cat bounce, and it's just as good. So when you see that, a dead cat bounce, it's already made the low in the pre-market, and it's completely higher lows the entire way through, holding the open. That can give you a reason to jump into it. I wish we had looked at that one maybe a little bit deeper, but at the end of the day, if small cappers are your thing, you're on this today. And if they're not, then you maybe stay away and trade the things you're more comfortable with. Because this one, I'm surprised, to be honest, that it didn't halt once. This felt like it halt up, halt down. That was going to be the risk. I think I might have even said that this morning. Be careful. Watch out for some halts on this. You don't want to get trapped in them. And that ended up not being true. Like, it was very orderly trading and all to the upside. So congratulations if you got it. I think you want to bank your profit because you never really know how this will play out day 2 and day 3. Dead cat bounce is called that for a reason.
Yeah, another name here halting around, but it has opened back up now, of course, INHD. I just want to bring this to everybody's attention here because it's coming back in and just now bouncing off of the 50-period moving average. So there is a little bit of a look there on INHD. If you're trading that and you either hit the short or looking for something right now, you can see you are bouncing off pretty nicely right now. Okay, everybody. OGen, we've had them on before, and with football season just starting out, each year over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. Well, NYSE-listed Oragenics, symbol OGen, is changing that with the first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Oragenics is uniquely positioned to, of course, lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with Oragenics. I think it's awesome that we've had them on. We had Pat LaFontaine and Brett Favre and so on and so forth talk about some of the concussions and the issues that they've had. And I think that'll be coming more and more to light now as the NHL and NFL starting out here today. So check out Oragenic. Check out AMD right here on the move down. Again, we just shorted this right when we came on air at 2 o'clock as it went right into our sticky no level of 161.50. Downside play there. More covers right there as it falls into some kind of support, but I don't know. Maybe we get a little bit lower. We still championing the long with Amazon as well. But I've doubled the shares in AMD right now than I do in Amazon because we've been planting red roses all the way to the upside here. Hopefully it can get going even more. But right now it's Amazon and AMD. My trade and a trade that we normally have is Palantir. Although I haven't had that in a while. Let's go find out the story with PLTR.
Couple of headlines, Sean, even though the stock is flat on the day, down 0.1. Here's the first one. Palantir and Lumen collaborate to deploy Foundry and AIP in Lumen's AI-driven business overhaul. Also, that's Lumen. It should be Leary. They've got another headline here with Leary, a 5-year partnership to expand that partnership with LEAs, the ticker. So looking to expand with a couple of companies, Lumen and Lear.
Yeah, and look, obviously, that's a bigger deal for Lumen than it is for Palantir. Like, that's going to move Lumen stock. And I guess this gave you two chances. I kind of wrote this off. I saw that headline. I'm like, oh, well, all Lumen did is drop this morning after gapping up. And then right at the open, it broke out and kind of dropped again. So I think this is, if you're looking for a way to play that story, clearly Lumen, a small capper, partnering with Palantir, it's not a bad-looking daily chart either. Like, this is something that's rounded into its bottom. It's just barely broken out the 200-period moving average as well, including the 50. So it's a bit of an upward swing here in Lumen, although giving up a lot of that move early. Palantir, I just feel like you're seeing something. You're seeing Palantir be accumulated right in this mid-150 zone. And as long as that's happening, you want to play off this level, but there's been zero continuation to the downside on any of these moves. Like, they're all bottoming tail candles at that 50 period. And any big close is well above and not below. But we are below the 50, at least for today. So I did short it when it was there at 156. It looks like it might have a chance to close under. That would be weak. But at some point, it's always catching a bid and finding a way to close off of the lows. And somebody's defending it. Every time it does, you just got to try to respect it. Like, it's gearing up to go. Every day that this holds, it's not dissimilar to what you're seeing in Tesla, where it's forming this consolidation pattern. But once again, there's some late buying going on in Palantir. The difference between today and yesterday is yesterday it couldn't get anywhere near VWAP. Today it's breaking it here in the afternoon. So this feels gorgeous. Like if we can hold above if we hold above this 50 period, the volume weighted average price in Palantir, I'm going to be looking for some longs this afternoon. It's getting bought up again. It's just yesterday was weak, but even today, again, just off of the lows. Someone's accumulating in this stock. Lumen, I think you have a look at that one. If it holds the lows for a couple of days on this Palantir news, it's probably a decent swing opportunity. There's worse headlines that you can have than a partnership with Palantir for a small cap.
All right, everybody. Yeah, look, we recently got out of some of our long-term position at 160. We talked about that. That was actually last Friday when we got bumped up back in here into 164 Palantir. So I feel like that's the top for now. I'd like to see it, before we actually stamp a buy on this, although it's at the 50-period moving average. Let's just learn as much as we can that Yeah, anyway, so that's what that is. So it's 237. That's the rundown.
Oh, 1 point on Rivian. I will say this, at least across the board, every time there was a discussion between the ancillary EV names in the US, specifically between Rivian and Lucid, everybody around here preferred Rivian to Lucid. And if that comparison, there was a long period of time where that looked like it could go either way if you're looking at the stock charts. And now it's like that battle has been decidedly won by, regardless of the fact it's down 5%. Like Rivian from that, because it was $10 to $11 on Rivian, and it was $2 on Lucid, and they both had essentially the same low. And Rivian held on and has bounced several times, and from those levels to you have like 30% or 25%, depending on where you've gotten it. And it's been a long bottom here for Rivian, and Lucid had the same thing at the $2 level, and Lucid just continues to break down and looking nastier and nastier. I think they're down another bajillion points today. Bajillion meaning 6. So the old reverse split and then only go down remains true for Lucid. Rivian doing so much better. SMCI, just very quickly, AMC, what did I just say?
Don't go quick, just keep going.
SMCI pulling back into the volume weighted average price, and now I'm racking my brain as to why AMC just came out of my mouth when I was about to talk about SMCI. SMCI back into the volume weighted average price. I've been short a few times here. Going to try to grab this one into the volume weighted average price, and I had no reason for saying AMC, nothing happening there. Open Door is another one that is on radar. I'm trying to look for this pullback in Open Door, and it's not really giving you any kind of consolidative moves when it dips. It's like dip, quick bottom tail candle, and then come back in there. Huge volume, so there'll be plenty of time to be able to catch this one if it does make a break above the $6 level. But it's really having trouble at $6. So I'm kind of thinking you're going to pull back a little bit more than like 5 or 10 cents that it's doing right now. Market slowly grinding higher, so I'm looking for things off VWAP, Apple above it, and SMCI below it are the two things that I'm in now, with a watch on Open Door because the volume is so good when it comes to this name.
At key level there for Open Door as well. It's too bad Sharif is gone, because I actually wanted to ask him, and I'm going to ask him about this tomorrow. Polestar. This was, and it's just funny because you're talking about Lucid. I lost all my money in Fisker, and there's other traders looking to make plays on this. But I know that Sharif was looking at Polestar at this dollar mark there, and I thought he was in like on a, I thought that was him again, but it's not. I thought Sharif was in on a break of $1, and it went up to $1.50. I didn't hear him mention if he sold anything or not, so I just wanted to ask him, because what happened to Polestar? But what happened yesterday? How come we didn't watch?
Wait a minute.
Polestar down 50%?
They had earnings.
They went 50 points on earnings.
They had earnings, or they had no earnings. I mean, this was like
They don't make it.
Whoops,
Pretty sure they don't
50%
make any money.
You know, we didn't even talk about this yesterday.
No, we did not.
This was down 50.
They actually reported solid earnings. They reported a 56% year-over-year revenue growth for H1 25.
What a short.
Right, so this just goes to show you that, you know,
Look at VWAP on
earnings don't mean anything. It's about the forward guide. So I'll be interested to see what the guide was, because like you don't report solid earnings or a good quarter and then the stock drops 50%. So I don't know if there was like a little offering hidden in there, or a talk of insolvency.
There could just be an implication that they need to raise funds.
That's what I'm saying. Like, was there a talk of some sort of insolvent nature here? Because that's not good right here. But Neil, nobody really cares what we have to say other than your opinion here right now. What are you choosing? So again, there's 805 votes. We want to thank everybody for that. But right here, we've got 10 grand. And again, this is not to say, this is something that we would do. Or, Neil and I both talked about getting trades into earnings, very risky, right? I picked Marvell that day, and I actually put money to work. And then the next day, it was down 18%. It's rallied back 5 of those percentage points. But at the end of the day, it's hard to make an opinion on where I would throw all the money in, but we're going to choose one of these names. Yesterday it was AEO.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking today? I mean, CRM was I haven't clicked on it because I don't want to see the scores, but I have. Like yesterday, CRM was the obvious choice, and I think that's, you and I talked about it, was more conservative, right? I
think the same thing's happening again today, and I picked DocuSign. But let me just preface this by saying I don't own any of these stocks, and like the first words out of my mouth is, can I pick none of them? Which we're not. I picked Docu, and I think it's not the same reason for picking American Eagle, because I think that was just a pure squeeze play. And I kind of acknowledge it as looking at it as a bit of a squeeze play. But I'm kind of encouraged by the fact what I wanted was the thing that most people wouldn't necessarily want, that seems like it's at enough of an inflection point that it gives you that most upside. Like that's without picking UiPath. I don't really like that. But yeah, so I went with Docu because I feel like if you get an extended move here, like if you break the 2, I'm like, okay, you've got room to 95. Like I see a path to 15 to 20% on this. And that's really what it came down to for me, a clear technical path to 15 to 20%. And maybe it's kind of like it's just not the thing that everyone else wants. I'm a little worried about Broadcom. Just if NVIDIA wasn't going to go up on their earnings, Broadcom's going to.
No, I would not.
Like that's,
I would not choose Broadcom.
I'm a little bit more concerned there, but I understand why. Like if I had to buy one of these companies and then if I had to put 10 grand and then hold it forever, and I'm not just putting an earnings trade, what's going to happen overnight? Then yeah, of course, I'm going to pick Broadcom.
Right. Yeah.
Like which one would I buy and hold and give to my give to my daughter when I pass away? 100% is Broadcom. But if just overnight, I think the opportunity lies in something like a DocuSign, maybe even UiPath. Lululemon, it's troubling for them. You got to hit right. Like if you see what's going on with American Eagle, if Lulu had something exciting, then I would pick them. But it's really tough to have a winning brand and sustain, because it's so cycle driven and you jump from one to the next and you're in favor and then you're out of favor, and Lulu's sort of trying to find its way again. Obviously, if they'd gotten Sydney Sweeney, then that stock would be up 20%.
Yeah, Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, we sort of looked at that. Apparently, Boeing is moving around.
Up, hopefully.
A little bit. I'm not sure. I just heard it. Yeah, a little up there. Why so choppy today? Boeing right here. Let's zoom back out. Yeah, this is like a little bit of gap fills here. Like, look at the spread here, 6-7 pennies. There's not that there's not much going on. I mean, there's always something going on somewhere in this market. But right now, yeah, little choppy areas of support or resistance here, it looks like to me. But anyways, okay, let's just go on and continue to look at different names. But there goes Boeing. Nice little play there to the upside right now. Temporary, here it is. Reuters cites Boeing defense saying it plans to hire workers. Scab workers here, hiring workers to replace striking union members. I thought they had sort of resolved all of that, but okay. I am guessing not. All right, so that's it for Boeing. I don't know. It looks like, I would think that that's obviously a good story there. If they're going to hire workers, hopefully that means to solve and treat some of the demand that they have. Obviously, if they didn't have an overwhelming amount of demand, they would feel no pressure to hire workers, and they would just wait for that to come back. So I kind of like that. All right, there's we just missed our out. Oh, there's, okay, we got it at 96. So another out there on Amazon. I'm starting to clean up a little bit here. We have an hour and 15 minutes left until the close of the market. And
hold on a second. I have to call somebody out here.
Let's do it.
All right, Joe.
We're all about that.
I love and appreciate all of our viewers. We have a great community. But Joe, how dare you say that about Josh Allen?
What did he say?
Sydney Sweeney is a heck of a lot better choice of sponsor than Josh Allen.
That's obvious.
Can Sydney Sweeney throw a 70-yard pass on the run, rolling to their left, opposite way, and just throw dimes and win the Super Bowl this year? No, she cannot. Josh Allen. Josh Allen can do those things.
First of all, just like what Derek just said, you don't know that she can't do that. And second of all,
it's obviously true that she's a better spokesperson than Josh Allen.
Exactly.
Josh Allen's not.
Sydney Sweeney can save America and AEO single-handedly. Remember, though,
only one of them is winning the Super Bowl.
The thing is, all this hype about Sydney Sweeney is actually all BS, because it was just announced, 2 weeks ago? The numbers that they released were...
It was released, or it was announced on July 23rd, 2025 So it was a little bit more than 2 weeks.
Okay, so a month ago. So the thing is that...
But it's still the quarter's number,
Yeah, I'm actually just... Yeah, I'm just wondering, how much of that impact is in the quarter, right?
Let's look at next quarter.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many people ran out there and... picked up jeans because of that, but again, I don't know. I think it's more of the fact that it was a recovery story, right? And we'll see. Barclays raised its price target on Dick's Sporting Goods. I just want to see this name because this has been another hot name in the retail sector as well. They took out, they took out some Foot Locker. Yeah, so that closes tomorrow. So Foot Locker going to be part of their portfolio. I don't know. Like I bought the On shoes there. I just went to their website, but you can buy those at Foot Locker and all that. So I do think that that's going to help Dick's Sporting Goods get a little bit more traction into the stores. And I think as soon as you go into the stores, you're going to want to keep. I mean, if you're a sports fan or you play sports or anything like that, or you want to support your local teams, I mean, these guys have absolutely everything. It hasn't done anything though in 2 years. This is 2024 right here. This is March. Nice move up into 213, drips into 170 up to 240, but kind of looks like a little bit of Tesla action here. We're going up and down, up and down, up and down until eventually finding its ways. But we'll wait to see if Dick's Sporting Goods has a play or not coming through. All right, so just quickly here, AMD. We cashed, like we talked about cashing out when it was down there, man. All you can really do is obviously trade your own style and look at what you're doing. But there's the downside play. Look at the NASDAQ again. Like, I'm sorry to all the bears out there. Like, every day the NASDAQ keeps on coming through and like acting. Yeah, like acting. And I feel bad for the Chicago Bears every day. But the thing is that if you look down into here, you can see, like, it gives you a little bit of hope, right? Like, oh yeah, the tank is coming, baby. Okay, we got them, all this kind of stuff. And then it's just like, whap. Just like we were saying about the NFC North there, Detroit thinks they're all good. Chicago thinks, oh, we're improved and all that. There's, and then Green Bay gets Micah Parsons. So it's just kind of like boom, 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 nope. And right now we are minutes away from a new all-time high in the market. But I don't think that happens today or tomorrow. I don't think Broadcom is going to be the result that everybody is looking for here today. And the reason why Broadcom is not going to be a huge take today, and again, it's the 8th most rich company in the world. They're $1.8 trillion. So the most expensive, highest market cap, not most expensive, sorry, 8th largest market cap in the world is Broadcom. And I just don't think they're going to say anything. I think they're going to have a monster quarter. I think it's going to be huge. But again, if we keep on talking about data centers, we saw weakness from Marvell. They talked about there being some turbulence there, as did obviously NVIDIA. We've seen a dramatic pullback in AMD as well, from 190 or so down to 160. And now you're seeing Broadcom going out at earnings at all-time highs pretty much for Broadcom. There's our charts don't show the split. There's the problem here for Broadcom is you're just where you are on the stock, right, on the level 2. But remember, or on the daily chart. Thing about it is NVIDIA, remember how much they moved off earnings? Zero. It was like, at the end of the day, I think they were like either flat or down 0.3 or up 0.3 after earnings for NVIDIA. And then they fell the last 5 days off of earnings. So
pure disappointment.
Yeah, just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I said, if they go red today, that'll be its 6th red day in a row for NVIDIA. And it's not dramatic. It's just their report was huge. How many billions and billions of dollars do they need to sell? Well, the answer is more. Because it's obviously not reacting too positively to this. MSOS popping right now as more weed coming into play one more time. Look at that pop right there, up 4.5%. And this is another one of those names where it always looks like they're falling back down into the downside, and then you get these little pops. So Adara has some news, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so she's going to be looking into, I thought we were going to Adair anyways, but we are not. Okay, so we will, to Neil, my bad. So we'll figure this out for MSOS right now. Adair with news and Neil with something he wants to tell you guys.
Well, if you're talking about the NASDAQ and the markets, they're going to move on Broadcom's earnings. And one place that Canadian sophisticated traders can look to play it is with Beta Pro by GlobeX, because they've launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure, the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors as well, and U.S. Treasuries, which are a big deal in this cycle. They're also offering a special free rebate, so it gets even better. They're dropping the management fees to just 65 basis points until end of the year, December 31st. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize USD exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical and sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, Check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And as always, trading vehicles, not investments, right? You get chewed up when it comes to those options and decay. Just quickly before we go to Adara, there was kind of a random spike here in Apple, but it's already, someone's chasing it down. I'm going to see if we can't get out. It went like a $0.50 off this volume weighted average price. I'm going to take the profit and get right back on the bid at VWAP as we go to Adara.
I don't actually have any news on marijuana with regards to the move to the upside. I did check Marijuana Moment, which about 98% of the time is the source of these stories. And the most recent story was actually apparently a former Trump cabinet official claiming that marijuana rescheduling would worsen crime. So definitely not the catalyst that seems to be pushing this move to the upside. I'm not seeing any news on this, but yesterday it dropped. We didn't have news on that either. So I just want to address that. Now, let's talk about Boeing as well. The other aspect of that Boeing, or that Reuters report suggesting that Boeing Defense was looking to hire some individuals to replace striking union members. Apparently, they said the hiring the replacements for the striking machinists is just their next step in a contingency plan. So unclear when it's going to be executed to provide some more context. Furthermore, we have finally posted this infographic here when it comes to the invitees for the Rose Garden. Now, we did have Lisa Su here. Apparently, representatives from AMD have included, have disclosed to confirm that she's coming, but there is a whole bunch of other individuals, including Chamath Palihapitiya, who are reportedly invited, but are not confirmed to be coming. So repeat, Chamath Palihapitiya is in a short list of people who are reportedly invited, but are not reportedly attending confirmed yet. So I just want to address that here. You can find the whole list of all the invitees, which also include the CEO of Figma, Dylan Field, on X at TTV Research. So again, this visual is just people who are widely confirmed and reported by various sources to be attending. That does not include people who are reportedly invited. Back to you.
Chamath. He's not confirmed to be attending. Chamath. Well, you get the invited Nako. If you hear that guy on the All In, he's been, I don't know. I don't listen to it all the time.
Is he all in or?
Well, this is coming from Sharif, who I know listens to it. So I'm not sitting here telling you that I listen to the All In podcast every single week. I know that Sharif listens to it. And from what he garnered, he said, look, it's pretty obvious when you hear Chamath that he seems to be aligning with the Republican agenda and potentially looking to make stronger connections to whatever could be the next term. So that was his thoughts. I don't listen. I shouldn't say I don't listen to it. I have not listened to it in a while. I have listened to it in the past for sure. But Open Door, what this thing cannot break. I mean, it's getting to 6. We can get to 6. You can't hold 6. That's the problem. It's not holding that $6 level. So if you're not going to dip further back, I need it to catch a bid over 6 and maybe take out the top. Because if it breaks the high, you're talking about 605, and then you could maybe even give it 5 cents worth of risk on a breakout trade. So after getting out of that little dip buy on Apple, SMCI into VWAP is the only thing we have on. And why am I bidding at 38.80? Don't need a bid down there. Just short off this one on the volume weighted average price. This Open Door will have eyeballs on for sure. Roof Ninja. Circle looking for a low of the day break. I always find it interesting as the market's breaking the high. Relative strength and weakness is one of the more important things I think when you're looking at trading. For Circle to be down here at the lows, while the market's at the highs, we know where some of the weakness has been today, and it's been in places like Circle, MSTR, SPET, BMNR. A lot of the direct crypto type names have been getting hit, and Circle, let's just call it what it is. This stock is in its own personal bear market right now, and it's not. It has shown zero signs of a betting. There's maybe a couple of small back-to-back green days on this stock recently. It's just trying to find a home, and next stop feels like $100. So I think we wait for $100. When this opened, this was a great IPO. Anybody that traded for the first couple, this was back when, it's not that long ago, but we were actually getting follow through. Figma no follow through, bullish no follow through. This one was good at the open, and then it was just as good the next day if you traded it to the long side. Wish we had. But obviously, this is coming all the way back in. $100 was the last monster area of support before it almost tripled up after the IPO. So I think it could find a bit of a bid. These guys are getting trounced, just looking pretty ugly there. Okay, Circle, not Circle. Open Door just broke. So there's the break above 6. Let's see if we can't weasel in on the pullback here. Ooh, you bid the mid and you get insta-filled at the midpoint. That's interesting. Insta-filled at the midpoint, which usually means that they're hitting the bid if you throw in a midpoint. But it's at 2 by 3, so I just got some 2 halves. And when I say insta-filled, here's what I mean by that. I don't know. It seems obvious to me. I don't know if it's obvious to everybody. Like when it's sitting here at 601 by 602, if you put in a midpoint on most of the gateways, you're essentially removing liquidity. Like you're getting filled right away. You're not sitting at the midpoint. I was getting filled instantly at the mid. But yeah, Open Door trying to go now. Kind of give it to this 595, let's call it. So 7 cents worth of risk, which is still reasonable as it's trying to go. I don't think if it gets to VWAP, the day's probably over. So you can't wait for the volume weighted average price, which was good earlier. Just looking for this to hold this little squeeze that it's got above the high of the day. But if we end up losing this prior high, let's just jump out of it. It's finally holding $6. So we never got the dip into 575 that we wanted. So we'll try to play it up here into the high of the day. Let us know what you guys are also interested in. I keep looking up to see how that visualizer is going. But it's exactly the same stock as before. It's Open Door by a lot, and then it's Tesla, and then Robinhood, Palantir, and nothing's even close. It's not as if anything's threatening Open Door here. Like that neon stock way down there.
We have a great question here in the chat.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, no, and I want to thank everybody for being in the chat. First of all, get in the chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe, post all of your questions. I feel like we can go into a Q&A at any time, and it's kind of what we're doing right now. And here it is right here. Can retail traders, and Neil and I can both answer this. Well, I'll answer it because we've done it many times. First of all, what is going on right now? Oh, AMD, we're covering some AMD, okay? We just got out of some more Amazon here as the market's thinking about turning around. Can retail traders also look at the imbalances? So these are the imbalances right here at the end of the day. These are from our broker. We have a special relationship with our broker. It's a tier 1 broker there on the floor of the NYSE, and they just keep updating us with whatever they're seeing there on the floor. So you need to have a broker that's there on the floor. Now, I believe that eSignal does have one, and I'm going to try to look for it and call it up for you at some point here. Here's the eSignal.
Power Hour.
What's up, eSignal? What's up, Power Hour? I mean, right there, tools. For some reason, it's dropping it on my screen above, so you can't actually see me. There, tools. No, why is it doing it up here? Okay, so you're not gonna be able to see me. I'm clicking on tools, and it's opening it up on another screen for me. But all right, I'll get that in. But anyways, good question. Yes, I would just say if you are using another platform, just inquire with them and say that there's imbalance closing and opening market. Imbalance data, and they will be able to do it. I know Arca, there's different gateways that publishes their own, and you may be able to get that on their individual websites as well. So that was a great question, so thank you for that. And then the other thing I wanted to address something else, and it was not about anything related to here. Okay, AMD falling back in, that's fine.
Oh, was it your pick?
Yeah, I could do my pick There was.
Can I have one thing to that discussion about the imbalance?
Darn it! Now it's going to bug me. Yeah, of course.
And just in a general sense, do not be afraid to contact your broker to ask questions.
That's what.
And I mean, just straight anything. You get what you think is a bad fill. Ask about it. You think you want to add. These guys always talk about the imbalance locator. These guys talk about halt bands. We don't even see the halt bands. Maybe there's a chance for you to be able to look at the halt bands on the stock, and that's something that you can add or be able to view. Right?
I know.
Just always ask about anything, and that's what I love about the community is lots of traders will talk about this or that indicator. Well, does your platform have this indicator, that indicator? Well, if they don't, then ask your broker and just inquire all the time. At the end of the day, you want the tools to help you to succeed. And if you don't ask, you don't get them. Here at Real Trading, we ask for things all the time. We'll put in tickets for. I put in tickets one to look at halt bands. And hopefully we'll be able to get that. And ultimately, it's up to you. You can't just make the assumption that, well, I'm sure someone else wants it, and they'll ask the question, and it'll eventually get added just because lots of other people want it. I just believe you should be proactive in that kind of a thing. But
this is what I wanted. I actually wanted to do this. So let's go back over to here because we talked about our broker. So I just want to highlight that there is money floating around here on this side of the board at Real Trading. So this is top traders by P&L. So that just goes over all the markets, but here it is right here. So we're going to go over, these are the top 10 traders. And again, it's US dollars P&L here. So let me just quickly fix and make sure that we have some orders to get out of AMD. So yesterday's big winner, let's go. Only traded one market. So these are the markets traded and the amount of money made. So you can see quite discrepancies there yesterday between winners and losers. As you can see that we had 30,000 from the NASDAQ. Then here, what am I doing? Follow this down just a little bit here, give you guys more of a look there. So Canada and TSX right there. So this trader only traded one exchange yesterday. NASDAQ again. So, you know, you have to be entitled to trade some markets. So some traders will only maybe look at NASDAQ if they have market-related strategies, or potentially they're only trading Tesla or something like that. So they don't look everywhere else. This is opposite of what this trader's doing. Amex, it could be the SPYs or anything on NYSE, anything with a .am that you'll see up here, like AMD is .NQ, so that's NASDAQ on our systems there. NASDAQ, someone in Hong Kong. So this is Real Trading. We have over 60 plus live markets right now. So that's Hong Kong there, NASDAQ. So that's who's making money over here at Real Trading. And we always get the same question, well, what about the losers? We don't get to see those, but the losers are there. Trust me when I tell you, all brokerages and firms and stuff like that will have losers, losing traders. And the thing about it here is, no matter how much, Neil or myself make, or Joe Sharif makes or loses, or same thing for us or anybody trading at Real Trading, it's a prop floor. So we have the same risk parameters as many of you out there, and that is that we can basically only lose as much as we make, give or take. There's equations involved in all of that. So it's just like if you're averaging, that's why the downside sometimes isn't as bad as you think. If you're if not a bad trader, but if you've only make $500 a day, which is a great take, but if you do make that, then roughly our system will let you lose like 750 or 800 or something like that, give you a little bit of leeway. And then if you clock over your risk parameter, then you're out for the day and stopped out. And you'll hear sometimes Joe or Sharif will say, they're stopped out for the day, and that just means that they've hit their risk limit. It's not that so you they're getting crushed. It's just they lost.
And when you hit if you're at Real Trading, when you hit your risk limit, you're allowed to cover positions that you're in. Right. But you're not allowed to take any new positions at that particular point. And if you get too far past your shutdown, then you're automatically flattened. And one of the things that builds is it helps to build. Well, you don't have to worry about, you build internal discipline in a different way, because at the outset, that discipline is 100% external. Like, you are getting stopped out. Like, I don't have to, like, here's an example. Like, I don't have to, like, if I had, like, I'm in open, it goes 6:05, and then it stops out here. I stop myself out because I don't want it bleeding all the way down. But let's imagine a scenario where you're just like, oh, you're just gonna hold along until it stops you out. Well, at some point, it's gonna control how much you lose. That's an advantage on a prop floor. And when you trade at home, and shout out to all the people that are successful trading without that, or something that controls your losses, that's actually harder to do, I believe, because you have to build that level of discipline yourself. You have to set your own daily stop limit when you're trading your own account, which I can't think I'm lucky to have never had to do. But at the end of the day, it's an important feature. There was something I was looking at that list. You had the list of the top earners up there, and there was something I was going to say specifically with regards to that when you had it up, but I'm now immediately forgetting.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
It'll come back to me, but when you had it up, I was like, oh, there was a comment I was going to make about the different markets, but
okay,
it'll come back to me.
So right here. All right. Oh, we do get a message here from Chris. So Chris, what's up, my guy? Going into earnings tonight, correct. So that's why we have this up right here. Lulu, Docu, Broadcom, UiPath. Would you change? Well, of course, I think everybody would change their pick. I mean, the question is long. So would someone change their pick if it was going to be short? Yes. I mean, I would think that if you're going to look at the results of these, you can almost flip them over and say that someone would choose to go short. For me to go short on any of them without actually looking into it, I just wonder about UiPath. We saw C3AI and their involvement with AI. UiPath is a big AI name. It's a big Kathy Wood name as well. So if we're just going to look here at UiPath, let me just have a quick little look just to see what the chart's at right now. Get this out of here for a second. On UiPath. I mean, not looking good. You know, this actually, when I called this up, I thought this was actually C3AI's chart, to be honest with you. Yeah, underneath the 50-period moving average, underneath the 200-period, looking to test these lows. Sometimes stock move for reasons, and I just wonder, are they going to try to get this into some of these lows again, 52-week lows, just to see if there is buy support over there? So for me, the short would be UiPath. So that's what I would choose there if there was going to be a short. But I don't, you know, DocuSign, Neil chose that for the long name there as well. And because I haven't done my pick yet, my pick again, I supported the industry yesterday. I own a lot of this product. I'm going to choose Lululemon for my long. And the reason why I think Lululemon, you're going opposite here with valuation. Neil, what do you think Lululemon's PE is? If you could guess. Yeah, exactly. It's 13. Okay. Its historic PE is 30.
The problem is whenever I know when you ask, it's going to be low.
Right.
So I always guess too low.
Yeah, so that's okay. Hopefully not Troy Tulowitzki. But right there, you know, so I'm going to choose Lululemon again. And the reason why for that is that, again, a 13 PE, Nike's PE is 30 or 40, 35, something like that. A good forward PE. Discounts everywhere on their website right now, Lululemon, right? Coming off of what could have possibly been, I don't know, could have been a good quarter, right? Heading into summer, people spending a little bit of money. We've seen strong retail numbers from names like AEO here today, just for one example. Obviously, they don't have, you know, the sponsorship or anything like that. They just also got a new CIO, Chief Information Officer, starting today, or September 1st, I believe it was, or 2nd, there, day after Labor Day. So I think Lululemon, the guide's going to be a little bit of a problem, but with tariffs, right? Tariffs becoming a little litigated again for tariffs. Like, you know, we know Vietnam's big, obviously, for their production, but now that we see a little more clarity, and I feel like, although Donald Trump and the administration have questioned, you know, the tariffs, and hopefully the Supreme Court can uphold and figure that all out, but if the tariffs are outside of Lululemon right now, and we don't have to worry too much about it, for me, I just think beat up, the valuation seems to be okay for Lululemon. So I would choose Lulu over everything else, just based on the way the market has been going there for some of the retail names. And it's going to be hit or miss, right? We saw CRM yesterday was the overwhelming #1 choice for traders yesterday, and they got hit pretty good as well. And again, CRM underneath the 50-period moving average.
I suspect people are treating the question as what would they hold forever, buy and hold forever. Because that explains why CRM got picked, and today everyone seems to like Broadcom.
It's actually very vague, right? The question is you could just choose whatever you want. I mean, I just think it's 10K into one stock. So whether or not you trade out of it tomorrow or not, you know, you're you know, up to you. Like, so because
to be honest, I know for sure I made both of my picks have been kind of framed under the I'm buying it today and what's going to happen tomorrow on earnings, and I'm
right.
Which one's going to do the best on the earnings play, like, not which one would I want to own,
right,
in the long term. So that's,
yeah.
For sure, that's how I've been answering the question.
Right. Yeah. Nothing to do with that.
Because I would own Broadcom out of those four if I had to buy and hold.
No. You answered the question properly. It's if you could have 10K before earnings. It's not like. We could do more talking about long-term plays, but you know, American Eagle, for example, like I picked it yesterday, the implied move was 12%, so now you're up 35%. So if I put 10 grand in it, and I could cash out 3,500, I would have already been out for 3,000. I would have been out almost off the open if it's an earnings play, and there's a lot of traders that want to swing it. We got David in the chat. He said it's David's wild trade of the day. Remember yesterday you picked Asana, David, and it was in Asana there yesterday.
Well, early.
Yeah, and you had 17, so I don't know if that would be, you know, you wouldn't be able to get out of it after hours, I guess. You could have hedged, I guess. But there today, up to 15 and change, so that still would have been a nice little number there. So I don't know if David's in the chat. Let us know if those options or whatever you decide to take were in the money or out of the money or what's going on with that right now, because they fell back in again. So that's the risk of not having something happen to you like a AEO where it keeps on going higher. Sometimes some of the best prints are almost right off the jump, and then a downside play there as well. Oh, David is on the chat.
David is in there.
Yes, cash that cow. So congratulations right there for David in the chat. Thank you so much for answering that. Thank you for Andre for noticing that as well. So here he is right here. David, see, we're paying attention, man. Let us know what you did today. I know you got Broadcom in there today, and I think you put something else for a possibility there today for yourself. But for me, for Broadcom, if I were to go, whoa, that's right. We keep on doing that. You gotta be careful with that. 50 period above. I don't know. I know you're going to have to talk about having puts on this, but remember the implied move here for Broadcom, as I posted up right here, thanks to Adara, it's only 6%. So I would say the move, again, I picked NVIDIA. NVIDIA's move was 6%. I said under. I'm going to go under again, under 6% for Broadcom total move there today, because I think it's going to be a great quarter, but at the same time, I do think that they're going...
their forward PE.
Their forward PE, 70?
Okay, it's not quite. Their PE was over 100, but their forward's actually 36. So
Okay.
even if they could beat expectations and be over 30, which is higher than the broad market. They could literally beat EPS and still be more expensive than the NASDAQ
Right.
on the PE basis. That's just where you get troubling when you've already been, what is it, up 250% from the bottom?
Well, it's the 8th most richest company in the world. This wasn't even a $1 trillion company last year. Now it's 1.8 trillion.
132, so I don't know, that's not quite 250%. That's like 230% from essentially from the lows. And again, it could beat expectations on EPS and still trade more expensive than the NASDAQ. Let's go to Adara. We got some news here.
Walmart on Watch announcing on its blog that apparently starting next year, the U.S. frontline and office associates will now have access to AI training through their OpenAI collaboration. So again, Walmart announcing that as of the start of 2026, U.S. employees, both on their front lines and in their offices, are going to have access to AI training through a collaboration with OpenAI. Also, speaking of Broadcom and those expected moves, there will be an expected move infographic posted soon, so you guys can see what the market is looking for all of these major reports tonight, and also what time they're expected to be released. Back to you.
Thank you, of course, Adara. Walmart not really moving too much on that, but Walmart has been moving a lot recently and expanding higher every single day. Like that's what you like.
Tesla.
You like to see a little bit of acceleration. There's been some acceleration into Walmart, slowing down a little bit. I feel like this has been one of these stocks where when the tech gets going, it kind of loses steam a little bit here. So fair enough. I get it. Some of it's rotation. They're not that cheap either here in Walmart. But yeah, it's tended to extended in this move recently. It's tended to have more extension late in the day if the tech stocks aren't going, for lack of a better. Yeah, that's just the analysis. That's just what's going on with Walmart. I like the company. I think it's getting a little pricey up here. All right, SMCI is back into the volume-weighted average price.
A little more. Yeah.
Going to look to, it's just going to reload this at VWAP. So it gets into VWAP before. We'll jump right back in. Essentially the quarters to the 40-30 level, and it played back all the way to just about 40 even before bouncing. So I'll give it another shot here, but with only about 45 minutes to go, you want this to close under VWAP. I don't want this. If we start holding VWAP, I got to jump out of this trade. No questions asked. And TGBM, I love Walmart in the long term as well. I think they hit on a lot of good cylinders. I've even up here in Canada, like their delivery is pretty good.
Walmart,
There's been times where, and don't get me wrong, like 90 whatever percent of the stuff that gets delivered to my house is Amazon. But there's been some times where it's like, Walmart for this and Walmart for that. And every now and then it'll be just as fast a delivery and I'll get a better price. It's rare, but it does happen. I do like Walmart for that as well. And of course, when you start throwing in their lack, it's really about the fact that they sell so much in groceries. It's insulated them a lot from the tariff issues, because so much of it is local, because groceries are going to be local. So that's been good for them, regardless of all the turmoil we've been seeing. Target can't say that.
No, Target's on to $92, so not a good look there.
Can't go down
I'm going to go short one more time right here at 160, 150. Like I'm just actually going to wait for 48s. Like it just got to 46, I didn't take it. So I'm going to wait for 48s, give it 15 cents up through 60. If it breaks that, we're gone. We've obviously done well here enough. to sort of support this play. So let's just continue to do that here with AMD and see if it can eventually give us what we need it to, and that is a short and then pull it back. But I could see some of the chip names starting to go up in anticipation of Broadcom, right? I mean, we've seen, NVIDIA's not doing much there as well, but in anticipation for a huge name, I could definitely see a Broadcom going to the upside. Tesla, like, come on, guys. There it goes, man. Tesla right back to where we initially got out, near the highs. I'm going to sneeze. Near the highs of the day. Excuse me, I did not mute that. My bad.
I never get to the fast. We used to have a button on the screen.
Normally I just quickly, the thing's right here. Look, there it is. Like, now I'm muted. It's so very easy to do it. And now I'm unmuted again. So I know a lot of you, hopefully I stay muted, but all right, so Tesla up to 337 again. Short because it's all the way back, but wow, what a well-traveled name today. And I think that, Neil and I, we always get questions about Tesla and what's going on with it. And the thing is that we always say, like, waiting for it to do something. And that's, you're either dead on the short up here, as you just keep on hoping that it's going to retrace back down. It doesn't. Here I don't want to say I wasn't dead, but we lost. It's the only losing trade we have today. Down here on the downside, where we were able to take a 250 on that first play. That's 335 up to 337.50. We should have just cashed it all out. But then it comes back in and we get a little bit more. We get some of that out and then, whoops, comes back in again and then dropped out there at the end. And the reason why is this is like 20, 30%, maybe that's like 10 or 15%. Every out we try to take is about 10%. So when we lose, I get stopped out, and that's like my max stop out. So when I get stopped out, generally speaking, it'll be for the whole kit and caboodle. So we don't, I don't have it there, and we got stopped. But anyways, Tesla is still looking to work as well. Just check in on some of the energy plays today. XOM, we've seen some nice moves. I think upside today, in energy. We had a bad day yesterday as we got crushed right back then there. 116 down to 111, 112 yesterday. So no surprise there that we're getting a little bit of a relief rally today. As look at this, man, 7 or 8 straight days to the upside there, maybe 10 for XOM, and then falling right back in. We like XOM. I like CVX as well. Chevron, if I was going to play the energy space, I am playing it with XLE, so you guys know I'm in that one. But Chevron or ExxonMobil seem to be working. Chevron, what a great load up down there around that 136 as you sort of gave yourselves an area. And that's what I was saying, man. Good companies fall into levels and it tells you what it wants to do.
Most reliable dividend in the market.
I feel like Palantir, good dividend there. I feel like Palantir is doing the same thing right now on the daily, but we just needed to go in order to look back and say that was right. So we wait for that. A new position, the same one that we had the whole time, just more shares. AMD, we're short now, 161.45. So we put on 2 units here. Let's see if it wants to work. It's a decent sized position, but our stop is 15 cents from now. So if it goes up through 161, we're stopped out. We are not playing that game, man. Yesterday, we got out of a couple shorts late as the market just drifted higher. So we're going to learn our lesson and not let this do any damage to our P&Ls here. Just watch out for it. Nice move right now. Oh, we missed a super chat.
It was Bob. It was Bob again.
What's up, Bob?
Dog.
What's up, Bob the dog?
Asking about Marvell. Just simply Marvell. Thank you. So appreciate Bob the dog. Canadian dollars. You in Canada? Bob, you in Canada? Where you from, brother? You don't have to tell us, but if you feel like sharing, obviously we're in Canada. And a lot of people asked us about some, do we have Walmart in Canada? Of course we have Walmart. We don't have Sam's, though. No. So, like, there's Walmart and there's Costco, but there's no Sam's Club here in Canada. Don't know particularly why that is. I don't know. They probably have trouble at this point beating out Costco's. Costco's pretty popular here in Canada. So for Marvell, this would be the day for me that you get the confirmation on the old 3-day rule. Right? It dipped on earnings, caught a bid, and has held that bid. Caught a bid, held the higher low, so now I think you're good to go. Like I'm favoring longs on this tomorrow. The market's going up. Obviously, that's going to be true, but it's been steady Eddie buying, and you've held this higher low at $61.50, $62. So as long as it's above that tomorrow, I think this one's a good to go to try to fill in a little bit of this gap. And that's been a really good play in this particular earnings cycle. We've just had all of these. Amazon's the first one that comes to mind, but there's been lots of others. Where you get this dip and what doesn't seem like that bad of a quarter, maybe a poor guide, you give it a couple of days, it catches a low, and then you're filling in the gap within a couple of weeks. And you've at least held that bottom on Marvell. So it passes the old 3-day rule, and let's go to Adara.
is keep an eye here on ConocoPhillips. The company reportedly, sorry, I'm having issues pulling up the chart here, but it's worth noting the company reportedly is going to be starting layoffs as early as November 10th, according to a state notice. So again, in case you missed it yesterday, ConocoPhillips reportedly announced plans to lay off 20 to 25% of its workforce. Those layoffs could start in about 2 months, guys. Back to you.
2 months, okay. Just quickly here, the stop is almost going to trigger, and I don't feel some kind of ways. It's not really any sort of a thing to the P&L today, but it's just, we saw yesterday the market drift up throughout the whole afternoon. I mean, I think we were short. Was it the TQs or must have been the futures? And it just, wow, look at it today. I mean, it's even more dramatic when I look at it on the TQQs, of course. But, you know, yesterday into the afternoon, it was kind of doing nothing. And then this is what happened basically at 3:30. We drifted all the way up on this name. It was a nice move down until it just was doing nothing. And I was like, I think this must have been what it was. We were shorting right into there, 88, only for this thing to close at 89 and change. But we did finally smarten up and flipped up on the imbalances. If you remember when the imbalances came out, we were able to flip over and go long. So that turned out to be a pretty decent call at that point. But at the end of the day, you know, right now, this is what the NASDAQ looks like, just telling all the bears to, like, basically take a hike and go get some relaxing moments there for the bears, but it hasn't been a relaxing moment at all. I do want to look to see what names are moving around here just briefly as we head into today's close. It's only right now a half hour left till we get those imbalances, a little bit more than that. But pretty green, man, on the day. We have the ES right now, and the NASDAQ is up. What did I say the NASDAQ was up again? NASDAQ is up right now 0.79. The SPY and the ES is up 0.7. So, wow, there goes JP Morgan, and we could not be happier. I know we took some out, but we took out 10 or 15%. So we're really happy with JP Morgan, man. Taking out, I don't know if it's all new all-time highs. Let me just double check this for JPM. This is my tariff call. Yes, there it is, 304. Yes, sir, we like it. Shout out to anybody buying the banks there. And we bought this one. This was the play that I actually held through. We actually picked this up before April, right into here. So again, JP Morgan makes this move right there, March. And then I was like, you know what? I like it in and around this level, 230, the 200 period moving average. Then it went all the way up into 250. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty good. But we wanted to get going a little bit more. And then all of a sudden, Trump drops the bomb on the market that we all know about. And then since then, straight upside right now. So it's been good. We got nothing out except for yesterday here at 3 bills. So it's nice to see, because we were waiting at 303, did not catch it, but we did yesterday. So good job there, as all of the bank names, not just, I'm saying Canadian good job to myself, but it's been a good job to everybody, because we've been talking about XLF, and I did a thing on it the other day. The XLF was new all-time highs. So
yeah, it's pumping.
Yeah, it's popping. Amazon right there, 4% today. That's a good one. There are some technology names that are downside. We see Salesforce. So anything SAS today, software as a service, Intuit, down, right? So that's the tax. So that's a software as a service there. Now, ServiceNow, very, very similar to CRM in the customer relations management space. Figma, obviously hitting down with Adobe. Workday, exact same thing. So all of this space, if you're going to see something in red here today, it's probably something to do with a software as a service, because other than that, man, everything looking pretty good. We just heard from Adara on Conoco. I did a little bit of work there. I showed you some XOM. There's COP right there. EOG as well. Resources there. I don't see FANG. Oh, there. I was going to say I don't see FANG, but it's right there. FANG again. Diamondback Energy. That's FANG. They're up 0.5%. So, yeah, as far as the market is concerned, many up sectors today. I'm not sure if there's a red one right now, unless there was software as a service as a sector. But the technology space, man, just keeps on ripping high side right now. We could have just got out of AMD for flat, but did not. We're going to wait to see what happens over there. Amazon still $3. That's kind of doing nothing. We've been doing well getting out of Amazon. There goes AMD. So we will have to slap a fail on it. We don't give back our day or anything on it, but there goes AMD. Actually, the first trade was this afternoon. So down there, reloaded, and then out on that top break for Advanced Micro Devices. Fine. That was a risky trade to take in the first place. You know, hindsight being what it is, should not have taken that. And we talked about it, at least when we were in it, that it didn't look the greatest. And that's what it's doing right now. AMD floating with, I'm assuming, Broadcom.
Well, no, everything's going. I mean, the Nasdaq's gliding higher, but SMCI broke VWAP. So we reloaded it, VWAP a second time. The second time it does not work out. So I'm out once we hold above the volume weighted average price. The market just keeps on gliding. Sometimes we get that pullback But I feel like even if you're trading a weaker name, like a stock that's relatively weak, it doesn't matter if the market keeps going up. Eventually, a stock like SMCI is going to try to follow it. Jedi asked about Trade Desk and Micron heading into their earnings. I can give you, I haven't looked at Trade Desk in quite some time. I'll get that one out of the way. Micron is, I don't want to say it's certainly one of the strongest chip names today. ARM's having a good day as well. I don't know if anything's going to be stronger than this. But what's been interesting about Micron is it feels to me like there's been accumulation on this stock. Kind of like you see what's happening in Palantir when you look at the 50 period, like it pulls back off an obvious high. Like see the clear double top at 130? Like that's a big technical top. And when Micron has a technical top, like it tends to really show you that it does, and then it's a world of trouble. But it's accumulating with a higher low. So I think this looks primed. It looks really good here, holding above that 50 period. And the accumulation going into the print. You need to chew through this 130. Micron is notorious for establishing a high and then going months without being able to break through that wall. But when it does, it's really good. So yeah, I think you're going to want to make sure that you're not, like I wouldn't be buying it at 130. I think you need to be getting it 10 to 15% underneath that price so that you can run it into that high and be good to go. Because eventually when it breaks out, this can be a spectacular stock. But the stock will go sideways for a long time. That's just how it is. It's not always the cleanest trending stock in the world. So, you just got to be prepared for that. It's very highly cyclical too. And it'll really trap you sometimes where the valuation will get really good for what seems like too long a period of time, but then it's just going sideways. It's sturdy like that with Micron.
All right, I'm going to try, whoops. Okay, what did I just do? Oh, that's why, okay. I was going to try, I put the wrong price again. I was going to try a break here, maybe downside potentially on the TQQs. So this is the NASDAQ again, right? I mean, it's just been basically this is just the 21 period. I haven't really used it too much. I've been looking at it though, so we'll see if there's any sort of use there for that. But this is the 50 period moving average, so we've just been riding this thing the whole way up. We did have a dip down and we did break it right there just for a couple pennies at $90, but since then it's been straight up $1 on TQQ. So for me, if we break it right there, what about this level? So I want to put an order in, or do we want to go here? Why don't we go here? $90.85, $90.79, something like that. If we break below that price right there, I think it's worth a shot.
Oh shoot, so far.
Because that will give us a confirmation that we've broken the 50 period moving average by decently, right? Not just like right there, but let's actually break it and then break through a level. Like that's another one right here. You could get a little bit earlier, 90.90, but let's go 10 cents more and go to 90.79 or so on this kind of a break. So if we can break below, I'll just bring it up now in case it happens. You see me get into it. We did bad by shorting AMD, but we did good by getting out. I mean, it ripped all the way to 80s. We got out at 60, so that was a nice move right there to the upside as well. But yeah, we're going to wait to see. So that's going to be a trade for me. The TQs breaking back down below $90.80-ish. That's going to be a trade. So that's something that we're going to look for there. Oscar, yeah, Oscar, $50. I didn't get out of anything, and you know what? I don't think I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to look to see tonight how much we have on this. But this was a great earnings call. It came back into here, into earnings. We bought it live on the show, similarly to how we're talking now. But I didn't talk like I would buy Broadcom, I would buy Lululemon or anything like that. I did buy Oscar before earnings, and it wasn't the greatest. It was only up 2 or 3% off earnings, but since then it's really had a nice move up, another 4.5%. So yeah, I like the space. Right now with UNH trying to make a battle back here in the healthcare space, 310. UNH is low as what, 240 or something ridiculous like that? Two. Wow. This is the thing. No matter what, political or macro or anything like that, sometimes names just get clubbed way too much, and easy to say that looking back because everybody and their uncle could have bought UNH down here. There's a lot of volume. There was a lot of talk about it. There's so many people that were deciding, hey, UNH was a play that Warren Buffett was going to get into, that a lot of these value investors potentially were going to drop into. And, you know, that seemed to have worked out absolutely perfect. If you got in even at 250, even if you played this wick there, that's 250 back to May. So if you got in at 250, you're now $60 in the money on that play. So you're about 30% or more in on that rate. No, not 30% or more. About 25% or so in on that play already in a matter of 3 weeks, a little bit less.
The low is 30%. It's 30% off the bottom.
Yeah, 240. I was just saying, you know, it's only $60. Well, 312. Yeah, so $70. Yeah, so exactly. So yeah, I was right there. Yeah, 30%. So 30% off the bottom on UNH. We struggle all the time looking for winners, and sometimes they're just staring at you right in the face. And I think that's what UNH was doing there. So a lot of love for UNH in the market these days. Let's see if the same love can go for Oscar. What's up, Adara?
And Oklo here, OKLO. This is reported about 20 minutes ago by Bloomberg, just seeing it circulating on social media now. Apparently, the company is planning a first-of-its-kind facility in Tennessee valued at $1.68 billion, so almost $1.7 billion facility in Tennessee. This facility will reportedly be converting nuclear waste into fuel to power the company's advanced reactors. So OKLO here with a $1.6 billion nuclear facility catalyst here. Again, reported by Bloomberg. Back to you.
You'd think that would...
the daily chart.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing much, OKLO. But the one that... The thing that would scare me a little bit about positive headlines in the space is we got one for SMR yesterday. And seemingly it was all systems go. Like the stock, it caught a phantom bid because somebody obviously knew it was going to happen 2 days ago. And then there was follow through when they got a positive press release with Tennessee, a good deal with Tennessee. And it gives up the entirety of the move and then some here today, down 11% SMR. So sometimes it gets a little frothy. I own this one, and you gotta wonder, when they start selling off after positive news, I start wondering where the next bottom is gonna be. And I'm looking very, very keenly at the 200. It's respected the 200 on this entire bull move. I think we could see a revisit of that if this trend continues in SMR. So I'd be a little skeptical of that Oklo. They're each their own thing, but that's been holding up. When you look at SMR, like this has been holding up pretty well. So you've just got a piece of good news as you're at support. If you don't hold support after the good news, I think you're looking for a deeper dip. Like the reaction, how a stock reacts to news, I think sometimes is just as important as anything else to give you a guide as to what's going to happen next. I don't own this one. I've said that already. Ed Miller asking Lulu or Broadcom. If I'm only picking between the two, I'll pick Lulu. Because I just don't, I'm just concerned about... I just have a bad feeling about Broadcom. And it going up now doesn't even make me feel any better. Oh no, what's wrong with my AV? I'm having afternoon chart syndrome sometimes, where I'll be missing half of the day on that one. But look, Broadcom, and one of the things that I don't necessarily love about it is A, the reaction NVIDIA got to its earnings, and then B, the fact that because they could beat and still be expensive when you're already priced to perfection and you're up so much from the lows, there's just a lot that has to break right in a scenario like this for you to get an upward move. So I think they disappoint. Now, I'm not sitting here thinking Broadcom's going to go down 10% or 12% or anything crazy. I just think even if it's good, they might just be down a point or two. Even if we beat across the board. You could beat top and bottom. You can have the full year guidance get raised, and then you could have one small issue with maybe the margins, or possibly just the next quarter guide could come in a tiny bit light, and then you're down 2 or 3%. It's just not going to take much. They'll just be able to nitpick something, I think, with Broadcom. Whereas Lulu, what bad can they say about Lululemon here? Can it get any worse?
It can get worse.
No, I mean, look, it obviously can get worse, but it's just it's already been pretty bad in here. They don't have to be perfect. It's almost the opposite. You're just looking for a kernel of strength with Lulu. And that's how this cycle has been going. And I just look at what the earnings cycle has been. Before we go over, just very quickly, I'm still hunting for a trend break on SoFi, which is also doing this crazy chart thing, but it doesn't matter. It's literally breaking the upward trend right now. I don't have to draw the trend line. SoFi, VWAP will be incorrect because it's missing some data, but it has broken trend. So I'm looking for the short here into the high of the day.
All right, traders, listen up here. We are offering your first month free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading strategy with eSignal. Get your elite charting platform as well. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, as Neil and I will always pull them down and have a look at them. Predict with your backtesting, a great backtesting tool on here as well, with tick replays, reliable real-time data, and global markets. As we talk about the markets going 24/7, eSignal has all of the entitlements ready for you. Just let them know which markets you're looking for, and they will activate them for you. This is 1 free month. Scan that QR code. Don't miss out right now. You can actually even attach your trade platform via many apps or whatever in the App Store. So again, connect your charting with your trading, execute right on the chart your trade. So eSignal, a big advantage there for users. The tick replay is huge on eSignal as well. We want to thank them for that first month for free.
You know where it's really cool, that tick replay, is on like IPOs. Because I think what'll happen is the reason IPOs is like you're making so much instantaneously. And I think a lot of times we talk about it all the time. It's like, oh man, took too much out in that initial up move, because you don't always think it's going to halt right away. That's been more of a recent thing. But if you watch the tick replay, it kind of slows it down for you. You can go in and see what should I be looking for to take some profit. Instead of just hitting offer enter every single dollar because it's a round dollar, you can have an idea of where this is moving on a percentage basis. Like if the bid comes in after 5 seconds, 10 seconds, maybe that's a spot that you can hold on for another 5-10 second leg, whatever it might be. And tick replay is really valuable for that. I know a lot of traders that use it because you want to optimize the things that are working best for you. And if you have a trade which is literally about 5 minutes, that open trade, it's like you hold it for 5 minutes, you might want to take a look and just replay it over and over again. Because how many IPOs do you even get to trade? There's like one every couple of months. You don't have data. Like when you're tape reading like momentum plays, you can every single day you have information. For the IPOs, you don't have information every day. So tick replay allows you to get extra hours in or extra reps going over that same idea, especially when it's lucrative. So SoFi did break trend. This is really a good feature in P-Pro 8 is, my chart missing data on the 3-minute. I can just go to my 15-minute and draw the trend line there, and it transfers over. So I know it broke the trend line. And I jumped in, giving it to the high of the day. Ooh, that was a good question. Ken, thoughts on September generally being a weak month, or is the dip already over? Statistically speaking, it is true. You can look it up. So September is usually a weak month. My approach, I try to treat it, as a trader, I try to treat it as I have an open mind and I try not to pay too much attention to those things as a day trader. Because I don't know how that helps me every single day. Because there's going to be bullish stocks and bearish stocks, and I'm paying attention to price action. I don't want to just go into a month and be like, well, it's September 1st, now I'm short biased. I just never seen that work at all. I remember there was maybe a couple of years ago, August was always a slow volatility month. You're like, yeah, August isn't going to do anything for us. And then it was like the greatest month ever. It was a couple of years ago.
You got to watch.
As a trader, you can't be too wrapped up in that. I would suppose if you're like a really long swing investor or something on different time frames, you're going to care more about that. You're holding swings for weeks and months, and that's your bag. I get it. Maybe you care about that kind of market sentiment. I don't really. And I've never really paid too much attention to it. The farthest I'll go with cyclicality and that kind of thing is, maybe I'll be more apt to take a vacation if I can take advantage of like a market holiday or something. That's where I'll care about the calendar for the most part. Yeah, and to each their own. Like, I'm not saying that's the only way to look at it. Certainly that's not true. I'm sure there's plenty of people that look at that kind of market cyclicality and get something out of it. But when you're day trading, I don't necessarily think it's all that valid. Because you need to be more focused on the price action and what's driving the stock in the moment, as opposed to the overreaching. Like you can have the market be generally down as a trend, but then you can sit there and have the best strategy be dip buying in the open. It could be true. Like look at Palantir. Palantir is a really good dip buy in the open range stock. So it could go down like 7 out of 10 days and yet somehow just be your best long, because that's the way that the stock moves. So I think just have an open mind.
All right, I have an announcement to make. Reach 100 users. I don't want to promote this. How do I get rid of that? No. All right, there it is. Just bought some Lulu in the Swing account ahead of earnings tonight. So thoughts? We put this in here if you guys want to go and have a quick look. I made the move. I asked the wife, I said, what do you think about Lulu tonight? She said she got to go buy new leggings. I'm long. Right there, Lululemon. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. I just went in there, bought some shares. Let's wait to figure out what's going on with Lululemon. I hate buying them up 3% heading into earnings. The implied move, though, today on earnings, I'm going to go check out to see what you guys think. I mean, you can tell me right now in the chat. You don't have to put it necessarily in Twitter there. But I just recently went in there, bought some Lululemon. So there it is right there. Let's go find what the expected move was. Didn't I just say it was 6%? So it's not like I'm thinking that we're going to, yeah, there it is right now, 12%, sorry. Where was the 5.6%? Oh, that was Broadcom, right, my bad, right there. So I don't own any Lululemon, this is gonna be the first time. Well, I owned it before, we've sold it. This was, talking about a hell of a long time ago, like basically at IPO, like when we were talking about how, you know, the quality at the time, they were like the only one in the business producing these higher quality pants. And right now, they're Lululemon right now, expected move of 12%. So we've got a couple in there today. So we'll see if there is going to be a movement there at all. So we'll figure out today where Lululemon goes. We're in this name ahead of earnings. So there it is, man. We're hopefully going to see. We're here to have some fun. Let's have some fun. All right, so Amazon, we're having a hell of a lot of fun with Amazon, and right now, heading into the imbalances. Nice move up there for Amazon. Neil, it's not a $1 winner. It's actually not even a $2 winner. It is a $3 winner on Amazon today, and it's been an all-day kind of a trade where we are long early, then long early later, but early still at the 200 period moving average. Oh boy, that was a good dip buy opportunity there for for Amazon. And again, just to show you guys, almost 60,000 followers. Thank you so much for all of that love on Twitter as well. I tweeted this out too about Elon Musk. Right now, Tesla robotaxis in California will drop the safety driver by end of 2025. End of 2025, that's 3 months from now. So thank you, Elon Musk, for that there as well. And then coming into right here, Amazon long today, Tesla long today, both of those trades printing for sure. So congratulations to anybody that has anything like that, but it's those trades right there today that were pretty good, and we're now long, of course, into Lulu. So we'll see if there's any sort of love for that name here tonight. Broadcom, Lululemon, the big ones, and then UiPath could give something there. And other than that,
and
you know,
Docu.
And DocuSign. Yeah. I knew I was missing one other name there. Not Copart.
There's a couple.
But and DocuSign as well. So I know Neil likes DocuSign. I like Lululemon. I just put a little bit of money in there. So let's see what happens with Lululemon tonight. But $3.50 on Amazon. Congratulations to anybody that has that. P&L 1 for me today.
Only 5 minutes to go to the imbalances. CVE, $3 million to the sell side, early look. It's the first time we've actually had something with a reasonable early look imbalance. NEO, early, well, that's from the morning. NEE, sell imbalance, 650,000 as well. So nothing too crazy outside of CVE. You see Kenvue there pretty much every single day. The only new trade was getting into SoFi on a trend break. This is not the correct volume average price because my chart is missing a little bit of data. The reason I like 25.25, I'll just go out to the 15-minute chart and zoom it out so that you can see. This is where SoFi is making the curl. This is where prior resistance was at 25.25. So where do I expect to bounce? Right off the 25.25. So we're short essentially in front of the 50s and playing it back to 25.25. Just looking for a 1-point pullback here on SoFi late in the day with 4 minutes to go until the imbalances come in here. And yeah, I mean, look, someone was like, I'm seeing a lot of questions about DocuSign as the earnings go. So again, in a 25.25, like simple trade, I can cancel my offer actually. And now that it's hit the halfway point, I tend to move my stop. I don't give it to the high of the day or the prior bar high. I then give it to the local high. So now I have a local stop, which is effectively break even on the trade. And that's with anything that's going to be a mean reversion or a pullback into the mean. Now we can go back and talk about DocuSign. Like what I think about those 4 names, I don't particularly like any of them, to be honest with you guys. Like I think yesterday when we talked about American Eagle, I think it was an easier pick to like the long in the stock. DocuSign, I just think provides the best risk to reward opportunity out there. That if it is going to rip higher, I can see a path to the high double digits here. Like for it to go, 15, 20%. I see a reason why it could do that with an obvious sort of floor, which is less than 10% from here to the downside. So I just like the risk to reward out of those 4, but overall, not a big fan of them. I don't really like it. I like Broadcom, but I don't like it tonight. So I would go with DocuSign just from a technical standpoint, and that's all I would be looking for there. And I do see, let's be real, this market is like unabated to the quarterback. Kind of like how I hope the Philadelphia Eagles defense has a lot of unabated to the quarterback moves, not just because I'm starting them in one of my fantasy leagues, but because we've put half of our suicide pool entries on the Philadelphia Eagles tonight.
Yeah, let's go Eagles.
So hopefully their defense is just, they have a good
defense.
It is just as strong as the SPY, which is pretty much cruising to the highs, the NASDAQ cruising to the highs. That's why if you're trading anything to the short side in an afternoon like this, have a specific reason where you want to get in and why. Have yourself an out because the overall market has just been slowly grinding. There's something really cool about these grinding, boring days to the upside. I love them because it's a great sign overall for like the health of the market. Like we dip at the open and then we just spend the rest of the day going higher. And it was a strong dip at the open on volume. And then we just spend the rest of the day buying it back up. That just tells you money's pouring into the market.
All right, so I don't know what just spiked into Lululemon here, if they heard that my wife needs new leggings or what, but there it goes right now. So we're long just over 205, and there's the nice little bump up. So this is just happening. Like, you can rewind the tape, man. We're already $1.50 in the money right now on Lululemon. The price I got was $205.40 or something like that. So there it is right there. That's the break price. My price $205.30 and change. But there it goes up about $1.50 in the money. I obviously just playing around. I'm not getting out of anything here on Lululemon, but there was the move on Lulu. So pay attention, everybody. If you're in anything here, I'm in Lululemon. We're just going to wait to see where it goes from here up to 206 and change. Look, this name could dramatically fall. Let's just wait to see. That low is 180 and change. We'll pick some more up if it fails, but let's find out the news before we get going on that one. Nice little move there for Lululemon. All right, moments away now, guys, for the imbalance. So let's have a quick look. I'm going to just sort this out. We're going to get rid of the broker feed right now, and we're just going to look because as of, and by the way, Amazon's still going higher. That's $3 right now. So as soon as 350 comes, then we will get an update on all of these. You can see these are all from 9:30 and earlier. Any IPO shows up on here and things like that. So yeah, the Lulu, I'd rather have not chased this name today, and I wish we would have got into this yesterday or the day before, but obviously on American Eagles news today, Lululemon already up 3+%. So if you're already in it, congratulations. You may want to take some out. Up 4% there today. I don't know. Another recent name that we bought was Eli Lilly, LLY. We can have another look at that one as well. We picked that up at 640 as well as some at 750. So I think it's just back to 750 now, but pick some up at 640 is all right. 2, 1, here we go. The imbalances are now out. So let's see where we go from here. Let's look at the NVIDIA buy, Apple buy, AT&T buy. UiPath sell. This is an earnings name, so someone getting ahead of that. Google with a buy. So this should be sending my Amazon through the moon. That's GOGLE and L going upside. There goes NVIDIA as well. Let's check out what's going on with Amazon. This, of course, is the name that I have on board. So here we go. Right back into highs of the day. So let's take advantage of that one there on Amazon as we go upside there into the high of the day. We're just long right here. Good trading on Amazon. I guess I can cancel my TQQ trade because that doesn't look like it's going to go lower here. We're going to go short if it broke through 90.80. Doesn't happen there. Join Adair and myself on the after hours show when we'll be recapping a little bit of today's moves. We won't be doing too much of that. It'll be more all about the earnings. So we have DocuSign, Broadcom.
There's a lot of names.
Yeah, Broadcom, the big one today.
That's the thing. When it's busy with earnings, there's a lot to cover, and the implications of Broadcom, of course, are going to be rather large because they're such a big part of the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. You already mentioned some of the smaller names. The overall market is a 1.9 billion buy. Nasdaq 860, Mag 7 500 to the buy side. UiPath of 1 million shares to the sell side. Remember, they do report tonight. Usually, you don't actually see that. The stock that's reporting has a big imbalance on it. I actually find that's pretty rare. I can't think of a time been that significant. But just keep in mind, it's a $10 stock. So 1 million shares of a $10 stock is not that big of a notional imbalance, and it's done 25 million shares in the day. That's why you're not seeing a large reaction in UiPath there on that imbalance. So I'd say it's pretty much of a nothing burger. That CVE ended up being nothing, so that came out as a nothing burger. Tomorrow, knock on wood, but there's a pretty big deal closing. That's Foot Locker. So Dick's Sporting Goods buying Foot Locker. What could be spicy about it's like you can take cash or stock, which makes it a little bit more volatile, which I do like. So that's one to watch tomorrow. Didn't really do much of anything today, although Dick's Sporting Goods had a really good day today. To the upside. SoFi bounced, but didn't quite get to 25.25. It bounced off 25.30, so I'm just jumping out of the trade. Wherever it bounced in front of that support, we're going to get out of it. It made the trend break, a little bit of follow through, but not quite that 1 point move back into 25.25, which tomorrow in SoFi, that's going to be a key price. Like, look at it, hold the double bottom at 24.25. And then prior resistance turning into support at 25.25 here on SoFi. I want it to close above this price so you can look for the long extension back into 26 tomorrow, but we'll be keying in on that. 3.5% up because it's not Sydney Sweeney, but a pretty good sponsor that they picked up for endorsement.
Remember, I mean, SoFi is getting a huge move. I mean, the whole financials is probably one of the strongest.
Or it was just about Josh Allen
today. Yeah, I mean, what's Robinhood up as well today?
Josh Allen, baby.
At 3%. So yeah, so they're good move there for Josh Allen. We'll hope that again, recently married. We'll hope for good success for the Buffalo Bills and hopefully not another disappointing year for the Bills. Okay, so all right, let's go. Tesla in the end of the day here. What a big move, up higher and higher and higher, and still going. I don't even know. What's going on here. Normally at my house for NFL, my wife will make something. I think she was saying a chicken chowder or a chili or something tonight, but we're at the Diamond pretty much all night, so I don't know if we're going to be doing anything. If I can maybe barbecue up some wings when I get home or something real quick before we go there. We have to be at the Diamond for 7, so we got to leave our house around 6:30. So I don't know what we'll be doing there. The game is probably 8 o'clock or so. I would assume 8:30. There's the banner raised and everything for the Eagles tonight as well. So, shout out to everybody watching football there tonight. All right, 3:54, only 6 minutes left, and then get ready, man. I think it's going to be a really good market recap with Adair and I as we go over all of the earnings and have some fun talk. It's just a half hour. Stay tuned and join us then. But let's go throw it over to Neil.
Yeah, let's do it, because every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. Well, at least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. So here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code and on the screen, and good luck with Trade the Pool. You just saw that. It was just a headline there for NVIDIA. But also, importantly, 355 just hit, so those imbalances. NVIDIA pared down to 1.1. It was 3, I believe. Apple pared down to 900,000, now 850,000. But NVIDIA still going higher. Buy imbalance on NVIDIA, but you also just saw a positive headline. I didn't quite get a chance to read it before it popped off screen. NVIDIA, not that big of a day today compared to what the market has been able to do. The Qs have doubled NVIDIA and are breaking highs. Well, NVIDIA cannot seem to get through 172.5. See, that's another good breakout level. There's a lot of stocks at some key inflection points coming into tomorrow morning, which is always a fun thing. Some that have broken through, like SoFi, some that you would like to break through, like NVIDIA.
Yeah, I hope everybody enjoys everything tomorrow. I'm going to be off tomorrow. Obi will be in this seat. Thank you, Sid, and everybody in the chat for that. And what's up to Adam DeLuz? Hopefully you're having a good day as well. Thanks for being in the chat and for saying what's up. What's up, Adara?
What up?
Yeah, keep an eye here on CoreWeave CRWV dropping after the information reports that NVIDIA this summer agreed to rent 10,000 of its own AI chips from the cloud firm Lambda, so not from CoreWeave. CRWV dropping after this story. Apparently, this rental from Lambda is going to be for $1.3 billion worth over 4 years. Again, that's going to be NVIDIA renting 10,000 of its own chips, reportedly valued at $1.3 billion over 4 years. Back to you.
Lambda? Isn't that the fraternity from Revenge of the Nerds? Yes.
I just don't
I
know
love that
enough.
movie.
Yeah, I don't know enough about why NVIDIA would be renting their own chips from CoreWeave.
I think we know enough to know CoreWeave's kind of.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand the business for CoreWeave. I don't understand how that. Why would NVIDIA do that? I don't understand.
I was never a huge fan of the CoreWeave business. And again, like if you bought it at the IPO, you won huge. So I guess.
Oh yeah, or listen to Kramer. You won
it's just you won huge, exactly. So I'll give you that. But just like Circle, it's in its own personal bear market. Both of those stocks. Actually, no, it's not. Forget about those two stocks. Throw in Figma, throw in Bullish. All of the recent high-flying, all those great IPO trades that have been so fantastic the last quarter, they're all in bear markets while the market's pressing higher. So keep that in mind. So in addition to this news, I mean, CoreWeave was probably a short tomorrow anyways, just based on like a flat bottom break here. Like it's literally at local bottoms after flushing. Like every time it's popped a little bit, we flush again. And when it broke 100, it gave you a nice move. Now it's breaking under $87. So I feel like there's going to be a CoreWeave continuation look tomorrow. And pay for locates is one of the first things I'll do in the morning. You don't have to use them, but I'm certainly going to pay for them tomorrow morning, whether it's the headline or not. This was a weak stock regardless, I think. And it didn't really matter that we got a headline late in the day. CoreWeave's been bleeding anyways.
Yeah, CoreWeave not a huge success story recently, but as you mentioned, though, huge off the open. All right, we might as well just close this trade. I mean, it's going to be 350. It's a good trade here on 350 in the money. The time is not 350; it's 358. With only 2 minutes left, you know, we have to be flat at the end of every single day. So. Here goes Amazon. Let's just offer 53s, and there we go. We get out of that one. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon. Say what's up to everybody. Hope everyone had a great day here today with only a minute and a half left. We are now out of Amazon. It's your biggest trade of the day here, and I'm happy to be on that one. So we should have been on Tesla long, which we were, but there goes Tesla. Huge move to the upside as well. AEO, let's just have a quick look to see where American Eagle Outfitters is winding the day up. Oh, just 38%, and I'm really happy to be green.
1880.
Yeah, exactly. Happy to be green on this name today as we go short, short, short. Boom, right there into the 200 period moving average there for AEO, and those are some good outs. And you know, that's why you got to take the outs when they're there. Stay green on a day like today on American Eagle Outfitters by going short. What? How is that even possible? Lululemon and all the rest going for a nice little run here into the close. So get ready, man. 12.5, 13% expected return or earnings move there for Lululemon, DocuSign, Broadcom coming at 4.15. So get ready for that. Adair and I will run through all of the numbers as well. Smith & Wesson tonight as well in case that world's coming to an end. But yeah, watch out for Lululemon. I think is going to be a big mover here tonight.
And whether the world's not ending, but there's enough people that seem to think it is that keeps those.
Well, and there's some sort of an amendment there in the United States.
There is a big one. There is a big one. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a big one tonight, regardless of what happens with Broadcom. It is too much of the market not to move. But the closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. And we're going to ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And the market is now closed. Of the earnings names that we mentioned, it is Lulu and DocuSign that I believe are coming at 405, or at least expected to come at 405, so they should be the first two to hit. Broadcom's not till about 415 or so a little bit later on in the cycle. So you do have a few minutes before we get any of the big earnings here. Danny Coe saying Broadcom is going to dump. Look, I don't hope that it happens, but this is a stock that's been priced pretty decently to perfection, and I just feel like it's gone a little too far. And we saw what happened with NVIDIA, right? It was a pretty good quarter for NVIDIA. They didn't seem to care. They might say the same thing when it comes to Broadcom for sure. So I want to give a big shout out and thank you to everyone in the chat for participating, letting us know what stocks you're interested in. Overwhelmingly on our poll, everybody seemed to like Broadcom in that pick. I think it was over 50%, just like it was CRM yesterday. So hopefully this one does well. So shout out to you guys for being such a great community. And shout out to our entire team for making us look and sound good. Shout out to Joe. I know he's going to have a fun one away. And we're going to see Obi in tomorrow for Sean. But you know what you got to do right now? We got monster earnings, one of the biggest companies in the world, and a few movers as well. And we've got it at the desk. We've got Sean, we've got Adara, and an earnings bonanza. So go get them.
All right, thank you, everybody. And yeah, we're over here at the desk again. Hey, Adair, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, right now, I'm doing great. Right now, Lululemon's at 208. So you are really starting to go right now with Lululemon. We don't have the report out, but there it goes off for a nice day here for Lululemon. Watch out up top here. You'll see some of the prices going through. 207.26 by 207.88 right now for Lululemon. So we'll have to wait to see. I don't know what's up with my layout here. It's having some sort of an issue, but there it goes, 207 and changes. We'll take a look here. Daily chart down here for Lululemon. But thank you again for joining us one more time today. NASDAQ goes out for a nice high, almost up 1% there. Nice little rally into the close for Lululemon, or for the market as well. We get ready for Broadcom earnings.
Yes.
DocuSign earnings. We've got Adair here. We're looking for UiPath. So it should be a good one. Thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time. And of course, this show is brought to you by Global X and their Beta Pro 3X product. Go check it out. Lululemon right now down to 206. We're going to get that going. I want to say a shout out to everybody that's with us right now. Hopefully you guys are here. Put in the chat, 1 for Lululemon down, 2 for Lululemon up, 1 for down Lululemon, 2 for up Lululemon. Let me know what you guys are thinking right here in the chat. But thank you to everybody for being here. Crypto Banks, Chiruka right here, Roadrunner. Okay, it's going to be mixed. 1-1, looks like 2. So 2 is up, 1 is down.
They were down the last few reports.
No, it's not going to be. Ozan goes moo right there. The chat going nuts right now. So Lululemon, definitely mixed look right here. It's just a brave trade. We'll see what winds up happening here with Lulu. And of course, we are brought to you by Global X, but we do have the Benzinga Pro platform ready to kick that as well. So that should be a good little look here as all the numbers will come in. We've got Adair here. It's going to run through everything. The minute someone reports, we've got it for you right now. Tell me which name you're most excited for. I'm
excited for Lululemon because, honestly, my best intraday trade in history, fun fact, was Lululemon earnings on August 30th, 24. So, that is... it's something I feel more comfortable with because of the spread. That for sure I'll be watching. I also want to let you guys know, Bill Holdings on watch, BILL, making a bit of a pop. Reuters reporting that Starboard took a massive 8% stake in the company, and they might be looking for a board seat here or an overall board strategy. What are you most excited here for? I know you just got involved in Lulu, but Broadcom could be exciting tomorrow too, Sean.
I'm most excited for Lululemon because I actually think Broadcom goes down.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know how they're going to do.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, honestly, to sit here, I wasn't doing the NVIDIA day, but I remember when we were here, we were talking about NVIDIA coming out with earnings, and the move was 6%, right? And they kind of disappointed. The earnings call was great. They didn't have the greatest guide, so we were sitting here wondering what was up with that, and then all of a sudden, bang, 5 or 6 straight down days. Did NVIDIA wind up down, though, today? Let's have a quick little look just to see what. No. Nice move at the end of the day there for NVIDIA. Really nicely executing their upside for NVDA. I don't know where the symbol went here on my customization. Oh, there it is. Display chart title. There it is. We'll go like that for that. So there we go. You can see, okay, there's NVIDIA. And we also want to get the percentage up on this as well. Display percentage. There it goes right there. So absolute change. No, percentage is good enough. So that's what it is. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now with NVIDIA. But nice upside today, up 0.7. So they cut their losing streak there multiple days. Nice downside play. They're bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So if we're going to talk about Broadcom, their 50-period moving average is not anywhere near where we are right now. Broadcom's had a nice move up. You have to get down into 285 would be a move for Broadcom down there to the downside. So, yeah, that's right. There was NVIDIA news with CoreWeave.
Lululemon out.
So that
DocuSign out.
A DocuSign is out and Lululemon is out. Okay, so there goes Lululemon. Bye-bye, downside. So we'll take a hit on Lululemon as there it goes. I don't want to hit the panic button there, but wow.
I keep over numbers.
You might as well. Down 8% right now for Lulu. Yep. Remember, we were up 3%, so that goes downside.
Revenue.
Yeah, DocuSign as well. Just quickly, I just want to get some of these moves here on DocuSign. So it looks like Neil picking DocuSign up 10%. There goes DocuSign upside, and there goes Lululemon, of course, downside. So Marissa, you got to get into the store and buy like a couple pairs of pants to support this one. Now 182. Give us the Lululemon numbers right now. Down 8% here. Beat on Gap, but
revenue up 7% 3% year over year, but it did miss estimates. 2.525 billion versus 2.538 billion expected. Their Q2 diluted EPS, though, $3.10, beating estimates of $2.90. Comparable sales might be a problem here, Sean. Comparable sales overall were up 1%, but America comparable sales down 4%. This was only really offset by a 15% increase in international comparable sales. So North America not so hot, international apparently quite well. Income from operations down 3% year over year. Operating margin down 210 basis points year over year. So some of these metrics are less than ideal for LULU. I'm still not seeing the overall DocuSign numbers yet. But I'll have to read through that report. Give me a second there. Lululemon earning or guidance here, GAAP EPS guidance for Q3, Sean, is very abysmal. $2.18 to $2.23, well below estimates of $2.94. They're guiding sales here between $2.47 and $2.5 billion for the quarter, well below estimates of $2.568 billion. Now, they also lowered their GAAP EPS guidance for the fiscal year and their sales guidance for the fiscal year. That's not a great look for Lulu. Let's talk about Docu quickly, if you don't mind. Revenue here, $800.6 million. That's up 9% year over year. Looks like it's above estimates of $780.2 million. And their adjusted EPS did beat estimates as well. Yeah, again, 9% year over year increase there. Professional services revenue actually decreased by 13%, but the market does not seem to care about that metric too terribly. TTIN, can I load up this chart? I can. Awesome. Service Titan, nice push higher as well. This is a nice little beat. Q2 adjusted earnings of 33 cents versus 18 expected. That is a fantastic look. Sales, $242.1 million versus $229.51 million. If I get more here on Docu, I'll let you know. Service Titan also signing a strategic partnership. And Marathon Digital, MARA, I guess, providing an August 2025 mining update. So maybe keep an eye on Mara. Or Mara.
Yeah, no, I like Mara for sure. Thank you, Pelican, for saying you love the show. Thank you so much for all of that. But yeah, you can see there, not good. I was just reviewing the Lululemon numbers as well as their rate here, man. Lulu, bad overall, man. They went from 1450 to 1470 down to 1277 and 1290. So, oops, now you can't read anything that I've zoomed in here. Let's adjust it right here. So here it is right here. Bad overall guidance on Lululemon. So not great there. So they went from 1458 to 1277 and 1297. So down about $25. Look, down 8%. All right, it sucks. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely not great. DocuSign as well. That was another number that we were looking for. Dare just went over those. DocuSign right now. I'm going to get those numbers for you as well. Second quarter fiscal results out. Actually, I don't have the numbers on DocuSign, but they're up right now 11%. Yeah, I guess the name that we look for now is UiPath next, right? So UiPath coming out today with earnings as well. And then the big one coming in 7 minutes, Broadcom. So looks like UiPath does have an up and down move here, but that can't be earnings, right? Broadcom, UiPath over 12%, I believe, implied move, not doing anything right now, UiPath. But it looks like Lululemon, that's a NASDAQ name, bouncing off some of those lows. I tried to get Lululemon on the daily chart, and it's just, this is what it looks like, man. If no one, and I guess the truth is, in the report, but if they're going to be guiding lower, obviously the retail space doesn't have enough money right now for sort of the higher end. I don't think this is a good look for, and I just told you yesterday, we bought ON on shoes yesterday. They're expensive as well, so I just wanted to know about some of these other stocks here. Let's check out what's going on with ON. Not really doing too much of a movement from 46 down to 45.70, but their chart as well telling a little bit of a story here. $63, $64 down to $45 for ON. And again, that's just a shoe company, so a little different. They do make some clothing there, but I think this is an overreaction to the Lululemon numbers, but hey, man, I'm a shareholder, so that would, just recently, 10 minutes ago, shareholder there on Lululemon. But on not doing anything. So UiPath is now out as well. So Lulu trying to find a base here. Looks like the lowest Lululemon got was 180, 179 change there for Lululemon, trying to find it. IoT is out as well. UiPath is now out. There goes UiPath. A couple bang ups right there for them. They're going to go 10% as well. UiPath with a nice move higher right now. So their quarter's out. DocuSign, 92 cents versus 84 cents for DocuSign. So, oh man, some of these names are not NASDAQ versus New York. There goes DocuSign up again. Good numbers for them. 92 versus 84. Nice move there. You got Samsara is out. Yeah, I
got Docu too.
Yep.
So Q2 adjusted earnings, 92 cents per share versus 84 cents expected. As I already went over here, sales were a beat. and up 9% year over year. So good look for Docu. UiPath revenue, $362 million versus $347.3 million. That would be a beat. And their annual recurring revenue came in at $1.72 billion. Their Q2 adjusted operating income also a nice beat, $62 million versus $40.1 million expected. IoT, $391.5 million versus $372.2 million expected. Hefty beat. Q2 adjusted earnings per share, 12 cents versus 7 cents expected. Nice beat. Their Q3 revenue outlook, $398 million to $400 million, not seeing how that compares to estimates. Q3 adjusted EPS outlook, 11 cents to 12 cents per share. And we're waiting for our good friend Broadcom.
Yeah, it's going to be the Broadcom story, I think, here today, because right now we got UiPath. It's just up 3%, but a good move there. UiPath just trying to get back into some of the levels of concern here. It's kind of like not doing too much. We need to break above this 1140, and then I think it can go. So watch out. UiPath right now coming back to flat after what looked like a good report, up there to 1180 and change. IoT, of course, Samsara here. Internet of Things. Wow, great move there, as this name's been beat up recently as well. But now a nice move there for IoT starting to go. Let's see if Broadcom's giving us any sort of an indication. Not out yet. Just wanted to see if there's anything going on here in the aftermarket. It doesn't look like it right now for AVGO and Broadcom shareholders as they patiently wait. NVIDIA did have that move up there at the end of the day with news about CoreWeave, so we could check out what's going on with CoreWeave as well. They're down to $87. Again, good move there at the end of the day, but now falling just a little bit back into reality here, into $87. CoreWeave still down 3% on the day. We had Salesforce. It was yesterday's sort of womp trade, but they battled back nicely there today. So similarly to Lululemon, where today Salesforce beat on earnings and revenue, which is different than Lululemon, but they had fallen about 6 or 7% as well. But it looks like Lulu, the oppo right now, because they are continuously falling right now on weak guidance. So now hitting the lows of the day, down 10%. Okay, we're not going to cry over this, but it is definitely not going well here for Lululemon shareholders, as we look at a bottom was just made right there of 177 and change right now, getting rinsed to the downside now. We talked about it's all about the guide, right? So they did not guide well. They guided I think it was $12 versus $14. There's some change in there as well, but downside play there for Lululemon. Let's have a quick look at what that poll said here. So Broadcom was where a lot of the money was going to go here after before earnings. So some put into Broadcom, some put into DocuSign, a little bit into UiPath, but Lululemon, a third of you right now, like I, getting hit on that call. But you know, again, we got long at 205, so it is a little bit of a downside play there. Down right now about 13% from that look. Not good. Give it a couple days, right? We've seen a battle back in a name like Marvell as well. That name's sort of had its troubles. I thought it was at 65 earlier today. It was 64.60 or so. But again, there's that big miss for Marvell, trying to gather some strength there in Marvell. But now we are moments away, Adara, from Broadcom. And the number that we're looking for here on Broadcom, as you had listed and given to me earlier, was 167 EPS with revenue of $15.8 billion. So EPS number, Adara, 167, revenue 15.8. What do you got?
Now, sometimes, I don't have the numbers yet, but sometimes, too, it is worth noting some of those estimates are not always going to compare with what the street has. I always like to provide that caveat. These are just the numbers that I'm generally kind of seeing go through. Someone in the chat was saying, oh, you guys said Lulu missed, then you said it beat. They did beat on EPS, but they missed on everything else. So just to clarify there, they also had some comparable sales issues. AVGO and Watch, someone also asked for coverage on CPRT. I will cover it once it comes out at 4:15, but of course Broadcom the priority. BRZE also reported Braze. They did decently. I can cover them later. I have to look here, Sean, for this AVGO
Broadcom is out and getting hit
yet.
Broadcom is out right now and getting hit. Broadcom right now, there's the big ugly candle right now. It just touched $2.99, but now it's all the way back. They beat. It's $1.69 right now for AVGO. But there it is, getting to the low side right now. Goes Broadcom. It was only up 4% or so today, I believe. Now down 1, 2, 3. So Adara's going to parse through those numbers and give them to you. But right now, all the way back. There it goes all the way back. So here we go, man. If you're watching live, $16.25. We said it was a beat there. I don't know what that reaction was, but I'll take it. We like this move upside now for Broadcom. There it goes. Very volatile. Nice downside. Whoa! There it goes, man. 313 now for Broadcom. There it goes, man. We like you a lot. Big move there for Broadcom. You got the numbers on the screen for everybody? Let's show them what it is.
I can't put them on the screen because I'm just reading off the earnings report.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what they are. 15.95 billion. So it's a narrow beat here compared to 15.8 billion expected. 22% year-over-year increase. Adjusted earnings, as you said here, $1.69 per share versus $1.67 expected. They did declare a quarterly dividend, 59 cents per share. And they provided fiscal 2025 revenue guidance here, Q4 2025 revenue guidance, 17.4 billion. That does imply here, Sean, an increase here of 24% year over year. So these are the numbers here for AVGO. They are now on the screen because I've now seen them populate on Benzinga. We have Copart too, which I'll go over pretty quickly. CPRT was EPS beat, revenue miss. EPS 41 cents per share versus 36 expected. Sales 1.125 billion versus estimates of 1.135 billion. Just wanted to go over that for the person who requested this in the chat. The stock is not moving.
Yeah, here it is right here. I'll have these numbers up as well. There's Broadcom right now. Q3 169 beats 165. Beat on the sales as well.
Guidance beat.
Beat on both sides. And now Dara's got the guidance right now as well. So here's the guidance. The Q4 sales is what they're looking at as well here. So here's the Q4 sales right now for Broadcom. There it is right there. Sees sales. We'll just go like this. Broadcom sees sales right now. Q4 sales 17. Wow. What a great sales number. 17.4 billion versus 1702. So, okay. Broadcom closes the day in and around 306, 307. We're lower than that right now, 304 and change. But it's a good guide and a top and bottom line beat for Broadcom. So, now going red a little bit here. 301 now lows for Broadcom. As I don't know what's going on. 304 and change. My data keeps getting back and forth. Again, I'm using the data from Real Trading, which might get turned off soon, so they can reset. But there it is, the chart right now. 305 and change, live level right there for Broadcom. So we'll have to watch out for that. Let's just quickly see what's going on with DocuSign. I'm going to actually minimize this Broadcom stuff. We'll get that going in just a minute. But it's DocuSign right now. Very similarly here for them, they had a nice beat for Broadcom. This is what it looks for DocuSign, sorry. Looking like this right now. EPS 92 versus 84 cents. Sales of 800 million, beating 780. So it's a nice little move upside there for DocuSign. They also have a nice little report here on the guide for DocuSign as well. So they're going to go 2 for 2 as well. There's a DocuSign Q3 sales, 804 to 808 versus 796. Broadcom leading the way. Was up 12% at one point, Adara. Yep. Now only up 7 and change. So what stock do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Broadcom.
All right, let's go.
So again, Q4 sales, as you mentioned, beating estimate 7.4 billion. I saw that in the report. They're implying a 24% year-over-year increase, but it is also, again, as mentioned, nicely above estimates of 17.02 billion. I think this might be the issue, Sean, and the confusion with this report. Their Q3 AI semiconductor revenue, Q3 was the quarter they just reported, was $5.2 billion. Analysts were looking for 5.1 billion. You cannot beat by that narrowly in a company like this. So that might be the issue. They're guiding, however, Q4 AI semiconductor revenue nicely above estimate, 6.2 bill versus 5.8 bill. So, I mean, I don't think necessarily a bad look, but that narrow beat sometimes can be all you need, especially in an AI-related stock like this that's had a crazy move, that is one of the most valuable countries in the world. I think that's maybe something to note there. Costco does not often move on this, but I like mentioning it regardless because sometimes there is a little bit of a pop. Costco did just report net sales here for August 31st, or I guess the end of August there, 8.7% year-over-year increase. Retail month of August, $21.56 billion. Wow, Costco, you sell so much. Shout out to those $2 hot dogs.
Dollar,
I don't have any other earnings here. I think we went over everything. Oh, $1.50. I remember.
With a drink.
One of the CEOs said, if you ever change the price of like hot dogs, I'm going to kill you.
He was never.
It's like I'll get the exact quote, but it's pretty
he came out and said, they're never ever changing. It's a loss leader for them. They don't care. People get them on their way out. I don't. Honestly, they're too. I don't. For me, I don't. I used to have them, but to me, they're a little bit too like.
Okay, I found the quote. So the co-founder, Jim Sinegal, his successor as CEO, Craig Jelinek, I guess, I don't even think he even maybe threatened to do this, but Jim Sinegal did say, quote, if you raise the expletive hot dog, I will kill you, figure it out. So that's pretty wild.
The word kill is a little bit much.
That's what he said. I'm just trying to read the quote.
Oh, yeah, no, nothing wrong with what you said. That just seems a little bit off-putting there, but okay. Right there. So, yeah, that never gets it. Oh, President Trump signing executive orders right now, and Darryl will be all over that.
He wasn't even on the schedule.
Yep. Implementing the U.S.-Japan trade agreement officially signed right now. So that's what I just heard in my ear right there. So, yep, there it is. Darryl will get that news for us in just a couple of seconds. We can look at the Japanese ETF as well. We'll have a quick look there. But right now, Broadcom giving it back. And I mean, the one thing that we had mentioned with Broadcom was their implied move was 6%. I said under that, and right now it's flat. That's on the whole day. That's not in the after hours. In the after hours, we're actually going to be a little bit down. We went out around 3 right there, this little bumper, 306.50. So we're actually down $2 right now on Broadcom and going lower right now on Broadcom as we get into the downside there. So just a quick look here on LU as well, just to see if they're able to hold out for it. These are Broadcom numbers at the bottom, of course, not Lululemon. I'm going to get you Lululemon's numbers in just 1 second, same kind of way. So here it is right here. We'll pop those out. So this is the Lululemon right now, their gap EPS, right? And this is the problem with it, obviously, as we see it. There's a few problems with this stock, that's for sure. But beating an EPS is not one of them. Right now, you're going to see this is the EPS number for Lululemon. 310 beats 290. Right, so they beat on earnings, so they're doing something right operational right there. Their sales slightly under 525 versus 538, so slightly under there on Lulu. But this was the problem for them. Their EPS look forward, right, 218 to 223 versus 294. Not a great number there either. And they see their sales under what Wall Street had expected. So Lululemon right now, under. Nice moves there for Lululemon today. But the one that everyone's concerned with, of course, is Broadcom coming out. You can see the numbers at the bottom right now. Down right here in after hours, down about a percentage point or so on Broadcom AH after hours as EPS beat as well as sales beat. But the market just goes not big enough. And we sort of thought this would happen for Broadcom. Well, their forward PE was something I think what Neil was saying was in the 40s or 50s with current PE of around 100 for Broadcom. So yeah, they're going to have to probably pull back a little bit on this guidance. Although as expected in the market, not the beat I guess that everyone's looking for. You have more news on IoT? Yeah,
so apparently they revealed that their customer, just talking about some customer and platform growth milestones, they concluded the quarter with $1.6 billion in annual recurring revenue, which is actually up 30% year over year, and they did add a quarterly record of 17 customers with over $1 million in annual recurring revenue. So good look here for ARR for IoT. That stock always reminds me of when Andrew Rader was hyping this one into earnings, and unfortunately it dropped. But yeah, shout out to Raider Trader. Hopefully he is doing very well in, I believe, Miami. So yeah, lots to talk about here, guys. If there's any earnings that we missed, let us know. I did mention I wanted to go over Braze, so I'll go over Braze here, BRZE, and this is brazenly moving to the upside. I apologize for that pun, but I made it anyway. Q3, okay, this Q2 adjusted earnings, Sean, 15 cents. That is 5 times the estimate of 3 cents. So BRZE, killing it here. Okay. Sales, $180.111 million, well above estimates of $170.114 million. Q3, EPS, they're guiding between 6 and 7 cents versus 2 cents expected per share. Sales, 183.5 to 184.5 million. They're expecting above estimates of 178.6. And last but not least, BRZE actually raised their guidance for fiscal 26. They're now seeing adjusted EPS. This is a massive raise, all the way to 41 to 42 cents compared to estimates of 17 cents. They raised their fiscal 26 revenue guide to 717 to 720 versus 697 expected. That is a nice little beat here for BRZE. And to answer this question here from Byron Hart, I'm not involved in either Lulu or Docu. I'm not involved in any of the stocks that reported tonight, but I really like trading Lululemon intraday on earnings, as I mentioned earlier. And thank you guys for the kind words. I love giving you guys all this stock news, rapid fire. So let us know anything in the chat again if we're missing anything, if you want to go over anything. Sean, I kind of want to mention that NVIDIA story that came in near the close as well. Okay, yeah. Which actually moved CoreWeave initially more than NVIDIA. So NVIDIA basically, reportedly, according to the information, made a cloud, or I guess a chip deal with a cloud ally, but not renting from CoreWeave. They're renting from this company called Lambda,
right?
Which is a private company. This is going to be, I was seeing 1.3 billion also from the information, so weird that their headline is a different number. But either way, upwards of $1 billion deal is what it's valued at over a 4-year period. Now, through that deal, NVIDIA is going to be renting about 10,000 of its own chips. I need to figure out how that works, but either way, NVIDIA stock liked it heading into the close. CoreWeave's, unfortunately, weaved to the downside.
Yeah, it's dipping and dodging there and going lower here. I said I would look at the Japanese ETF right here, EWJ, not doing anything as Donald Trump, I guess they said, signs the executive order with that agreement on the tariff there for Japan, and it's up right now, Japan ETF. This is EWJ, what it looks like. It's been doing okay. We could see if it wants to take out $80. I mean, doing okay, it's almost at highs right there. EWJ, the Japanese ETF. I do have the Broadcom numbers at the bottom of the screen here. So those of you in the chat, I think someone was mentioning if I was long Broadcom, and you guys are all asking all these questions. I'm long the ES and the NASDAQ and pretty much NVIDIA. We can, actually, you know what, let's check. Anyways, not long Broadcom, but yes, long on Lululemon. We just took a shot at it pre-market. We learned our lesson. We didn't go heavy into it. We also, it was Marvell was the one that I thought was going up into earnings as well. We made a play on that one, which was wrong, and then able to buy Marvell the next day for a little bit of a discount around $62.50 or so. I think that's where Marvell is around today anyways. So we have some work to do on Marvell. But Lululemon was in the swing account. We can hold 10% on that. We'll see what winds up happening there on Lululemon. NVIDIA with that upside move there, as Adara just mentioned. They're not doing anything right now on that Broadcom news. Let's have a quick look to see if AMD is as well. 161.40, I feel like that's where we went out at. Yeah, so AMD also not doing anything, a big spike on volume at the close there. As we have a quick, here's the Broadcom numbers. I don't mean to keep covering them up. Hold on a second. If I just draw this, there you go. Now you'll be able to see it. But it's the Broadcom story. I'm going to go over Lululemon in just a second as well. But here's Broadcom, unfortunately, flat. So Broadcom closed the day at 306.50, 305, 306, whatever the price is, and that's where we are right now. So anybody trading options on Broadcom, you lose again on that one because of the implied move 5+%. Right now, the move on Broadcom is 0. So yuck on that one. All right, just a real quick move here. Lululemon, let me just discuss that. Here's the numbers that I have them flying on the screen as well for Lulu. So there it is right there. Lululemon right now coming back in. Costco with a big number as well. We'll talk about that in a minute. There it is, 310 beating 290 there for Lulu. That's the EPS. That's the only good thing about this stock here today. They do give a gap guide much lower than that. I wonder if this is the flush out quarter. So for me, we'll analyze this. This is probably a day 3 play where we'll add to our Lululemon. Did I just get taller, or was this always off right there for Lululemon and for the screen there? But yeah, it's smoked. It's downside there. Lululemon, not a good play. DocuSign, I think, was one of the only names that were going to the upside there today so far. We had that IoT. You sort of gave that story there as well. Here's the DocuSign numbers coming in right here. Let's get rid of these Lululemon ones and just show you what DocuSign's been doing.
Guidewire's up too.
Guidewire, yeah, GRWE, I think I saw that one. 92 cents versus 84 for DocuSign, and then the beat as well on the Q3 sales number. So DocuSign also giving a better than expected guide for DOCU. So that's a quick rundown of all of the numbers so far there today. Anything you want to talk about before we go?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you just saw the White House announcement, Trump signing that executive order to implement the U.S.-Japan trade agreement. I would have loved if it was on his schedule. I'm a little miffed that wasn't on the schedule because the only thing on the schedule was the very vague, and I quote, President Trump hosts a dinner, or has a dinner. We know that dinner obviously is the CEO dinner. But yeah, so schedule, be more specific. But yeah, here's Guidewire. I'll go over briefly. They had a really nice EPS and sales beat. I just tagged someone in the chat with those numbers, and they had better than expected guidance across the board. So for the quarter and for the fiscal year, I didn't see any EPS guidance, but they did beat on their sales guidance. Lululemon is unfortunate. I think I'm seeing a lot of people make jokes about sour tastes in mouths. We know that Opie will be on the desk tomorrow, and I'm sure puns will be made there as well. But David Treziak, thank you for the $5 super chat. I guess this is addressed to you, Sean, so I'll let you take over on that.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say Service Titan as well. Nice move to the high side right now, up 10% in Service
Well, yeah, I
Titan.
went over those numbers, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Just good number there. I just didn't mention them. Thank you so much, David, there for the $5. I know you were making a play as well on Broadcom. I hope that winds up working out for you. So I bought shares, not options. So the Lulu story is not over for me. But there it is. Thank you. Neil got the docu beat. Yeah, good call there. We'll have a great night at all and go Padres. Yeah, shout out to the Padres. Hopefully they can have a good end of their year as well as we cheer on the Blue Jays.
What's San Francisco? Where are the Padres based? What state is?
Close.
It's California, right? San Diego? I would not have guessed San Diego, and I don't know why.
You're close. So you said San Francisco.
I knew it was a San. I knew it was in
There
Cali.
you go.
But yeah. Oops.
So you got it there. Yeah, shout out to the Padres as well. And good luck tonight for the NFL, and if anybody's watching that, I don't think I'll be because I'll be out at the Ball Diamond tonight. But Dara, these are the Eagles or the Cowboys? Yeah, you don't know that much about football.
Okay, I watched the Cowboys cheerleader documentary, Cowboys.
Oh, perfect. Okay, Cowboys. Yeah, my daughter watched a little bit of that. She liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Oh, is it at the end? I think she wants to.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's like inappropropriate. It's kind of sad. Like you're just kind of oh shucks. Because I'm not going to get into the documentary, but I would say it's worth watching. Like it's not X-rated or anything. But
No.
So shout out to the Cowboys. Who are you rooting for? Because I know
we have the Eagles. Yeah, we have the Eagles in a must-win based on the pool that we're in.
So you need them to win?
Need them just to win.
Okay.
So as long as the Eagles win, they go forward. It's in a pool where I don't want to say what the pool's called because it's not a good word here for YouTube.
Oh boy.
But it's where it's a knockout pool.
Oh, I think Neil mentioned that.
So you basically just take a team every week, and you can never take the same team twice.
Oh.
So once you use Eagles once, that's it for the rest of the year.
That's tough.
So the idea is that you keep looking for good value, and this week there really isn't too much. So, all right, thank you, everybody. It's 4:32. That's Adara. I'm Sean. I'm off tomorrow. Good luck to him tomorrow with Obi. Joe's also off, so it should be a big day tomorrow. I think, are you going on the midday show at all?
It has not yet been confirmed or denied. When I know, you'll probably just see me sneak up on the midday. I'm not going to tell anybody. So might be a surprise. Me trading one of my good spready friends, Lululemon, potentially.
Okay, good.
We'll find out.
Good. All right, tomorrow's a new day. Today is over with. Lululemon downside, Broadcom relatively flat. So, okay, NASDAQ near all-time highs again. Good move there from the financials near the end of the day as well. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Ciao for now.
Bye.